It has been so long since I made an SCP video. I know some people have probably unsubscribed or maybe just been waiting forever. But yes, I am finally reacting to SCP Site 22, the short film. I do want to point out that some SCP fans let me know more about this type of content over on our live stream on my gaming channel. If you guys are not subscribed to the gaming channel, I highly suggest you do that. Turn on notifications so you don't miss when we go live, because that is the best place to recommend me stuff if you're not in our Discord. Also, it's just a cool place to come hang out. I got so many new recommendations for SCP because I did mention that I was kind of getting tired of the exploring series and all that jazz. And now I have a whole bunch of new stuff to start reacting to for SCP content, so you should be seeing that over the next few weeks. Let's not waste any more of your precious time. It's been so long. Jesus, what's happening? Somebody's getting destroyed. Solid drone shot. American flag on the gun, of course.
The hell was that thing? I saw two of them, I think. Shit.
Wouldn't they know what the thing is if they work there?
Garcia? I don't know. I couldn't tell. There's still guys out there. The hell is this thing? The hell can move this fast? Call Sanders on the radio. Sanders, come in. This is Kapaki.
He's dead.
They hit it. They hit it 1,000 times. Bullets aren't stopping this thing. Sanders, this is Kopaki. Come in. Holy shit. It's coming for us.
What? Was it just me or was there purple tint around him? What is this purple tint right here? It's tripping me out. Like it's moving.
For us. Let it. I get a line on putting out both of its eyes. Does it even have eyes?
I just want to see what it is.
I haven't heard his shots in a while. We're the last ones. Then it's up to us.
Props are solid. Acting's not half bad yet, to be honest. I've seen worse.
What the fuck are you doing? Lower the gun. What? Drop it. Are you crazy? Hey, don't get all loopy on me now. When that thing comes out of the trees, I don't want to be the only one firing. You want to getting over the hill? You want to stroll down Fremont Street? No. Pick up your weapon. No. If this thing rips me apart, so be it. I'll be firing until I'm halfway down his goddamn throat.
Ah, that sucks.
What?
You guys are seeing the fly, right? Dude, the fly is tripping me out. The fly is tripping me out. Because it's there and then it's not there. It's editing magic. But see, right there, there's no fly. Obviously, if you want to assume, like, oh, it flew away and then it came back. But it's the same fucking shot. Like, right here. The fly is still there. That's awesome. That fly wanted its fucking 15 minutes of fame. Look at that. That fly is one. One with him.
Pick up your weapon.
Oh my god.
We haven't tried it not being a threat. We're not trying to make friends with the fucking thing. We're only angry like that, dude. Don't you get it?
That's hilarious.
We're making our stand right here. When that thing comes out of the streets, you'll least fucking hell on it. You hear me? Look, we're dead either way. At least this way we try something different. Come on, man. Snap out of it.
I might be with that guy that doesn't want to fight.
Every time you aim at it, you're a threat to it. You're dead like that, man. You're gonna get us killed. Drop the weapon. Drop the weapon.
Oh! Homeboy's gonna have a handgun or something, isn't he?
Alright, good. Now, what we gotta do is figure out what the hell we're gonna do once it gets over.
Oh! Expected.
You're gonna get us killed!
Oh, shit. That's surprisingly good CGI. Wow.
What God's hell are you?
Oh! So much for his idea. I would stay still. That was pretty crazy.
Anyone, come in. Can you hear me?
Remaining ground units, stay where you are. It's important that you do not move. Our team is here to help, but you must cooperate.
Oh!
Weapons and lay down on the ground. I repeat, drop your weapons and lay down on the ground.
Damn, so Homeboy actually saved his ass.
Our team.
Oh, duh. Okay, so I was confused. Okay, it makes a lot more sense now. It makes a lot more sense now. So I think we're rolling credits. Okay. So I was under the impression that those guys were part of the SCP, like, facility. I thought that was, you know, Site 22 was a facility that was controlled by the SCP, you know, whole situation. But apparently not. I guess they were just normal soldiers that were looking over a facility and they got, you know, a little bit in trouble. And then SCP came in and saved their ass. That totally makes so much more sense. It makes sense why they didn't know what the fuck they were fighting and all that jazz. Because I was like, I'm pretty sure SCP would know what they're dealing with so they could safely contain it if they ever needed to. That puts a lot of context in there. So Homeboy that said not to be a freaking threat to them actually saved that fool's life, you know? So they were both kind of wrong, but other dude with the crazier plan saved dude's life. So I thought that was pretty cool. Not gonna lie, the acting was way better than I thought it was gonna be, because sometimes these short films are very hit or miss, but it wasn't bad. And I have to say, the CGI on the monster was way better than I thought it was gonna be. That is like TV sci-fi type CGI, which is not bad. I've seen way worse CGI when it comes to YouTube videos, so that was pretty badass. I gotta say, the feel of it and everything was pretty cool. I like that. The star of the whole short film was the fucking fly, though. I'm not gonna lie, that was awesome. And I was really confused by the purple aura that was around them. That was kind of weird. There's no way this was shot, like, in green screen and then they put them into a forest. That would be really weird. But yeah, that purple aura was kind of throwing me off. But anyways, this hands down was a pretty solid short film. I'm not gonna lie. Acting was decent, CGI was dope, and then the story all around turned out to be something that I thought was interesting. So yeah, this was awesome. Anyways, if you want to see more of these SCP type videos, go check out Mr. Clay. He's actually the person that did the 096 that we reacted to a long time ago. So go check out this channel. If you're not already subscribed, go subscribe. Also, like I said at the start of the video, if you guys are not subscribed to the gaming channel, you should do that to check out the live streams. We do stream every Friday, and I do throw in bonus streams throughout the week. So I highly suggest you go check that out. It's pretty fun over there. Also, if you become a member over there, you do get access to these cool emotes. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, as always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning and ask yourself something about my daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. Let's check out some SCP. Today we're going to be checking out a short film called SCP Containment Breach the Film, and this is from a channel called Oscar Vivian? It's right there on the screen. Alright, let's see what this has to offer. SCP, maintain, what?
Just remember, maintain a direct line of sight.
Oh, not this bitch.
Don't blink.
That guy's got my haircut.
What is it?
Do we just stand here?
Shh. Just do as they say. Eye contact.
Why? It's just a sculpture. What's it even made of?
I don't know. I think it's dangerous.
Dangerous? No one said anything about this being dangerous.
Keep your voice down. We don't know anything. We're testing.
The shaky kid.
Which are meant to be kept safe. I was told my safety was safe.
Hey, keep your eyes on the fucking sculpture and your safety will be safe.
Yo, how much longer am I gonna be in here? I'm fucking tired.
You just got in there! This guy's a baby! I like the jumpsuits. Kinda cool.
Fuck this. It's just a statue. We're being tested. Here's your fucking test.
Get back!
If it's a statue, why would you punch it? These guys deserve to be test subjects.
Holy shit, man, I fucking killed him!
Don't blink! You can only move when we blink.
Alright,
It fucking killed him!
Tell me when you're going to blink, so I can keep staring. And I'll do the same, so one of us is staring at all times.
this is gonna work. We're gonna
It
die!
might work. This is probably part of the test.
Okay, I'm gonna blink.
Do it.
Hey, you can let us out now!
Smart
Open
strat,
us.
though.
Open the fucking doors!
Remaining Class D personnel, maintain eye contact. The test will be. We seem to have problems.
How long are we gonna be in here? Hey!
Oh my god! Sound the alarm! All SCPs are breached! I'll let you in the building now!
Oh my god.
What happened? What the fuck happened to them?
This thing is SCP-173. We just heard that all SCPs have gotten out.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means what's out there could be a lot worse than what's in here.
I'm innocent. I shouldn't even be here.
Don't panic.
Huh.
Keep telling me when you're gonna blink.
I think I hasn't blinked
Don't
at all.
tell me you're one of those convicts who still thinks he's innocent.
I am innocent. You're the one who fucking deserves to be here. I've done nothing wrong.
I do deserve to be here. You killed my family. But that doesn't matter right now. We should have another hour if we keep up this stuff.
Fuck. That's it. Turning away.
What the fuck are you doing?
Ending it. Do you hear that?
Wow.
I can't take it. There's no surviving this. I'm ending it.
Look at it. Fuck, please look at it.
That's pretty intense, I'm not gonna lie. It's the Weeping Angels. Oh! That's fucked.
Fuck you.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of cheesy at the start of the short film, but it got pretty intense there at the end. I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of cool. I love the visuals that they kept focusing on the eyes, because that was really important. That was showing that the guy was getting stressed. I don't like that the other guy pussed out. That was kind of sucky. Not looking good for the Mohawk Mullet brothers. Yeah, but this was actually cool. I am fairly familiar with this character, but yeah, that was a cool little short film. Like I said, I love watching stuff about the SCP universe in animated form or in short films, because I think people do some really cool stuff. But if you guys have any other short films or animated things I should watch in this universe, let me know in the comment sections down below. If you want to see my previous reactions to SCP content, I highly suggest you go check these out right here. Also, hit that subscribe button because we're nearing 10,000 subscribers on this channel. But as always, ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Juicebox. When you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. About my daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. We are finally diving back into the SCP universe. I know it's been a long time, and I'm not even sure if SCP fans are still around on this channel, but we are about to react to SCP-035, Possessed by Mask. This is a short film by the channel SCP Orientation Live Action. Alright, let's do this thing. Oh.
SCP-035 is to be contained within a steel, iron, and lead-shielded room at all times. Doors are to be triple locked at all times, with the exception of allowing personnel in or out.
Okay, cool.
No fewer than 2 armed guards are to be posted at any time. Guards must remain outside at all times and are not allowed.
I don't know if you guys play Apex or not, but this redheaded chick looks like the person that does Ash's character in Apex.
Within the containment room under any circumstances.
I've never heard of this SCP.
SCP-035 appears to be a white porcelain tragedy mask. A highly corrosive and degenerative viscous liquid constantly seeps from its eye and mouth holes.
That looks pretty cool.
And anything coming into contact with this substance slowly decays over a period of time, until it is decayed completely into a pool of the original contaminant. The origin of the liquid is unknown. Conversations with SCP-035 have proven to be
How did they get that effect to happen?
informative. Researchers have learned details about other SCP objects and history in general, as SCP-035 claims to have been at many momentous events. SCP-035 displays a highly intelligent and charismatic personality, being both amiable and flattering to all those who speak with it. It comes across as highly intelligent and appears to have a photographic memory. However, psychological analysis has revealed
I'm like getting zoned into it.
to possess a highly manipulative nature, capable of forcing sudden and profound changes to an interviewer's psychological state. SCP-035 has proven to be highly sadistic and can transform individuals into near mindless servants with linguistic persuasion alone. SCP-035 has stated that it has intimate knowledge of the workings of the human mind, and implied that it could change anyone's views if given enough time.
First of all, can we just say that is the worst way to contain something? We're just gonna be able to push the lid off? Like, really? It should at least be locked!
SCP-035 appears to be a white porcelain comedy mask, although at times, it will change to tragedy.
She's dead.
In these events, all existing visual records, such as photographs and video footage, automatically change to reflect its new appearance.
Ah, so slow, my guy. Shoot her in the face.
Subjects within 1.5 to 2 meters of SCP-035, or in visual contact with it, experience a strong urge to put it on.
Shoot her!
When SCP-035 is placed on the face of an individual, an alternate brainwave pattern from SCP-035 overlaps that of the original host, effectively snuffing it out and causing brain death to the subject. The bodies of possessed subjects decay at a highly accelerated rate, eventually becoming little more than mummified corpses. Nevertheless, SCP-035 has demonstrated the ability to remain in cognitive control of a body experiencing severe structural damage.
Okay. I was about to say, didn't they say if they touched it, they like get destroyed in 2 minutes or something like that? But if it can control after it's taken over, that makes sense.
Body literally decays to the point where motion is not mechanically possible.
Visually, it looks pretty awesome. That's pretty cool.
SCP-035 is to be kept within a hermetically sealed glass case, no fewer than 10 centimeters
Nice.
thick. A trained psychologist is to remain on site at all times, and research personnel are not to touch SCP-035 at any time.
Maybe put a lock on it next time, guys. Maybe put a lock on it next time. Put a lock on it. I know they said it's hermetically sealed or whatever. It probably means it's like a stronger thing than a lock, but still, locks, they're just deterrents, you know? Anyways, that was pretty dope. I really like the visuals of it, and I like the narration. The cool thing about doing narrations when it comes to short films is even if your actors aren't the best at selling emotion and stuff like that, they don't need to do too much because they're not speaking lines. Like, the narration can make everything so much better. And the actors are essentially there just to do the visual shit, but the whole story is really coming from the narrator. I think that was a very strong choice, and I think that's something a lot of other SCP short films should do if they're just trying to make something, you know, visually interesting, because I've tried to do stuff with actors before, and man, when you have a limited slim pickings, sometimes it can hurt your film, especially if you're doing a lot of dialogue. So I think the narration choice here was pretty smart. Anyways, if you guys have any other SCP short films I should watch, or animation stuff, let me know. I know we used to react to a bunch of the Explaining series and all that jazz back in the day, but as I mentioned during some of my live streams before, it feels like I'm listening to a lecture, and I just don't think that's the most interesting content to watch. But reacting to short films and animations, I think it's such a better experience. So do let me know some of them in the comment sections down below. But that is going to be it for this video. If you guys want to see me react to any more SCP stuff, I highly suggest you go check out this video right here. But as always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning and ask yourself something. Have a daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Juice Reacts video. In today's video, we are finally reacting to something SCP related. It's been a really long time. I've been taking the weekends off because I'm working on other content on the weekends, and I have not been doing SCP Saturday. So here, on a Monday, we're reacting to the channel SCP Animated Tales from the Foundation. Now, I cannot recall if we've ever reacted to this channel, so I will find out once this goes live if people are like, this channel's trash. I don't really know, because I know sometimes I react to some other animated SCP stuff and people are like, this is the worst ever. Well, today we are checking out the Carnivorous Slide. That is what we're going to be checking out. I wanted to, you know, just go into something different. This is fairly recent. It was uploaded this month. So, and it's got over 1 million views. So we're going to go ahead and react to this. People must be liking it. You guys can let me know if it's accurate or not accurate in the comments down below. But let's go ahead and dive into it right now.
I think it's over here, man. Come on.
There's no way it's as big as you say.
Ooh, what are they talking about?
Keep it
I like
down.
that it's animated.
There's people around. I think it's...
Oh. Slides can be kind of
sure.
creepy.
That's pretty tall for a slide. Here we go now.
This was my childhood, man. I didn't come all this way not to go down it. You ever go down the slide like this? Head first, arms at your side? It's
Yes.
like you're flying,
Oh.
man.
Huh? You guys can see that my wire is clearly messed up. How did he just disappear? I thought it was like it ate him.
I believe everyone is here. It's about time we got started. For those of you just joining this operation, we'll quickly review the facts. 1 week ago, Dale Larson was reported missing by longtime friend Henry Birch. He
Stupid.
claimed that Dale vanished before his eyes while going down a playground slide. It was only when Officer Kilgore went down the slide face first that the Foundation was alerted. Dr. Darretts and MTF were the first on the scene. Dr. Darretts.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Buck. When we first arrived, we immediately investigated every piece of playground equipment and found that only the slide held anomalous properties. Now designated SCP-1562, it is a metal playground slide measuring 2.2 meters high and 3.4 meters long. The object's anomalous effects only manifest when a person slides down head first on their stomach with their arms tucked down at their sides. Any other orientation of the body or limbs while sliding results in no effect, and only human beings are affected. When a person slides down SCP-1562 in the aforementioned manner, they will disappear instantly and completely at approximately 15 centimeters before the end of the slide. So far, no one who has disappeared while using SCP-1562 this way has been recovered.
We are to immediately start testing, devising strategies of recovering lost individuals, and formulating a hypothesis of its origin. Yes, Gustav?
What if we gave a D-Class a two-way radio earpiece to communicate with researchers observing the test? We could at least get an idea of what's happening on the other side.
Does anyone have a non-blatantly obvious suggestion?
Damn, Gustav. Poor Gustav.
Looks like we're ready.
Jesus.
You may proceed. So I just go down this slide, and then...
You relay what you see to us. Is that understood?
Yes, ma'am. Here goes nothing.
That makes recovery.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Doctor. I can hear you.
Where are you now?
I don't know. Some sort of small tunnel. It's really cramped. How do I get out of here?
Can you describe it to me? No, it's too dark. Can't see anything, and I'm stuck.
Claustrophobia already
Stuck
setting in.
how? I'm still head first on my stomach, and my body's at an angle, but I'm trapped. I'm completely surrounded by rock or dirt on all sides. Don't have enough room to raise my head or move my arms, and I can't move forward. I really want to get out of here now. We're going to try. Can you see anything? Anything at all?
No, I told you I can't see anything, but I'm getting kind of freaked out. Not normally claustrophobic, but this is pretty damn uncomfortable. Pull me out of here.
Unfortunately, your safety line was severed when you disappeared, so we can't pull you out. We'll try to figure out another way to retrieve you. For now, just stay calm and keep talking to me.
No. You need to get me out now.
Please stay calm. We'll have you out of
Why
there
didn't they
as
put a
soon
light
as
on his
possible.
head?
Okay, I was able to worm my way forward a little bit, but my head hit something. What did you hit?
It's a shoe, I think. It's small. Jesus.
What's wrong?
Please, just get me out of here, Doctor. Get me out of here now.
Calm down. We'll get you out of there as soon as we can.
No, you need to get me out of here right now. The shoe. It's so...
What?
This is going nowhere. Where has he been transported? How do we retrieve people from the other side?
Why would you turn
Maybe
it
we
off?
jumped the gun with the D-Class. I say we go back to basics, see if we can find a way to get an animal through.
We've exhausted all those options. Next time, pay closer attention during our mission briefing.
Sorry, Dr. Buck.
Poor Gustav.
It has to be a D-Class. They just need the right equipment. Send another one in, and tether them with the strongest stuff we've got.
And they need outfitting with video and audio recording equipment. Maybe even a GPS tracker and a headlamp, too. That should cover all of our bases.
Duh.
And we can drag both of them out at the same time.
I concur.
Are you still there? Please, I don't want to be in here anymore. We're going to send someone in to pull you out.
It started talking.
What started talking?
The little boy did, but it didn't make any sense.
Tell me what he said.
He just kept asking where he was, and I told him I didn't know. But I don't think he was really talking to me, because he didn't respond to my voice, and he told me to stop crying when I was actually sort of calm.
What else? Was he moving at all during this?
I don't think so. He started screaming, and I told him to shut up, but he just kept screaming and crying and asking for his mommy. Then he finally stopped, and shortly after that, you contacted me again. Please, get me the hell out of here.
Okay, we're sending someone in. Don't panic if you hear or feel something behind you.
Please hurry, my chest...
We need to get him out ASAP. He won't survive much longer, and any information he's collected will go with him.
Agreed. Let's get that D-Class ready.
Shortly after this, D8600 was sent down SCP-1562.
You think they would do something better than a rope?
D8600 was selected for his small stature and thin body shape, in hopes he would be able to move more easily than D2445. The rope used to tether D8600 was severed at the same moment D8600 vanished from SCP-1562, and the GPS tracker signal could not be traced. The
That looks
following
like wire.
audio was recorded after contact was established with D8600.
D8600, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Doctor.
What's your situation? We're not getting anything on the video feed.
I'm in some sort of cave or tunnel. It's really small and dark. My headlamp stopped working as soon as I got in here.
Are you able to move at all?
I'm not sure I can get my arms up in front of me, but I can sort of wiggle my way forward. Wait. What is this? Hey! Are you alright?
D8600.
I just bumped into someone's foot. They're not moving at all. Hey! Are you okay down there?
That could be D445. Try his radio.
I can hear his radio. I think. I can hear his voice.
We're not picking up Davis's voice on your radio through our end.
Yes, Doctor. I can hear you.
Gustav, turn that off. I can hear him through D8600's.
Hey man, I'm glad...
I don't know, some sort of small tunnel. It's really cramped. How do I get out of here?
D8600 is behind you and is there to help get you out.
No, it's too dark. Can't see anything, and I'm stuck.
Hey man, it's okay. We know you're stuck, and we're both gonna get out of here.
I'm still head first on my stomach, and my body's at an angle, but I'm trapped. I'm completely surrounded by rock or dirt on all sides. Don't have enough room to raise my head or move my arms, and I can't move forward. I really want to get out of here now.
Okay, man.
Was he repeating what he said
I'm
before?
gonna try to get my arms up and I'll grab a hold of your ankles. They should be able to pull us out of here then.
No, I told you I can't see anything, but I'm getting kind of freaked out. Not normally claustrophobic, but this is pretty damn uncomfortable. Pull me out of here.
I'm working on it. Have some...
D8600, stop talking. Something isn't right here. D2445 is just repeating everything he said to me when we initially made contact with him.
No. You need to get me out now.
It's okay, Doctor. I think he's just freaking out. I've almost got my arms in front of me.
Okay, I was able to worm my way forward a little bit, but my head hit something.
No, he's literally repeating his side of the conversation, word for word. Did he actually move at all, like he just said he did?
I don't think so, but I got his ankles. See if you can pull us out now.
It's a shoe, I think. It's small. Jesus.
Huh.
Doctor, what is he talking about? Can you just pull us out of here?
Please, just get me out of here, Doctor. Get me out of here now!
We can't pull you out. I'm sorry.
No, you need to get me out of here right now! The shoe, it's so tiny.
What the hell are you talking about? Why can't you pull us out? What does he mean the shoe is so tiny?
D8600. Unfortunately, the rope we tied to you was severed as soon as you vanished. We didn't realize that would happen.
It started talking.
Shit. Okay then, I'll try inching my way backwards. I won't be able to bring him with me though.
The little boy did, but it didn't make any sense.
Good luck, D8600. We'll stay in contact with you for the time being.
He just kept asking where he was, and I told him I didn't know. But I don't think he was really talking to me, because he didn't respond to my voice. And he told me to stop crying when I was actually sort of calm.
Oh.
This would be a lot easier if he would just shut up.
He started screaming, and I told him to shut up, but he just kept screaming and crying and asking for his mommy. Then he finally stopped, and shortly after that, you contacted me again.
Just
Please
shut
get
the
me
hell up
outta
already!
here.
Creepy asshole!
Are you making progress, D8600?
A little. It's not easy, but I'm getting there. The air's getting kinda stale. I hope there's enough for me to make it back. Hey, did he finally shut up?
Not hearing him on my end anymore.
Well, thank God for that. I was starting to think that...
What is it? You were starting to think that... D8600. D8600? Are you still there? What happened?
Try him again.
D8600. Respond. D8600. I think the connection has been cut.
He could have backed up into another portal of some sort.
A valid hypothesis. We'll need another D-class to test it, though.
No. We need to suspend testing and get this thing to the Foundation. There's too many variables here.
I think he's right, Dr. Buck. It's better to be on the safe side.
Fine. We're moving out, people. I want this site packed up and ready for transfer in 15. SCP-1562 is currently quarantined in Testing Lab 46V in Site 24. The door to the lab is to remain locked at all times. As testing is currently suspended indefinitely, all access is denied unless special clearance is granted by Dr. Carver.
This one just gives me the heebie-jeebies.
You do realize it's your childish attitude that's standing in our way, right?
Our way of what, Dr. Buck?
Of discovery! We still have no clue how this thing operates, and we're locking it away for God knows how long.
We lost 2 personnel.
We lost 2 D-class, Gustav. When has that ever stopped us?
Damn.
You continue to disappoint me, Gustav.
Poor Gustav. Poor Gustav. Nice. Nice. So I like that. Again, I don't know if we've ever checked out this channel before. I feel like it's fairly new to us, but I don't think it's a fairly new channel. It seems like they've been around. Actually, they've only been around for a year. And it looks like they've been killing it with the videos, to be honest. So, oh look, there's a Garfield one. We reacted to a Garfield one in the past. So yeah, I guess we haven't seen a lot of this channel before. So let me know if you guys have seen this channel, if you actually think this is a good channel or not. But I'm totally down to check out some. Ooh, what is this one? Katuru Yakami? Yamaiko? That one looks interesting. It looks like an anime girl. I'm always down with anime girls. But for the most part, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for this video. Again, sorry for not reacting to more SCP stuff, but I've just needed the time to work on other stuff, because if you haven't been checking out the gaming channel, we've been uploading the latest Resident Evil 8 gameplay over there. Definitely go check that out. And we've actually been streaming it live on Twitch, so if you want to come hang out and see us play it live, see all the jump scares and everything that gets me going, because it's just like, whoo! Definitely go check out the Twitch channel over on twitch.tv/JuiceFromTheBox. We stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But that is going to be it for this video, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, if you guys want to check out the Discord, it is free to join, and it is the best place to drop just reaction videos that you want me to check out. But that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. I'm going to do a little some juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another Juice Reacts video. In today's video, we're jumping into that SCP First Contact. It is from Evan Royalty. We've seen his live-action movies before, and today we are going to check out First Contact, which I believe is animated. I've been suggested this SCP for so long. We're going to go ahead and do that. But before we jump into it, ladies and gentlemen, of course, if you haven't already heard. If you didn't know, I am now a full-time creator. So if you guys enjoy these reactions, please give it a thumbs up, hit that subscribe button, share it. Anything helps out this channel, so I really appreciate it. Leave a comment of what you think, because, well, you know, I'm doing the full-time creator thing, so it's very interesting, also kind of scary, but I'm down with it. Let's go and react to First Contact right now. Loving the old school vibe.
At a date that shall remain classified, a field agent operating under the name Eugene Smith provided a tip to local Foundation personnel and requested the armed examination of an unnamed mine in the Yukon Territory of Canada. Due to the weakness of his lead, and the possible danger should his estimation be proven accurate, the Foundation assembled 7 members of Mobile Task Force Omega Orange to reconnoiter the mine. Numerous other Mobile Task Force units at the local forward operating base were assembled as a quick reaction force should the recon team make anomalous contact. Emmanuel Ross was assigned as acting supervisor to Bravo Team, with Captain Adam Kruger as team leader.
Wait, is this real? Wait, is that like Call of Duty or something?
I think we should go back to that place that Smithy showed us when this is over. Get their dinner menu.
You'll have to try the club sandwich I ordered. Pretty fucking good.
I don't know. Kinda wanna try a new place, see what else is there. Kinda want breakfast for dinner tonight.
That sounds good. We should have took something to go.
You know, even if Smithy's lead is worthless, the thought still kinda counts. Once we come out here with the boys, check out a cool place, maybe do some tactical shit.
Yeah, well, a lead's still a lead. Don't get complacent.
Bravo 2's chucked up, Kruger.
Roger, Dodger, Hammy. Let's move out, boys. Weather's picking up.
Evan loves his walking shots. Loves them. He has a lot of these in his stuff. Data expunged. Okay, so they're just kind of adding to what,
Well, shit, boys. There it fucking is.
Hamilton, as far as we know, this will go all the way to China. Comms are gonna go south when we're in there, so we'll be checking in regularly. If we're not able to come up and say hi within a 2-hour window, call in for QRF. Quinn, you're on point.
Oh shit. I like that you're getting the point of view from the camera with the names in the corner. I like that.
We got a fork here.
Quinn, take left with McMahon and Graham. Ross and I will go right. I'll take point. You enjoying your work, Ross?
Some days. You?
Some days, I guess.
I don't really know how to feel about it. It seems like a buffer zone for guys who barely passed selection.
Well, we're not so bad. No psychos in my unit. You should fucking see Alpha.
TL, we got a reinforced door over here. Permission to deploy charges? Gonna need a heavy load for this one.
Granted.
Three, 2, 1. Fire in the hole. 1-4, making entry.
What are they using to create this? Were they using like a gaming engine? Because the graphics are good.
You gotta be kidding me with this. Smithy was right. Government geological shit, right inside the mine.
This is indeed a sign of a geological nature. Why hide it from the public? They afraid the Russians were gonna try to steal all their rocks?
Fuck knows. I don't think anyone here is really qualified on the subject. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Any geologists here?
I like the dialogue a lot better in this than some of the previous stuff, to be honest.
McMahon, first things first. Let's try to get the lights back on. If Smithy's 2 for 2, this place has a renewable energy source we could still boot up.
This is giving me some Phasmophobia vibes right now. Like, big time. Yeah, I'm getting hardcore Phasmophobia vibes. Shit.
Right hall clear. Middle room clear.
Left hall clear.
That looks like GTA in one of the matches.
Here she is. Just give me a second. Okay, fellas. You should be getting lights in just a moment.
Oh, I thought that was a person. That's a trash can. I thought that was a person hiding in the corner.
Could be a glitch, or it could be working as intended. Lord knows how old this tech is. And unless they left in a hurry, I'll reckon they nuked about every hard drive in this building.
It's a big place. They must have left something behind, even if they had the time to leave.
Well, computer's booted up just fine. This is definitely the boss's office. Overlooks a large open cave system. From what I can tell, this computer was probably last used in which is, I'm guessing, why they ran this on Windows. However, in spite of this, it looks like they had a pretty good thing going. All the logs are imported from every computer onto one shared drive that the higher-ups can peek into.
Why not just dump everything? The Glade didn't want people to know about this place.
Guess we'll find out. I can copy all the important shit over here and just take the hard drive with us on the way out. We should have enough space. They've got massive banks of audio and video logs. I could skim through them while we're here. Might give us a good heads up if you guys are about to step into some shit or something.
Alright, keep me posted. I'm gonna send someone up to check in.
Bravo 2, this is Bravo 1-5. Exiting the mine. Over. Roger, 1-5. You find anything in there?
This is Dr. Fields, recording a log for November 7th, 2005. Dr. Mack took the liberty of visiting a local heritage museum for us, where he got us a few scans of some of the old 19th century documentation. What I find interesting is that much of the things we've encountered are touched upon in these papers. It's the reason they stop so short of their goal here. Now, I should clarify that much of what's mentioned here is incredibly mild compared to now, but it does seem to be consistent with what we're experiencing. Mostly unstable terrain and unnatural temperature fluctuations. That's the short version anyway. Now, speaking of temperatures, ours have been flattening out as of this week, so I'm not sure we're going to have much to report on.
This is gonna be a long fucking day.
I feel that.
Bravo 2's up to speed.
Good. Let's go check out the lower wing. I don't think McMahon's gonna find anything for a little while.
Good afternoon. Tonight's dinner will be chicken parmesan and spaghetti.
I really want to see what they used to make this.
How much you think this place cost the taxpayer? Millions? Billions? Not enough to keep them from discarding it.
Remember to consume your assigned medication daily.
Wait, hold up. We got a body here.
Well, shit. Here I thought Smithy was just taking us for a walk.
Graham, take the corpse upstairs and give it a good once-over. See if you
Huh?
can figure out how this guy bit the dust. Ross, you should probably give him a hand with moving the body. Then go tell Bravo 2 that we need a containment team assembled and put on standby.
What about you and Quinn?
We'll clear out the rest of the place. I'll try to stay in touch, but comms are gonna be bad. Stay frosty, people. We have certainty of a threat right now.
Memo to Mr. Gibbons from the
Interesting.
director. I noticed you didn't put the new cover sheets on your TPS report. If you could use the new cover sheets from now on, that would be great.
Hey, check this out. Got a base of water here. Must have defrosted pretty quick.
TL, you read me?
Barely, but send it.
You're at the, bottom, right? All the way in the back?
I don't know. It looks like more space to go into, but the area's flooded.
TL, that is an entrance to a massive body of subterranean water.
You're kidding.
Negative. They've got dive suits in the decontamination chambers you passed earlier.
Well, how about it, Quinn? Want to go swimming with me?
Are you asking because I have a choice?
No. I gotta say, these guys are down as hell.
Oxygen's topped off.
Good. Let's move.
I wouldn't
Ships
just
and
go
fresh fills
diving.
arrive for the workers. New ones should help temporarily block any contamination. It's not a permanent solution, but it's peace of mind. Right now, we've seen a rapid shift in behavior of new samples. The rocks, dirt, and fauna we remove, they age completely different than before. All of it appears to rot away within a matter of days. The team has yet to develop an explanation for this. The old samples, they last much longer. These new ones, well, they're the same in terms of structure, front to back, but their behavior is just wildly different. If we leave them beyond the decontamination chambers and near the water, they don't decompose, they dissolve. Now that just makes this all weirder to me.
Oh.
Guy's been completely mummified. That's wild. Poor bastard.
You need anything else? I'm gonna go check in with Bravo 2.
I'm good here.
That water's gotta be freezing.
Descending. Water's warm as hell.
Huh? That's interesting.
You see anything?
Got a tunnel here.
Roger. Let's check it out.
How are they just walking
Hey, real
underwater?
Shit, right? What's up? What happens when there's an anomaly so widespread that in order to keep it classified, they'd have to use amnesiacs on, like, everybody?
That's an interesting thought. But how do you know it hasn't happened already?
Can you just walk underwater like that? I've never went diving.
I guess I don't.
No, you can't do that. It's gotta be like the gaming effect, right?
Jesus. Kruger, we're not gonna have nearly
guess you
enough time
could.
to explore this place.
I'm
All
dumb.
right, here's what we'll do. Let's get a few samples of the terrain, bag them, and get the fuck out. If we can't find shit, let's hope the other guys can dig something else up.
Roger that.
What was that?
There was an incident this morning. Holland and Bradley were returning from an expedition. They found a small vein of iron where they carved out a sample. On the way back, communications between us were slashed. I don't know how. Holland came back. Bradley didn't. After Holland returned, something happened to him attached to his leg. We intend to evacuate once Dr. Crawford turns off the power. The last I heard from anyone was they were gonna try to take that thing off Holland's leg, but nobody's picking up the phone. Now, I can't find my pills. There's something wrong with my nose.
TL? You read me? Kruger, come in. Do you read me?
They turned into fish people.
TL. I think that's our cue.
Yeah, no shit. Let's go.
Is it Godzilla?
This is Bravo 1-1.
Shut up,
Anyone
Paul.
read me? This is Bravo 1-1. Anyone read me? Over. Kruger! Who is it? Shit! I've got you. Stay put.
Something! Fuck! Clip me, man!
Bravo 1-1. Anyone read me? Over.
The suit, it's been breached! Oh, God, it fucking burns!
It fucking hurts you already, quit! Then you off to cram. You're gonna be fine.
Wait, did that guy die in the tunnel?
is stable, but he'll need a Cassie-vac.
How are his chances?
Not good. Look, you need to get your shit together and come up to talk with the team. You good?
Yeah. Let's go.
Gwen is contaminated, so we need an exit strategy. One fast.
Bravo 2 signal for QRF.
We're in the bathroom.
7 seem like a safe bet. Look, a lot of shit's been dropped on us. We need to lay it all out. Right now. For starters, while you guys were down in the lake, I was nearly killed by a cave-in. Which means we're also stuck here until either us or Bravo 2 can demo it. Anything happened to you that you think might be related?
The reason we cut and ran was because of a noise we heard once we began taking a sample. Might be connected.
Whatever attacked Quinn did a number on the previous occupants. There's a filtration system that passes over the decontamination rooms. They're designed to provide oxygen going into the lake, but the ones going into the room are totally separate. Something damaged them, so anyone in here that didn't make their escape was subject to that breach, which explains the corpse in the decontamination room.
Speaking of which, Graham, what's your assessment?
Dr. Crawford locked himself off, probably for protection, then ingested cyanide. Pretty cut and dry. Look, I need to go stay with Quinn, make sure he's safe.
Go ahead.
Power was off when we arrived. The decontamination room has its own backup generator, so I imagine Crawford shut the place down, then waited inside there for a response by CBRN. Guess it didn't get here fast enough.
Okay, but why is his body the only one here? I mean, there isn't even a drop of blood anywhere in this place, let alone another corpse.
We can save it for the QRF. What we know for sure is that we have a biological threat in addition to a physical threat present in the station.
They turned into fish people, I'm telling you.
Remember to always keep your hands well sanitized after handling any samples.
This is the guy that got bit or something, right?
Graham, I need my weapon. Graham, you there?
Oh shit!
Hostile contact
Here we
in
go.
medical wing. Quinn's incapacitated. Making pursuit.
Is it a hunter from Resident Evil?
Shit. Quinn, stay still. I'm gonna try and fix you up.
Where'd it go?
Down the hall.
Guess I should've stayed in prison.
Come on, man, don't say that kind of shit. You feel this? Quinn?
Damn. That sucks.
I think I know what this is.
What? This place?
Yeah. The mine. It's an organism.
Come again?
It's trying to digest us. When Quinn took that sample, it released antibodies to kill him, like he was a virus. The contagion? Just stomach acid. The whole lake is. That's why there wasn't a body here except the decontamination room. Filters in the vents were busted in every other room, so anybody who didn't wise up was turned into human soup, and then just converted into chemical mist.
That explains why samples taken from the lake were subsequently dissolved. It treats itself as it would a piece of tissue.
Right now, it just jump-started it back to life. Its immune system's gonna return in force, and when it does, it's gonna send more antibodies out here to make sure we're neutralized.
Okay, then we need to hustle. Ross, go with Graham, get upstairs and use Quinn's plastic to kick this fucker's teeth out of its mouth. Make sure to signal Bravo 2 first before you detonate.
What about you and McMahon?
Well, we can't accurately approximate how long we'll be down here for. The demo could either be insufficient or even make the problem worse. If we're stuck here for a while, we need to kill the power to ensure the threat remains inactive.
Roger that. Good luck. This all goes to plan. I'll make sure the Foundation knows what you boys did here.
Just try to get out safe.
Yeah. You too.
I hope we get to see this monster or organism or whatever.
Think that did the trick?
Maybe. But I think it'll take time for its immune system to fully shut down. So, keep your guard up.
Bravo 2, we got charges set.
Roger that.
You think this is a safe distance? Well, fuck it, one spot's as good as most. Fire in the hole.
Oh shit.
Take the scenic route. Stay frosty. We'll have to make a break for it up here. Once you start running, don't stop till you're out. Let's move.
Oh! Fish people, I told you!
Fuck! Fuck! This is Bravo 1-3. Anyone read me? Over. This is Bravo 1-3. Anyone read me? Over. Oh, damn it, this is McMahon. Anyone read me?
Bravo 1-3, this is 2-1. We read you loud and clear. Over.
This is Bravo 1-3, making exit from the mine. Hold fire.
Roger that, 1-3.
You okay?
I'm fine.
Where's the TL?
He didn't make it.
Yeah.
Which one of you is the commanding officer? It's you.
Here.
Captain Kitcher, MTF Beta 7. You need to tell me exactly what we're dealing with here.
That's GTA. That's a cargo bot.
End of recording. Sergeant Francisco Quinn and Captain Adam Kruger will be the only casualties taken during the operation. 7 months after this recording, an inquiry was held between both the Canadian government and the Foundation. The on-site director was revealed to have omitted key facts in both his incident report and his call to the emergency responders, forcing the government to lock down the mine rather than perform a full investigation of the site. This temporarily covered up his administrative negligence that resulted in the deaths of all present staff. To maintain both the rule of law and the secrecy of this anomaly, he has since been given amnesiacs and is now serving prison time for a falsified crime that he is unaware he didn't commit. With help from the local government, the unnamed mine currently remains monitored and is under containment by the Foundation. Locals remain advised never to approach it.
Interesting. That was cool. That was cool. All right, Dollhouse. If you guys haven't seen my reactions to Dollhouse, you should definitely go check that out. We reacted to Evan's, we reacted to 2 of his videos, I believe so. Let's go check out his channel real quick. Videos right here. So, a bunch of the stuff we saw Overlord, and we've reacted to Dollhouse, which, I mean, I guess he has a bunch of stuff we haven't really checked out. But I'm very curious on what he used for First Contact, because obviously it's a lot of game engine stuff, it seems like. I don't know if he talks about it. Let's see. Let's see. Reformatted to VHS for security. Patreon. Legal. Blah, 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 blah. Honorable mentions. Special thanks to LOL WW. Logic Films. Does he say what it was? I would like to know what it was created on. A lot of that stuff, you know, it felt kind of like GTA kind of stuff, because I know GTA, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think it was made in GTA, but some of it looks very similar. GTA had a movie maker mode that you could download and start making movies and short films in GTA. So that would be very crazy if this was actually that, because I didn't think you could get this, like, intense. Because some of the buildings felt like they were in GTA. Because if you ever play, what is it? It's like Slasher or something like that. You can actually go inside buildings. Some of the buildings look like this. So, I don't know. If you guys have this information on what it was made on, how they made it, I would definitely love to check that out. But, or be interested in knowing that information, because I thought it was really good. I loved a lot of the dialogue in this. Just kind of seeing the atmosphere of it. I told you it was fish people, or whatever they were. I don't know if they're organisms or whatever. They were fish people, in my mind. But yeah, this was awesome. Of course, if you guys want to see more SCP stuff, definitely go check out Evan. I do have a whole SCP playlist if you guys want to see more stuff that I've reacted to that is SCP related. But that is going to be it for this video, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed it. Again, if you guys don't know, I'm a full-time creator now, so please, any help that you give, any love you give to this channel is very much appreciated. And also, if you guys want a shout-out to Boogie, yeah, shout-out Boogie, what's up? Boogie came by the stream yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, we are streaming over on twitch.tv/JuiceFromTheBox. There's a link in the description. Come hang out with us. Come play some games, or just chat and let's talk about SCP or anything else. But that is going to be it. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning and ask yourself something about my daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Juice Reacts video. In today's video, I'm finally back for SCP Saturdays, and we are still on the Lord Bug channel. We finished all of the confinement episodes, but there is a bunch of other random things that still have to do in that confinement universe, which is, this one is Confinement, the boy in the pitch black room. It was kind of an update video for Lord Bug. It seems like he was talking about a bunch of stuff at the start of the video, and then there's like a 4-minute video that we're going to go ahead and check out right now. I do kind of want to mention right now, since we are kind of done with confinement, or we're waiting for episode 8 to come out, I want to know, what is the next things I should react to? I know everybody wants me to always check out the Exploring series and all of that jazz, but if there are really cool animated or other SCP short films out there that I haven't already reacted to, go check out the SCP playlist if you haven't seen it yet. Let me know, because I'm looking for new SCP stuff to check out. It's one of the reasons why I've kind of missed the last couple Saturdays. I've also had some just like weird health issues that are going on, and so I've been taking days off. But if you guys want me to check out more SCP stuff, feel free to let me know what to check out in those comment sections down below. But now let's go ahead and react to Confinement, the boy in the pitch black room. Hey, I lied. So I realized that the boy in the pitch black room, or if I say it again in this video, was the intro to one of the other episodes that we already saw, so it's pointless to react to that. But there is SCP Confinement Special Anomalies, which I'm going to go ahead and just paste in here. Everything else I said at the start of the video about giving me reaction suggestions and all that stuff for SCP is still very valid. I didn't want to just repeat everything, so you have this chopped up video, like Connor's body, happening right now. Okay, so now we're actually going to react to a different special that happened on here.
Why,
yeah.
hello there, madam. How are ya? What's your name?
Annie.
Annie,
Ooh.
it is lovely to meet ya. Tell
I like
me,
that
are
name.
you sick of salesmen pitching you their usual uninspired household bric-a-brac farming dust on the old windowsill?
Yes, I am, actually.
Well, you're in luck.
Oh, God.
So I couldn't help notice that your wonderful abode is planned with a capital B. So leave it to me. Most definitely these spaces
I love the vibe.
erased to replace with stuff on the wonderful corners of the map where two things scare to tap. How about that? Now you're listening. Soon your living room sparkling out of the park with anomalies.
Anomalies?
Yes, of highest quality. From mechanical, botanical, satanic, and beyond. The spawn that makes you ponder yonder these anomalies. Yes, anomalies. Affordable in this economy. From the wonderful corners of the map where two things scare to tap.
Yeah, you already said that. What do you mean by anomalies?
I'm glad you asked.
Love
So
the
I got a
vibe.
little microwave oven right here of humdrum build and brand. But at my command, you can choose to shoot this cute little rooster into the future. Why not this refrigerator? Pop your pops right in it. But the drawing, please don't pin it, lest you're itching for cleaning your innards in the kitchen. Then you could drill to the yard for the mail, but alas to no avail. Heed this needy boxer's red flag, for he's obsessed with the opposite sex. But now it's time for a change in scenery. Did I mention? It's a desolate dimension. Backed by theocracy, crash the economy, faceless monsters prosper across this phenomenal price for a lake up north. The townsfolk just don't go. Oh no, it's fogged with haunted content, and if you're not content to spend a cent, try leverage for a beverage. Keep you energized. Close your eyes, but why? Say goodbye to pointless nights investing in rest and saving the memories. Just kidding. It's your deepest desires. Let's move on to a cowbell. Nothing magic. I just thought it was funny. We all love money, but we have no time when the world is coming to an end. Friend, this clock won't bite. Its inside just might tell if the future will be alright. Before it ends, just be a friend
Oh, that's
and
so
spend your
creepy.
cents on this godsend. Lend an appendage to the splendid offer you can comprehend. So what do you say?
If I buy the microwave, would you leave?
No, that's the spirit. Just sign here. Have no fear, don't be alarmed, unless you're harmed from being disarmed. Which you are, I assure you, madam, this sturdy grey oven has a 30-day policy guarantee. Like you need it, since you'll bleed down in about 30 seconds, I'll reckon. So before you went to the realm of the dead with an oven and a missing joint. Here's the point, never trust a man in a pitchback suit with a smile that goes on for miles. Either he's a creature from the far-off reaches of space or a guy trying to prey on the mentally fragile. The first in anatomy, dimwitted winning.
What happened? I'm just confused. So he died, but then killed her fully? Was he in the building? What was he the house? So confused. But that was dope. I love the animation. That was really cool. But that is going to be it for this Saturday SCP, ladies and gentlemen. Again, like I said at the top of the video, when I cut up all of that editing-ness because of the, I don't know, whatever. You know what happened. Let me know other videos I should check out in the comment sections down below. Of course, if you guys have not checked out the Discord, or come by the Twitch channel where we stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I highly suggest you do that because we talk about these kind of things in the chat. But that is going to be it for this Saturday's video, ladies and gentlemen. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning and ask yourself something. I'm a daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another Juice Reacts video. In today's video, we're finally going back to the SCP universe, checking out 4051, your friendly neighborhood Keter. And of course, being a big comic book fan, I gotta see anything that looks kind of like superhero stuff in other universes. Of course, if you're new here or you haven't been here in a while and you're wondering why it's snowing, why we got all these waifus at the bottom, because over on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/juicefromthebox, links in the description, we are doing 12 days of stream miss, ladies and gentlemen. Streaming every single day until Christmas and even on Christmas, because, you know, 12 days, it's a thing. If you see this thing right here, if we get to 500 subs on that Twitch channel, I will be shaving my head, and we're currently at 229. Somebody in the chat, the legend that is Spoon, said that if we get to 400, he'll donate 100. So we're pretty close. If you want to see this mop on my head get shaved off, you can go subscribe. Also, if you got Twitch Prime, not Amazon Prime, you get a free sub on Twitch, in case you didn't know that. A lot of people don't know that. Use your Amazon Prime to see me get my head shaved. Go over there, use it. It's a good time. Anyways, that's enough self-promotion. Besides, I also got a gaming channel. If you guys want to see more content from me after this, you can definitely go do that. But now, let's dive in to this SCP video. I hope you guys are having a good day. Let's jump into this right now.
SCP
All right.
40 4051, your friendly neighborhood Keter.
Keter. Did I say
In
Cater?
the world of
Whatever.
superhero
Keter.
comic books, it's not uncommon at all for a young individual to realize they possess supernatural abilities.
Hell yeah.
And proceed to use those abilities to aid the world, often through vigilantism. As they carry out this process, they grow as an individual, expand their abilities, tussle with foes as powerful as they are, and generally struggle with the nature of being a superhero. In the SCP universe, there are no superheroes, but there are anomalous humans. A number of them are monstrous horrors with little rational thoughts left. Some of them actively seek to make the world a worse place. Many of them just want to be left alone, and very rarely one comes along that wants to make the world a better place.
Ooh.
It's this last type we'll be talking about today, as we see that regardless of the individual's intentions, it's the Foundation's directive to contain them. Sometimes, though, the Foundation goes beyond that simple goal, and that's when problems really start to arise. SCP-4051 is a young male that possesses the anomalous ability of creating temporary wormholes to extra-dimensional spaces populated by a theoretically infinite number of a unique item. 4051 can then pull the item out of the extra-dimensional space, provided that it can fit through the wormhole. So far, 4051 has demonstrated the ability to manifest a number of items in testing, including a small weighted net, a container of sugar pills labeled as headache medicine, and a glass of drinking water.
Ooh!
He has also claimed or been reported to have manifested a number of other items, including an aluminum baseball bat, several rolls of duct tape, an incendiary device and blast-proof sheet, and 11 paracognitohazards. The Foundation discovered 4051 in August of 2012, when a video went viral online of him using his abilities to assault and detain several men. He was identified as Rainer Miller and contained, with a Dr. Roswell conducting an initial interview. Rainer struggles against his handcuffs and assumes them to be from the government.
That looks kind of cool.
He says that he can make small objects appear out of thin air, and he mostly uses the ability to help people. It started with assisting victims of carjackings and thefts, but recently he's been combating a group called the Looming Shadow, who are stealing money for some purpose, leading Rainer to do nightly patrols. He tried contacting the police, but he believes they've been bought out, and asks if the Foundation could do anything about it. Dr. Roswell says he'll put in a request, and then asks if anyone has seen him use his abilities. Rainer replies that he's tried to keep it quiet, but a few people have seen him. The interview concludes with Rainer stating that he's happy to help the Foundation with them learning about his ability. A few initial experiments are conducted, the first of which involved Rainer being asked to manifest a small cube of lead, an object of his choice, and a container of bleach. After some hesitation, he produced the cube, and then pulled out a framed picture of his mother, and then pulled out the bleach, although he appeared uncomfortable at doing so. The second experiment involved asking him to manifest a copy of the book War and Peace, along with a functioning mobile phone. The book he manifested displayed the words War and Peace on the front cover, but most of the book contained redundant gibberish tangentially related to war, with Rainer admitting he was unfamiliar with the book. The mobile phone appeared normal, but was non-functional, and was completely hollow. It seems that his ability is based on how much he understands the objects he's trying to manifest. They decide to do an experiment in which he manifests some non-existent objects, in this case a circular square, the color blue, and a statement that says it is false. Before doing so, Rainer asks when can he go home, because he needs to see his family. Dr. Roswell tells him that his mother has been informed that he's engaging in a school-sanctioned college visit, and he can go home once the Foundation determines that they no longer require his ability for research purposes. Obviously, we know this is a lie, but eventually Rainer complies and manifests the objects. All three objects turned out to be paradoxical cognitohazards, resulting in Dr. Roswell suffering extreme detrimental effects. The new research lead, Dr. Edwards, sends a request for a pediatric specialist to help maintain Raynor's compliance. Immediately after the test, however, back in his containment cell, Raynor manifests several sheets of Kevlar and adheres them to his body with a strong adhesive.
Hell yeah.
He then manifests a bomb in a blast-proof sheet, using both to blow open his cell door. Stepping out, he manifests an aluminum baseball bat and faces a security team, who were told to use non-lethal weaponry, which proves ineffective against his Kevlar. They proceeded to engage in close-quarters combat, quickly subduing Raynor.
Aww.
This escape attempt results in Raynor being moved into a more secure cell, but the
Why didn't he
site
get a
director
gun?
wishes to continue the testing in order to find out how useful his ability can be. Primarily, the Foundation is interested in an easier and more cost-effective way of producing their amnestics, as the various ways they currently utilize are not ideal, most notably harvesting the primary component from SCP-3000. If Raynor could simply manifest this component at will, he'd easily rank as a high-tier Thaumiel entity. To do this, though, they require Raynor's compliance, so they bring in a therapist to meet with him weekly, Dr. Jane Yesenia. In their first therapy session together, Dr. Yesenia treats him in a very friendly manner, and asks...
See, what I don't understand here, which is kind of stupid, that you would think, like, okay, the kid wants something, right? He wants to go meet his parents and all of that jazz, or he wants to go see his family. Why not try to get the family on board? Granted, I know you're not supposed to let people let them know, but at least maybe fucking bring them in, put them on the property, do something where you're protecting the whole family. And I understand you got to keep it super secret and stuff, but you could have him comply if you actually bring in what he wants. You're not going to get anything out of people when you fucking deny him what they want. Makes no sense. And he's a child. Or he's a young.
Why he tried to escape. Raynor says that he wanted to see his family again, specifically his mother. His dad left them when he was 12, and they've been supporting each other since. He goes on to say that despite wanting to see his mom, he's not opposed to living in Foundation containment, as he was hoping someone would come along to help him understand his abilities. The experiments continue under Dr. Edwards, with Raynor instructed to open a portal to manifest a small stone, but a D-Class will reach in to grab it. The D-Class successfully does so, with Edwards remarking that it seems Raynor's only anomalous trait then is being able to manifest the wormhole itself. If they can replicate his ability, they won't need his compliance after all. The following experiment involved placing a GPS tracking chip in a portal, closing it, and then opening a portal to retrieve the same type of item. The second portal showed the GPS tracking chip being 9,500 kilometers away, meaning that the portals open up into the same dimension, but vastly different locations. It's also noted that the picture of Raynor's mother he manifested during the tests was different than the one previously, with her hairstyle changed and some moles missing from her cheeks. In another therapy session, Raynor expresses his excitement over the experiments, as he would never be able to test his abilities like this on his own. The following addenda pertain to a new procedure, referred to as 350 Promethean, which involves Raynor's potential ability to manifest the primary component of amnestics, and if they can find a way to do this without Raynor's involvement. Much of this is expunged, although it does mention that there would be an experimental surgical procedure involved, and the entire thing has been marked as unethical by the Ethics Committee after additional review. In the first experiment to initiate the procedure, the results are expunged by the Ethics Committee, but Edwards notes that Raynor broke the straps on the chair, and says that he's tempted to get it tranquilized during the procedure, but they need it awake. We see the difference in the cold nature of how Edwards speaks about Raynor versus the more caring and sympathetic nature of Dr. Yesenia. Edwards tells her that Raynor's been getting resentful of his treatment here, but she doesn't see that from their conversations. It's important to note that Yesenia has no knowledge of the procedure they're attempting, and Raynor doesn't mention it in their therapy sessions, so she's unaware of how they're treating him. In another testing of the procedure, they successfully completed it, although the results are expunged once again. It seems that Raynor was actually compliant this time, which helped quite a bit. In a therapy session, Raynor tells Dr. Yesenia about some nightmares he's been having related to a past experience with his parents. At a young age, Raynor had been locked in a closet by his father, who proceeded to grab a container of bleach.
Oh.
It's implied that he did something with the bleach to Raynor's mother, while Raynor tried his hardest to break down the closet door. After that night, his father fled and he never saw him again, although Dr. Yesenia tells Raynor that the Foundation actually located his father while they were compiling his file. He's currently in a prison, serving a life sentence for murder, although the news doesn't greatly cheer up Raynor. Dr. Yesenia writes a note that his mental state is really improving, and he seems to be fitting in here, so she hopes this means that Dr. Edwards' experiments are going well. In the next experiment, the results are expunged once again, and apparently Dr. Edwards had some sort of outburst during the test. He notes that Raynor didn't even remember Dr. Roswell, who is Edwards' brother, and asks why he's assigned to him. However, in the following test, Raynor asked for information about Dr. Roswell's condition, but this was denied, as it would likely affect his mental state. Dr. Edwards says that he believes his outburst had a positive effect on Raynor, and that they're getting close to starting work on Project 350 Janus.
Janus.
In another therapy session, Raynor wonders if he's really helping anyone by participating in these tests, as he just
You're
hates not
Janus.
being useful. Dr. Yesenia says that she'll file a request with the site director to see if Raynor can help out with maintenance around the site. The request is granted, and we're given a small timeline of events at the site over the following 7 months. Raynor helps out with some maintenance, while Dr. Yesenia requests information about Procedure 350 Promethean, which is denied due to her clearance level. Dr. Edwards tells the site director that the procedure has produced enough data to move forward with Project 350 Janus. Later, while Raynor is working on a maintenance project, a large-scale containment breach occurs at the site, with a number of SCPs attacking the armed personnel accompanying him. Raynor assists the personnel by opening a wormhole to manifest fire, which causes a gout of flame to continually flow from the wormhole. He aims this hole at the SCPs to drive them back, saving the personnel. Regardless, Dr. Yesenia is ordered to reprimand Raynor for using his abilities during a containment breach, leading Raynor to be barred from any maintenance sessions for 2 months.
Stupid.
Raynor celebrates his first birthday in containment, with Dr. Yesenia requesting a treadmill to be given to him as a gift. This is denied, so a chess set is given instead. Later, Raynor assists in the containment of another SCP that broke out, manifesting a wormhole containing methoxyfluorine. A prototype of Project 350
Keanu
Janus
Reeves,
is
calm
finally
down.
constructed, although it turns out to be non-operational, requiring additional data from Raynor. The following day, Dr. Edwards requests a replacement of the incision tool used in the procedure, which had become extensively damaged by unknown means. A month later, 350 Janus is operational, although it continues to produce a certain redacted object, rather than whatever the Foundation requests. Dr. Yesenia requests a review by the Ethics Committee regarding the procedure, although the request is denied. Even though we know that eventually they shut it down, it seems that for now, the ends justify the means. She also requests access to his medical file, but is again denied due to her clearance level.
Yeah, she just keeps
On
getting
May
denied.
23rd, 2013, an event occurs that is completely expunged by the Ethics Committee. But on the 25th, Project 350 Janus successfully manifests a requested object, although it becomes non-operational immediately afterwards. The following addendum requires even higher level clearance than this file, but provides a log of a mission that Raynor went along on. Dr. Yesenia wrote an email to the site director in which she says that she can guess what the Foundation is trying to do with Project 350 Janus, and if they really want it to succeed, they should make Raynor feel like a valuable asset to the Foundation.
Duh.
He should be allowed to accompany an MTF in the recovery of a low-threat anomaly, with him being an exceptional asset in the field due to his ability. She admits that she has a certain bias due to having a connection with him, but she does believe that giving Raynor a more active role will be advantageous to the site director, the Foundation, and the people giving money to Dr. Edwards for his project. What follows is a recovery log from a mission featuring 6 MTF agents and Raynor, as they investigated a site of confirmed anomalous activity.
Nice.
The site is a building in Chicago with 2 underground levels, and the Foundation suspects that it's an abandoned nexus for interdimensional travel. Raynor is allowed to accompany the team on the condition that he's been given a slow burn amnestic, which will wipe out all of his memories of the mission once it's finished. He's also been provided standard exploration gear and a gun with rubber bullets. Entering the building, they find some thaumaturgical symbols on the walls designed to make the building seem unremarkable to outside viewers. They continue to scan the walls and the graffiti, looking for more hazardous symbols. Raynor asks some questions as they go, and the MTF treats him as a new member of the team. They find some more hazardous symbols on the wall, and decide to blow up the wall with an incendiary device. Command chimes in and tells the team to have Raynor do it as part of his trial run. Raynor successfully manifests an explosive, attaches it to the wall, and detonates it, with one of the agents joking that their explosive expert will be out of a job at this rate. In the next room, they find many more thaumaturgical runes designed to augment certain objects and individuals, although no one on the team is affected. They continue to search the building and mostly find nothing except more trash and symbols. In the final room of the first sublevel, however, they find a frameless mirror leaning against a wall.
It's a portal.
One of the agents touches the mirror and finds his reflection staring back at him. He then applies some pressure to the mirror, causing the reflection's arm to buckle and then walk off. Command says that this is not likely the extra-dimensional portal they're looking for, and tells them to search the second sublevel. On the staircase, they hear what sounds like an entity moving around below them, so they prepare their weapons and move Raynor to the back. They descend the stairs, finding a single doorway in front of them, with no graffiti or trash present. As they approach the doorway, a loud screech is heard, and a creature passes by the doorway extremely quickly, resembling a large arachnid with a humanoid head. They believe that the runes upstairs were created to augment this entity, meaning that it possesses enhanced speed, perception, and durability. Their reports of this floor indicate that there's only this small room, a hallway, and a large central room. As they start moving through the hallway, one of the spider entities charges towards them, so an agent equipped with a flamethrower engages it. The creature emits a loud shriek as it dies, followed by several other shrieks being heard from elsewhere in the building, converging towards the team.
Could have just used Raynor, though.
The team slowly advances as the spiders attack them, with Raynor using his abilities to manifest flames in order to assist the team.
There you go.
They kill a total of 10 more before reaching the central room, where they find many more thaumaturgical symbols and a large circular pattern of a red liquid on the floor. Stepping into the room, they see a female child huddled in the corner, wearing a thin white dress. One of the agents approaches, noticing that the child has various injuries on her body. The agent asks her if she's alright and if she knows how she got here. The child says that she was in a library in a faraway place, yet so close, cluing us in that she's referring to the Wanderer's Library, frequented by the Serpent's Hand.
Oh,
She says
that's
that she
intriguing.
was cast out and kept a prisoner from knowledge, left to lurk in the darkened places beneath those holy shelves. The child begins to stand up, but the agent points her gun at her head, telling her not to. The girl says that they cannot harm her more than they did, even if their bullets could pierce her. The agent is told to take the shot, but upon firing, the girl stumbles backwards with a screech before her body distorts and transforms into a massive spider, multiple times as larger than the others.
Nice.
The agent gets knocked down and pinned underneath the spider's writhing body, so the rest of the team attacks it while it regains its balance. Bullets have little effect on it, while flames seem to cause it harm, but are not stopping it either. The massive spider grabs the agent's legs and drags her into the center of the circular pattern before mutilating her lower half, causing her to lose consciousness. The symbols on the walls of the room begin to softly glow, and the floor containing the circular pattern begins to dematerialize. A few seconds later, the floor shifts and becomes a portal to a location showing dirty brick walls and the floor of a tunnel, as the spider and the unconscious agent fall through. The rest of the team is preoccupied, however, by the arrival of 20 more spider entities behind them. Despite their best efforts, wiping out 10 of the arachnids, 5 of the spiders manage to grab 5 of the agents and drag them into the portal, leaving Raynor with 5 spiders.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Thanks to his ability, however, he manages to survive and take out the remaining creatures. He reveals to Site Command that he survived because he memorized the symbols they saw upstairs that augmented a creature's traits, and manifested some strips of tape containing the symbols that he attached to his suit. Site Command tells him to abort the mission, head out of the building, and wait for retrieval. Raynor says that he's going to go in the portal, because that's what heroes do. They disobey their superiors to save the day. Command tells him that disobedience will almost certainly mean he'll never be selected for another mission, but he goes anyways. Site Command loses connection with Raynor for a short time, but it soon reconnects as Raynor is running down the tunnel. He encounters a semi-physical entity that is currently lifting one of the agents, Morgan, and pushing them against a wall, causing their body to merge with the wall itself. This seems to be causing Morgan an extreme amount of pain, although they are unable to vocalize it for some reason. Further down the tunnel are 2 halves of an arachnid corpse. Raynor opens fire on the entity with rubber bullets, but the bullets simply pass through it. The entity turns to face Raynor, leaving Morgan embedded in the wall, so Raynor manifests fire from a portal. The fire doesn't seem to hurt the entity, but it does recoil, and its form seems to be disrupted by the light. Raynor tells Morgan to close their eyes, and then manifests something else that causes a bright flash, temporarily disabling the video. When the video returns, the entity is no longer in sight. Morgan can't remove themselves from the wall, so Site Command suggests removing their arm that's embedded, which they agree to, rather than waiting. Command tells Raynor to try manifesting a laser and using it on the arachnid corpse first to test it. He does so, easily cleaving flesh off of the arachnid and cauterizing the wound.
Nice.
Raynor then uses the laser to sever Morgan's arm, followed by manifesting some painkillers to provide for them. A retrieval team is on its way in to help out, but rather than meeting up with them, the two decide to head further into the tunnel. Morgan says that they're a former member of the Serpent's Hand, and they know some stuff about the Wanderer's library. They say that the large spider thing they encountered is worse than the Foundation, as far as the library is concerned. They tell Site Command that they need to stop it from breaking back into the library, and tell them to file their reason for breaking protocol as protection of non-combatants. Raynor helps Morgan walk as they continue down the tunnel, and Raynor tells them to not think about the pain, but rather the opposite of pain, although he then says that that doesn't make any sense. Morgan is a thaumaturge themselves, which is likely why they picked this team to test Raynor on, since they were accustomed to some unconventional members. Raynor asks them what it's like to be a magician, and Morgan says that it's great at first, but then eventually someone finds out, and you go to the Wanderer's library because there's nowhere else to go. They say that it's lonely in the library, being trapped with your own self-doubt. They encounter entities engaging in hostilities with one another, one referred to as a shroud that hates the written word and wants to absorb literature into the oblivion beneath its fabric. The other, Morgan is unsure of, but believes that it's an entity that rewrites reality. Both are high-level threats to the knowledge contained in the library, so they were sent here instead. Morgan says that combat with them would be difficult, so their goal should be to pass by without being noticed. The two entities continue their fight, eventually causing an explosion, at which point Morgan and Raynor sprint past, although they are noticed. A shriek is heard, and Morgan says that the shroud is about to absorb them. The two are pulled towards the shroud, with Morgan attempting to use their thaumaturgical abilities to cancel the effect. They now see that the shroud appears as a mass of corporeal black tendrils. Raynor lets go of the floor as he's being pulled in, and he manifests a portal containing a series of white tendrils which rapidly approach the shroud. Upon collision, the two entities disappear, and the tunnel goes quiet. Raynor says that he panicked and thought about how much he didn't want the shroud entity to be here. The other entity suddenly appears, though, as Site Command loses connection with the two of them. Upon reconnection, Raynor asks Morgan if he killed that guy, but Morgan says that it wasn't human. Raynor says that he manifested its exact opposite, which seemed to have cancelled out both things, causing neither of them to exist anymore. At this point, Morgan says that they've changed their mind and are now aborting the mission.
Did he just erase something?
Denies the order. It seems that Dr. Edwards has been watching the footage of their exploration and wishes for it to continue, with the support of the site director. The two continue on until several tremors begin to shake the tunnel, so they begin sprinting. As they do, the walls of the tunnel begin to elongate and contract repeatedly, with eventually a massive entity emerging out of the wall of the tunnel. The walls and ceiling of the tunnel warp around it, and it's humanoid in shape, with pure white skin and several runes in a black substance along its forearms and chest. The entity says that it comes as a preventer of misfortune, referring to Raynor as being shadowed in doubt, a thing it has known well. It was a grantor of wishes in a previous life, a slave to others by nature, which all came undone when someone said, "I wish for the destruction of the Wanderer's library." Morgan says that it may not prevent their passing, while Raynor suddenly says that he sees no comparison between it and him, although it's noted that the Foundation isn't sure if Raynor said this due to a compulsory effect. The entity says that Raynor sees himself as a free man despite being entangled in physical and mental bindings. The entity then causes a number of runes to appear in the air, paralyzing the two of them. Raynor responds that he is free, and he knows his own nature, but the entity says that he is crippled by doubt, with a foreign binding compelling his hand. When the entity reaches for Raynor, he manifests a portal of fire, causing it to retract and the black runes on its skin to glow red. Reality begins to distort around Raynor as the video connection is lost. Morgan is released from paralysis and opens fire on the entity, which is now destabilizing. It eventually disperses its physical form into the reality distortion around Raynor, causing him to cry out in pain.
Is he gonna die?
Morgan retreats to a safe distance, while Raynor says that he won't be a slave to this entity as well. The tunnel begins to shake apart as a circle of runes surround Raynor, so Site Command decides to trigger the amnestic that was previously injected into him. This suddenly causes all of the anomalous phenomena around him to cease, and he falls unconscious for a brief moment before awaking and sprinting down the tunnel, shouting at something to get out of his head.
Oh, shit.
While running, he opens a portal which causes all of the brick walls within 30 meters of him to disintegrate, revealing a large arachnid creature which quickly disappears from view. Raynor chases after it, finding a chamber containing the other agents who are fighting the creature. The massive humanoid entity reappears as well, looming above the group with glowing eyes, at which Raynor tells it to take this, and the log ends. In the following therapy session with Dr. Yesenia, Raynor says how great the mission was that he went on, and how he realized that he can get rid of things by manifesting their opposite, including walls, enemies, and monsters.
So he remembered everything.
Dr. Yesenia tells him, however, that his maintenance sessions have been indefinitely canceled, as they can't risk allowing him out of his cell due to the danger he presents to the Foundation and the world. Raynor says that it makes sense, and he's sorry, but he still wants to help. Yesenia says that he can help just by being here, and more importantly, he needs the Foundation. Raynor says that he knows that, and he thanks the doctor for caring for him. In an email to Dr. Edwards from the site director, he says that the emergency activation of the amnestic caused a near-complete collapse of his mental stability, as well as providing him the insight into being able to destroy anything by creating its opposite. Raynor has been immediately reclassified to Keter, as he could now easily escape at any moment, if he chose to, and they're attempting to refit his containment cell to try and prevent this. The director says that the ethics committee is no longer turning a blind eye to the greater good, and will be immediately reviewing the entire project. In response, Dr. Edwards tells the site director to rot in hell, since it's clear that the director is going to be pinning the entire thing onto Edwards. The Foundation is an organization with overall a noble goal: to protect the planet and its people from the threats inherent in the anomalous. That being said, it's hard to really call them a noble organization, as they so often are clouded in their judgments and decisions when it comes to the anomalous. There is a scenario in which Raynor became one of the greatest assets available to the Foundation, an anomaly that genuinely wished to make the world a better and safer place. The Foundation's short-sightedness, apathy, and in some cases disdain for anomalies, however, led things down a much darker road. Raynor was just a young man that wanted to be a hero, and now he's little more than a monster kept in a box.
Lame! That's what I kind of hate about SCP, you know what I mean? Like, or the Foundation is what I should say, not about SCP, but, like, the Foundation could have easily had a good asset there, you know what I mean? And they were just like, no, we're gonna do things our way. I think they could have got a lot farther with actually trying to reason with Raynor, instead of trying to, like, control his every movement, you know what I mean? Because I think that's how eventually people get frustrated. People don't want to do that, but he seems to be very nice, and he seems to be like, all right, I'm cool, yeah, I'm fine. And very understanding, but you know what? There are people out there that are like that, but are still in really shitty situations. And it doesn't seem like he ever got to see his mom again. So, yeah, I don't know. I would hope that he breaks out and just does the superhero thing his own way. But, you know, that kind of sucks. But it's SCP. They're going to keep it contained. They're going to do all that jazz. But it would be nice if he got out and got to do his own thing, because, I don't know, it just sucks that he's just there. I think it's a cool character. I think, you know, that would be cool to see more stuff like that in the SCP universe. But it is what it is. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Again, I'm sorry. Okay. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for this video. I know a lot of people wanted me to watch more SCP and more exploring stuff. But, you know, 30-minute videos that don't have a lot to react to, it's just words over pictures, is kind of hard to react to sometimes because, you know, they're already 30 minutes, and then if I give my opinion and stop in between every single thing, it just adds a longer and longer video. So it's kind of rough at times, and it seems like every exploring series video that comes out now is 30 plus minutes, and I'm just like, oh. So if you guys want me to continue reacting to SCP stuff, if you have animation videos or shorts or stuff like that, let me hear those, because I would love to actually be able to react to something that happens in a video that isn't just spoken word, if that makes sense. Like, we were reacting to the short films by Evan Royalty. That stuff was really cool. I love reacting to that kind of stuff because it's in the SCP universe, but it's stuff is also happening that I can actually react to, opposed to just hearing words. I don't know. You can react to what you hear, but sometimes it's just like, okay, I gotta keep listening to just understand it, you know what I mean? So yeah. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it. Of course, remember, if you do not have anything to do, if you got Amazon Prime, you should come hang out on freaking the Twitch channel and stream us. Help us get to 500 subs so I can bzzz all this off for the funsies of the chat. But that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning and ask yourself something about my daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Juice Reacts video. In today's video, we are reacting to SCP-5000, the suit animation. Now, I think a lot of people were like, no, you're supposed to be reacting to the Exploring series. And I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I've been reacting to a lot of the Exploring series lately. And as much as I love the channel, sometimes I just need a different pace of what is happening. So, and also the 5000 video on the Exploring series is 46 minutes. And I don't know if I want to react to 46 minutes worth of content right now. So we're going to react to a more condensed version. And if you guys are like, no, you got to go check out the other one, I'll check out the other one in the future. But I just want to react to SCP-5000. We've been building to something like this for a really long time. We're on the explained stories and animation. This is actually, if you type in SCP-5000, this is like one of the biggest ones that pops up besides the Exploring series. So we're going to go ahead and check it out right now. Of course, if you guys have not subscribed to this channel, please hit that subscribe button because 86% of you are not subscribed to this channel. But we're going to dive into this right now. Let's do it.
SCP-5000.
All right.
Gunshots echo down the concrete hallway of Site-22. Woo-hoo. Screens are the only thing that escape each room. A team of men in all black combat gear and masks move from one section of the complex to the next. Pietro Wilson hides in his office, listening to the cries for mercy of his colleagues. He shakes uncontrollably with fear. Who are they? He thinks. Why are they killing everyone? And how did they find us? Moments earlier, Pietro Wilson had been in the canteen eating dinner with other
that's a good burger.
Members. A group of heavily armed men entered the room. They stood silently
surveying
the area. One of the scientists stood up and asked if they could assist them. That's when the carnage started. One of the masked men raised his rifle and shot the scientist in the head. Chaos broke out as the other mercenaries raised their weapons and began firing. Bullets flew everywhere, and Pietro was lucky not to be struck or trampled as he escaped out the back door.
Yeah, how did he not?
He ran to his office, slammed the door shut, and hid under his desk. Now he sits on the floor, with his legs pulled up to his chest, shaking uncontrollably. After a couple of minutes, he manages to take a deep breath and slows his heart rate. He regains control of his body, but is still filled with fear and adrenaline. Pietro crawls on his belly to his office door. He reaches up and pulls down on the handle. There's a slight click as the latch releases. He opens the door just a crack and peers out into the hallway. The flickering emergency lights illuminate the corridor for a few seconds at a time before plunging it back into darkness. There is no one in sight, but from around the corner, flashes of light from machine gun fire flickers down the hall. The screams of the workers at Site-22 are silenced. Pietro takes a deep breath and pushes the door open further. He crawls out of his office and starts moving away from the violence. Unfortunately, to get away from the mayhem, he must go deeper into the bowels of Site-22. The exit is the other way, but he is too scared to head towards the armed men. He stands up and brushes the dirt from his blue technician jumpsuit. The lights flicker off. The hallway goes dark. He reaches out his hands and comes into contact with the cool, damp wall. He feels his way down the corridor, swimming in darkness. After a few moments, the lights flicker back on. Pietro looks over his shoulder to make sure he is still in the clear. Standing at the end of the hall is a soldier dressed in all black with a mask covering his face. The soldier stands motionless. Pietro turns to face the soldier. His eyes open wide. His heart races. He can't breathe. The figure doesn't move. Then the lights flicker out again, and Pietro pushes off the wall and runs, blind in the darkness. He sprints as fast as he can, and suddenly, there's a loud crack.
What is that?
Whizzes by his head. He can feel
shit.
Barely misses his cheek. He continues to run. The lights flicker back on. He peers over his shoulder. Now there is an entire group of armed men pursuing him down the hallway, guns raised. He turns the corner of the hallway and proceeds down a set of stairs further into Site-22. At the bottom of the stairway, there is a short corridor with a door at the end of it. There's nowhere else to go. He pulls a key card out of his pocket and fumbles it. The card falls to the ground.
Of course he
Pietro
does.
bends down to pick it up, and as he leans over, a bullet whizzes past where his head had just been. The projectile embeds itself into the metal door. He scoops his keycard up off the ground and shoves it against the scanner. The door unlocks, and he dashes into the room. He quickly turns and shuts the door. It locks automatically. The last thing he sees is the assassins running towards the door. The lights flicker on in the room where Pietro stands. The room has only one door, no windows and no vents. It is completely isolated. In the middle of the room is SCP-5000. He knew there was an SCP in this room that was designated SCP-5000, but he never knew what it actually was. Here he is now, staring at it. a strange-looking mechanical harness hanging in the middle of the room. Suddenly, loud banging at the door fills the room. The armed men are trying to break in. It is only a matter of time before they pry the door open. With nowhere to go, Pietro Wilson knows that he is dead. He looks at SCP-5000 and shakes his head. "What do I have to lose?" he says out loud. "Only your life," a voice in his head responds. He walks over to SCP-5000 and pulls it down from where it is hanging. It is heavy. On the mechanical suit are symbols he does not recognize. The only thing he knows about the suit are rumors he's heard from others who work at Site-22. Supposedly, it first appeared in a flash of light in the containment chamber of a Keter-level SCP at Site-62C. The designation of this Keter was SCP-579. The only other thing that Pietro knows is that everyone at Site-62C was slaughtered when containment was breached. SCP-5000 was found deactivated next to a pile of bodies. He slips on the harness, and as if it has a life of its own, SCP-5000 begins to adjust itself to the exact dimensions of his body.
Oh, that's cool.
Grows and snakes across his skin, wrapping every appendage in armor. Then it begins to tighten. Pietro Wilson starts to scream as SCP-5000 envelops him. The suit rises up the back of his neck and encases his entire head, silencing his screams. The door to the room blasts open from a controlled explosion. As the dust and smoke settles, the masked men enter the room. Their flashlights move from side to side as they search for the elusive technician who had just entered. There is no one in the room. All that is there is an empty rack in the middle of the chamber. The men fan out, but there is no other exit. The room is just a solid square of concrete. They're baffled. "Where did he go?" one of them shouts. Pietro Wilson had blacked out from the pain of the suit attaching to his body. He comes to, still standing in the middle of the room. All around him are men in black combat.
He's invisible?
Searching for him. He holds his breath and closes his eyes, but the gunshots never come. He opens one of his eyes and looks around. Why haven't they killed me yet? He thinks. He slowly turns his head as men walk by him with their guns raised. He hears someone say, "Where did he go?" "I'm right here," he thinks. "Am I dead?" Pietro looks down to see that his entire body is contained within SCP-5000. He lifts his hand and waves it in front of his face. He is still clearly alive, but it seems as if the killers can't see him. He walks up to one of the mercenaries and waves his hand in front of the man's face. There is no reaction. "The suit made me invisible," he thinks. Pietro looks at one of the men to see if he can find out who they are and why they have killed everyone at the base. On the sleeve of the man's jacket are the words Zeta-19. He's never heard of Zeta-19 before, but they must be part of an organization
Neither have I.
trying to undermine the SCP Foundation.
Not that I
The men
think of.
continue to search the empty room.
It's been a while.
Confused as to where the technician went, Pietro weaves his way through the group of men and back out the door he had entered from. On his way through the wreckage that used to be a door, Pietro Wilson trips on some debris. He reaches out to steady himself, but he has fallen. He closes his eyes, knowing that as soon as he hits the ground, all of the men hunting him will be alerted by the sound of his fall. But the impact never comes. When Pietro opens his eyes, it is as if he is hovering just above the ground. He looks down at his feet. The toes of the suit are firmly planted on the floor, like powerful magnets on iron. SCP-5000 has prevented his fall and is holding him in place using the feet of the suit only.
That's cool.
He reaches out his hand and gently places it on the ground. He pushes himself up to a standing position. He turns to look back into the room. The men are still in there searching for him. Pietro makes his way back through Site-22. He walks by his office and proceeds towards the exit of the facility. As he passes the labs and other rooms at Site-22, all he finds is carnage. Everyone has been killed. An extra bullet has been placed in each person's head to make sure.
Jesus.
It seems that the only mission these men were on was to kill everyone and make sure they stayed dead. He continues towards the exit of Site-22 that is guarded by two men. As he approaches the two heavily armed men, Pietro makes sure to be as quiet as possible. This is not a difficult task, as the SCP-5000 has given him stealth capabilities. He notices that even his footsteps aren't giving off any sound. It is almost as if the suit is allowing him to glide across the floor. He is almost to the exit. Then he will be home free. He takes a deep breath, turns sideways, and squeezes past the two men guarding the doorway.
Does that kill anybody?
About to leave this nightmare behind, one of the guards turns unexpectedly. The man's shoulder runs directly into Pietro Wilson, throwing him off balance. He is knocked into the second guard. Both of the men scream, "What is that?" One of them shouts. They begin to raise their guns on the invisible object that just bumped into them. It's then that SCP-5000 takes over Pietro's body. The suit raises his arm and grabs one of the men by the throat. With a squeeze, the man's larynx is instantly crushed.
Yeah!
The suit twists slightly and snaps the man's neck. It turns to face the second man. Even the black mask the man is wearing can't hide the look of terror on his face. But Pietro has no control over what SCP-5000 is doing. He has never killed before. The suit launches Pietro's body into the second man, pinning him against the wall. It then grabs the
sound
mercenary's
effects
head and slams it against the concrete. Again and again and again.
Yeah!
The screams are silenced. The suit lets go of the man, and his lifeless body slides to the ground as Pietro backs out. When he regains consciousness, he's outside of Site-22, standing on top of a hill, looking down at the facility below. He looks at his hands, then at the rest of his body. He is still contained within SCP-5000. There is a flash of light, and a heads-up display comes on. He doesn't recognize any of the symbols, but as his eyes move from one area of the screen to the next, the symbols become highlighted. Before his eyes, certain symbols begin to translate into words he can read. One of the symbols now says, "Journal entry." Unsure of what else to do.
Oh, it's like an
Pietro
Iron
begins
Man
recounting what
suit.
happened to him at Site-22. He makes his way through the desert towards the nearest SCP Foundation safe house. He knows once there, he will be able to reach out to his superiors for help and further orders. Maybe he can even find a way to get SCP-5000 to release him. As he trudges along, Pietro Wilson notices that his brain is telling him he is thirsty, but the vitals on the suit's heads-up display say that he is in good health. In fact, he is better than good. His vitals are all perfect. The suit seems to be giving him all the nutrients his body needs. It has even fixed his busted knee that was injured back in college playing football. The joint itself has somehow been healed. Pietro finally reaches the safe house and opens the door.
Interesting.
It is quiet and dusty. It looks as if no one has been there in years. He walks over to the communication station and tries to contact the Foundation, but all he gets is static. He gives up and walks over to the TV. He pushes the on button. The screen hisses to life. What he sees causes his jaw to drop. The world is at war. A war between humans and monsters. Whatever happened at Site-22 also happened at other Foundation sites. The SCPs have been let loose.
What? Oh, dude, that sounds dope. Damn, is this a part 2? They didn't name it. Oh, they said why. The suit and why. Okay, so we might have to react to this next in another video, but oh, that sounds dope. Look, I'm not gonna lie. I love the Exploring series, but I love the pacing of animated stuff, like, you know, or like movies and stuff like that. I just love the pacing a lot better. I tried to watch, somebody told me to watch something about Dr. Bright, and it was, I'm not gonna lie, it was a really boring video. I forgot who did it. It was like Dr. Bright, hold on. Something about Dr. Bright. I tried to watch a funny video because it was a day I was having a pretty shitty day. Dr. Bright. It was like things this one right here by SCP Illustrated. It was boring. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry if you love this video. I know it's got a crap load of views, but reaction-wise, I was just like, it was kind of boring. So like I was like, damn. I don't know if any of these are better. I mean, like I said, SCP animated and stuff like that I think is pretty cool. I know some people are like, they leave out a lot of stuff. A lot of people said the rubber leaves out a lot of stuff. But I don't mind watching something and then getting a more in-depth review from, like, SCP, you know, the Exploring series and stuff like that. So, I don't know. I thought that was really cool. I thought that was awesome. Definitely want to learn more. So if you guys say, like, I should react to the next one, which is the why... I don't know if you guys have seen that. I would definitely check that one out as well. But, man, yeah, that whole war... now I understand why you guys were talking about I should react to all of these other things before I watch anything about SCP-5000, because there's a war going on. That is very intriguing. So is that where we're at currently? Like, in present-day SCP lore? Is there a war going on right now? Because that is hella intriguing. Because aren't they already working on, like, past 5,000 type SCPs? Anyways, that is very intriguing. I think that's awesome. Or is this completely made up by the creator here? I don't know. You guys let me know. But of course, if you guys want some more content, you can check out my TikTok, which has been doing very well over there. Go check it out. We've been gaining followers. It's been pretty cool. Also, if you guys want to help out with some merch, you can actually get yourself this merch right here, all over print. And it's very comfortable. It's, you know, getting kind of cold. Nice little fleece jacket right here if you want to check that out on the merch link in the description. And of course, if you guys have not come to the Twitch channel, check that out. And of course, if you guys love this video, if you like my reactions, please hit that subscribe button, give this video a like because it helps out the channel. As always, ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. I'm a daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another Juice Reacts video. In today's video, we are going back to the Exploring series because every time I go somewhere else, people are like, no, not this one. But today we're going to be checking out the SCP Foundation Dr. Bright. I've heard a lot about Dr. Bright. I know nothing about this person. So today, we're actually going to go ahead and check out and see what it's all about. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have not hit that subscribe button, please do so because we are nearing 6,000 subscribers. We're about 100 away right now. So please definitely do that if you enjoyed this video. And of course, give it a like because it helps out the channel. But right now, we're going to go ahead and react to the Exploring series, Dr. Bright. All right.
Throughout this series, we've discussed monsters, aliens, phenomena, apocalyptic scenarios, and multiple shadowy organizations. But we haven't really talked about the specific people that work for those organizations. Most of the material you read about a group such as the SCP Foundation contains scores of faceless doctors, agents, and D-class personnel. But there are sometimes notable individuals. What would cause someone to work and continue working for an organization like the SCP Foundation? What would that kind of work do to their psyche? This video will look at perhaps the most famous individual working for the Foundation, Dr. Jack Bright, as well as other members of his family involved with the group. Jack's parents, Adam and Evelyn, were working for the SCP Foundation sometime during the 1800s. Adam as a junior researcher, and Evelyn as a medical assistant. Although Adam was apparently one of the founding members of the Foundation.
Adam and Evelyn.
Together, they had 5 children.
Damn!
Mikkel,
got busy.
Jack, TJ, Claire, and Sarah. Sarah was still
super white names.
And Adam, desperate to bring her back to life, utilized several SCPs. One of these was SCP-590, TJ Bright, one of his sons. TJ was born with the incredible gift of being able to heal any injury or ailment, both physical and mental, that an individual might have, simply by touching them.
Mental?
The downside of this ability is that TJ receives the injury or ailment upon himself, experiencing all of the pain, after effects, and mental aberrations that the subject was experiencing.
Oh.
When he was young, he could choose to consciously activate this ability, but after puberty, it became an involuntary effect. In conjunction with other SCPs, Adam Bright used TJ's ability to bring his daughter back to life, but she was taken into Foundation custody immediately afterwards, and soon was designated SCP-321. TJ was also taken into Foundation custody because of this, becoming SCP-590. And by this point, Mikkel...
Wait. If he uses power to bring his daughter back to life... TJ, I'm assuming TJ, and we'll just... they didn't say what daughter, like Claire or something, whatever. Wouldn't TJ die? Because he takes on the pain or disease or whatever of the other person. So, shouldn't he be dead? How is he an SCP?
Was already working for them. SCP-321 was found to be capable of recuperating from any injury at 5 times the normal rate of a human, believed to be caused by an overabundant production of stem cells. Additionally, 321 has continually aged and grown since her rebirth, and is currently 3.1 meters tall, and weighs approximately 110 kilograms. She shows no signs of stopping growth, and at a certain point, her heart was reaching the limits of its circulation capabilities. An artificial heart was created and implanted into 321's body, allowing her continued growth and existence. Despite her age being at least over 100 at this point, her intellectual capabilities are similar to that of an infant, taking months to learn a simple task, and she's unable to speak more than nonsensical noises. After being taken into Foundation custody, her father, junior researcher Adam Bright, requested that she be removed from SCP status, but he was denied. Later, Personnel Director Adam Bright again requested she be removed from SCP status, and it was again denied. Much later, Site Director Adam Bright suggested that they can learn nothing more from SCP-321, and that her SCP designation be removed, but again he was denied. Finally, 05-12, Adam Bright made a note that SCP-321 is to be decommissioned and returned to her family immediately, but he was shut down for a final time. He was told that she was not now, nor has ever been, his daughter, and that if he attempted this again, the Council would remove him. In reaction to this, Adam Bright resigned from the O5 Council, an unprecedented action as it's typically a lifetime position. By this point, Mikkel Bright was also on the O5 Council, and Jack had moved up in ranks as well. At some point, SCP-590, TJ, had accumulated enough injuries to leave him bedridden and on life support, unable to breathe on his own.
I don't know how he didn't die.
A single dose of SCP-500 brought him back to full health, however, and his abilities are used on Foundation personnel of researchers and above, as an alternative to utilizing SCP-500. By the insistence of Jack, TJ was used to cure several cases of mental retardation, reducing him to the mental level of a 3-year-old. Jack likely did this to mentally protect his brother from understanding what the Foundation was doing to him. TJ now spends most of his time watching children's television shows and coloring, although he does have his moments of surprising lucidity.
That sucks.
Which brings us to Jack Bright himself, who followed in his parents' and brother's footsteps, and also joined the SCP Foundation. Claire, meanwhile, who possesses the ability to see into the future, would go on to join the Serpent's Hand, a counter-organization to the SCP Foundation focused on spreading awareness of the paranormal.
I like that.
Jack joined after his brother TJ went into Foundation custody, and became a junior researcher of good standing. He was eventually assigned to researching SCP-963, a white gold amulet containing a ruby surrounded by 13 diamonds. 963 was discovered in the apartment of an individual who apparently committed suicide, surrounded by supernaturally related books, and was brought into the Foundation.
Shut up, phone. Shut up.
It was found to be
Sorry, guys.
incapable of being damaged. Later that year, SCP-076, Abel, breached containment, leading to a large number of casualties. Dr. Bright happened to be walking past 076's containment unit at the time, transporting the amulet by hand, and was killed by Abel. A few days later, a D-class assigned to clean up the rubble picked up 963. A noticeable change went over the D-class, who began referring to himself as Jack Bright. Upon removal of the amulet from his possession, all of his higher brain functions ceased until the amulet was returned. Apparently, the individual that created the amulet hoped to gain immortality by binding his soul to the amulet so that he could possess whomever touched it. His ritual failed, however, due to the simple fact that he killed himself to initiate it, rather than being killed by some other force. Jack Bright activated the amulet correctly when he was killed while holding onto it, binding his soul to it. When the D-class picked it up, it overwrote his mind with the mind of Dr. Bright, including all of his memories. This allows Dr. Bright to be functionally immortal, as long as someone eventually touches the amulet, whether it be a human, or some other creature or animal.
Interesting.
Since the amulet is invulnerable to damage, the only way to prevent this would be to keep the amulet locked away. But since Jack Bright is a loyal member of the Foundation, he's allowed to continue to operate. However, there is a side effect of 963. If a subject maintains contact with the amulet for 30 days, their consciousness becomes a duplicate of Dr. Bright's, and removal of the amulet does nothing. since this would allow Dr. Bright to make potentially unlimited copies of his mind. Sanctions
Interesting.
were put into place to prevent this, although so far Dr. Bright has not attempted to break this rule. So far, Dr. Bright has found no way to release himself from 963, not for lack of trying. On the flip side, the Foundation actually spent some time trying to recreate 963, eventually resulting in 963-2. All information on 963-2 has been expunged, so it's unclear exactly what it does, but it's likely not good.
Interesting.
Dr. Bright has so far jumped between countless bodies, including male and female humans,
Giggity.
animals, and SCPs.
Animals?
While Dr. Bright's loyalty and intellect, combined with his immortality, have certainly been a benefit to the Foundation, it's also taken its toll on Bright's psyche. A tale that demonstrates some of the consequences of 963 is the executions of Dr. Bright, although keep it in mind it does take place in the Broken Masquerade canon, where information about anomalies is public. In it, Bright is part of a team operating in the Middle East, where they are suddenly captured by armed terrorists. They possess knowledge of Bright and 963, and proceeded to kill the team one by one. However, they started with Bright.
The guy looks like Conor McGregor.
Another member of the team, so that they were killing Bright each time. The rest of the team waited in horror as their associated minds were wiped and they were killed. The tale gives us a sense of how much Bright resents his condition, and in turn grows to hate himself. A consistent theme across a number of tales is Bright's deep-seated desire for release from 963, and his inability to do so. The tale Code Brown describes a Bright family reunion that occurs because of Claire's death while working for the Serpent's Hand. We see that the Bright family is large, including children, grandchildren, cousins, and so on. Practically none of them seem to get along very well. Mikkel seems to have fathered a large number of children in his younger days, now collectively known as the Unnumbered Brood. Evelyn, Jack's mother, also makes an appearance, and is said to sometimes be referred to as the Mother of Monsters, as she apparently spends her time creating creatures. It's clear that the Bright family is not a typical one, each with their gifts and quirks. Dr. Bright has developed a reputation over the years of being eccentric, to say the least, but it's fair to say that he hasn't had the most normal of lives.
No shit.
Between the tragedies associated with his family and his own unfortunate situation, Jack has suffered more than any one person should. He ultimately believes in the Foundation's methods and goals, despite what they've done to him and his family, and continues to work for them, becoming the site director of a number of sites. He so far has not reached the rank of 05, perhaps due to his mental state, or perhaps because the Council would rather not have what is technically an SCP sitting amongst them. I hope that this video has provided some greater degree of insight into the backstory of Dr. Bright, who is certainly not a normal member of the Foundation, but is nonetheless an integral part of it.
Interesting. So I've seen a lot of people in the comments have an issue when I just don't watch the end of the videos. Sometimes the videos end just like this. It's just credits. I don't know if y'all want me to read the endings or what the reason is, but I've seen some people get upset about that. They're like, why doesn't he finish the video? But anyways, Dr. Bright seems really interesting. I like the concept. Still kind of confused about the brother and sister, though, or his father using TJ to bring a sister back to life, and TJ just survives, but they said that he takes on that pain or trauma or whatever. You would think he would take on death. He would die for that. That's how I view it, and that's more than likely how it would happen in comic books in that sense. But I don't know. Feel free to correct me on that. But I do like the idea that his soul is bound to that amulet, or the whatever you want to call it. Sorry. that kind of gives me Doctor Who vibes, which is something that I have constantly referenced while talking about SCP, just because the Doctor, him or herself, can regenerate into male or female. And I think that's really cool. It seems like, you know, whoever touches this amulet turns into Dr. Bright, so it doesn't matter if they're male or female. An animal, apparently, and SCP, which is very interesting. Wouldn't you want to just throw that on, like, say, SCP-096 to control 096, or like those SCPs that can't be killed and stuff like that? Why wouldn't you just throw the amulet to that particular one? Is there instances where they've tried that and it's failed? I just figured that would be, you know, kind of a way to control those things in dire situations. If Dr. Bright is so, you know, loyal and stuff like that. I know that they said sometimes he can seem kind of, you know, on edge or whatever, but, you know, if he's never tried to duplicate himself like they said he could do, then, you know, why wouldn't you try it to take out some of those SCPs that you can't control? I don't know, just seems like an interesting theory or idea to mess around with. But that is going to be it for this video, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys enjoy this. Of course, if you did enjoy this video, please give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button, because we're almost at 6,000 subscribers on this channel, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate it. Of course, if you don't know, I did just start a gaming channel, so you can go check that out. It's only got one video on it, but there is a whole bunch of old content. I have a lot of old live streams on there. Speaking of live streams, if you want to check out the live stream, we will be streaming later tonight if you are watching this on Friday. Don't know what we're going to be playing on stream yet, but it will be a late stream starting at 12 p.m. Central Standard Time. A.M., my bad. But yeah, it's going to be a late stream. I have to work today. And of course, if you want some more funny content, go check out my TikTok over there. But as always, ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Find my daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Juice Reacts video. In today's video, we got a special surprise here because SCP Overlord has dropped. If you guys don't know, this is from the same creator, Evan, that I actually watched the Dollhouse video from, which was my first foray, if I don't know if that's the correct word, into the SCP universe. So I'm spitting all over the place. That's gross. We're gonna go ahead and jump right into this right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's react to it. It is 30+ minutes, so let's enjoy the ride together. Let's jump into it. Also, thank you for 6,000 subscribers. You guys are amazing. Let's do this. Retro Digital.
Everything I'm about to tell you is classified under a level 3 security clearance and is on a need-to-know basis. The man you're looking at is Ethan Pender, a figure within a New Age religious movement known as the New Transcendentalists. His farmstead has since become a commune for the primary thought leaders, with around 9 total members.
So, Mustache Man.
Suspected of organizing chemical attacks all across New England in the early 2010s. Additionally, there have been many strange disappearances loosely associated with the movement. All suspected, nothing confirmed. The past 3 months, there have been a dozen missing persons across Franklin, Berkshire, and Hampton with no clear offender, but given that this was happening in the cult's backyard, he and his friends are suspects. 12 hours ago, the Hampshire County Sheriff's Department received a call from a man they believed to be in danger. The caller refused to directly specify the threat until he handed this picture to the authorities. This sighting is presumed to be Sarah Morrison, one of 9 missing persons associated with the case. Our agent within the department informed us the moment this picture was secured and declared a state of emergency requiring immediate action. Any non-Foundation personnel who came into contact or heard mention of this photo has since been detained and given amnestic treatment. However, the clock is still ticking, and the Foundation has seen fit to sanction a raid on the Pender commune.
Your objective is to
hey!
any anomalous activity and secure the property for a containment team. Any persons on site are to be detained or neutralized in accordance with the ROE. If no anomalous activity is found, you will exfil an RTB. Epsilon 6 will be our primary entry and intercording team, while our friends from New 7 will provide the outer cordon, short-range artillery and air support, including ISR, which comms will be bouncing off of. New 7 will also fill our QRF alongside specialists from Zeta 9, U13, Beta 7, and Lambda 5. As always, Gamma 5 will be running interference to make sure this all stays under the radar. Any mission code ideas go on the whiteboard in the back. Any questions?
I'm loving these shots. Some of these are really good. Nice.
Kalinsky, anything. Sector 1-1 to Helios. We passed Ambrose. No sign of the civilian. Just a hole here now. No way to determine the depth. Over.
Roger that, 1-1. Proceed to next objective. Over.
Wilco, Helios. 1-1 out.
Alright, should have a good time with that. UGV should have picked this shit up way before we got here. Command's got some fucking nerve asking us to stick your nose in there. Comes with
How tall is this guy on the left?
We're gonna do it. Part of the job. I can see it, you know? You getting snatched up? Like out of a fucking movie?
Yeah, I mean, come on, it's never like
He looks like 4 foot.
Hold out your hand.
Telling you, Cicero, another day at the office.
About what? Any ideas on this shit? Maybe we're being invaded. Haji's learned to dig to America. Hey, Kalinsky, what's the scoop? Command get back to you about it?
What, the hole? Nothing yet.
Well, you're smart, right? What's your take on it?
I don't have one. We don't know enough. Any conclusion I would jump to would just be conjecture.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
If there's an answer, it's in that commune. We'll figure it out. Always do.
Yeah, I was hoping. What about you, Reyes? What do you think? I think you talk too much.
Command sending some mole rats over to have a look at it. Come on, let's get back in formation.
Watch your step, boys.
These guys seem pretty casual. I feel like... Would SCP actually let them go out there? The Foundation let them go out there dressed like that? I thought they were like all uniformed guys. I still haven't learned every faction and everything, by the way, in case you're new to the channel. I'm on my way through the SCP universe. Not yet lost. I like that. Props look pretty well done. Chad Mitchell Brown.
The fuck is this shit?
It would seem we're expected.
Wait, is that the guys? Oh no, there's girls there. I always love these extra little views. Satellite views are pretty fire. Oh, fire.
or you suffer unbearably damnation. Know then who is truly saved.
Damn, that's a lot more people than I thought. There's a shitload of people in this cast. Oh. Oh shit, I didn't see those people in the sky.
Helios, this is Sector 1-1. We've passed Poe. We've got eyes on multiple humanoid anomalies floating above the trees at the north side of the property. Please advise. Over.
Roger, 1-1. Maintain your course. The anomalies can be dealt with by QRF or the containment team after you've investigated the property. Over.
Understood. 1-1 out.
We good to go?
Affirmative. Get your men in position.
Fuck you. Sector 2, we're go ahead for inner cordon. Weapons free. Over.
But be afraid of the truly free. That's why.
2-1 in position. Over.
Just follow.
Roger 2-1. Sector 1 moving in for entry. Over.
To be strung up like the rest. But I know you all are somewhat anxious. Often when we've attained something, the fear of what is next. It is always the same. Once you are liberated, you are forced to ask who you are.
Didn't even look like they threw something in there.
Holding. Small room.
Small room left.
Coming out.
Clear.
With you.
Coming out.
Coming out.
Clear.
Talk, moving to second deck.
Oh.
Put your fucking hands in the air or you will be shot. Hands. Let me see your fucking hands. Do it. Do it now. Do it right fucking now. Don't you fucking do it.
Do it right now. Don't do it.
1-1 to Helios. We've got a bogey down on the second floor. Pushing
I know he was reaching for the gun, but...
It's Pender.
Should we call in a Casevac?
I'm not Bashan, but those were kill shots, bro. Best thing for him's a bag.
Fuck. 1-1 to Helios. Kingpin is dead. Over.
The hell was he up to? Looks like a ritual, I guess. Be nice if he didn't pull that fucking gun. Got a couple questions to ask.
Like how many guys he's got in the basement.
Push comes to shove, I can cut a hole in the floor, flush him out with gas.
Cross that bridge when we get there.
TL.
Hang on to that. Go check out Pender's office. Take Kalinsky with you.
Shot this guy, he still won't shut the fuck up.
Basement doors reinforced. Some of the numbers are fitted on the lock, so we can probably brute force it.
Let me have a look.
Damn, that's crazy. To find a location with something like that.
No. We need something heavy, and I don't want to risk damaging anything inside. Need a cutting torch for this one. That or, you know, find the code.
Helios, this is Sector 1-1. Basement is reinforced. Unable to secure it at this time. Over.
That's better.
It's always a laptop.
Looks like he was still writing.
Yeah? What's he writing?
The bridge over the horizon. Records on the last days of the new transcendentalist commune.
What the fuck could he mean by that?
Which part? Title's a novel worth of text.
The part about him knowing this group was coming to an end. Intel never said they were a doomsday cult.
Well, you're the field analyst. Figure it out. I'm just here to type. Sending this to command.
You know, I should have figured something was up.
Yeah? Why?
Well, he pulled a weapon on us.
Yeah, we kind of broke into his house, Kolinsky.
He could have figured us for cops. If we're going off his publicly available doctrine, there's no reason why he'd want to martyr himself. If he went to prison, he'd still be able to preach his ideology. That's what counts, right?
I don't know, bro. I just type.
Maybe they changed it at the last minute. Try Pender's birthday. I don't know. Try 1, 2, 3, 4.
No.
Any progress?
Negative. Hell, you smoked Pender.
Cicero did.
Nice. Would have been nicer if you didn't, you know. So he could have told us.
Just keep typing. Brace, keep a log of all the numbers you try. If all else goes to shit, we can call in a cutting torch.
Oh.
Hey, Kolinsky, come here. From the flash drive I found in his room.
Scepter 160 Helios, we've got a flash drive in here with a video file titled Play Me. Proceeding to open it, over.
Roger, 1-6, over.
If you are listening to this, I have either made the journey into our Lord's domicile, or I am dead. Lewis, my former colleague, has barricaded himself within the inner sanctum while I was lighting the effigy. This betrayal has struck me like nothing else in this world. However, I was not the first prophet to be betrayed by one so close to him. Maybe it was meant to be like this. Maybe this is the price I pay. To whom it may concern, you have made a mistake coming here. This is not your dominion.
Shit. Jensen.
What you got?
I just want to make sure I'm not the only one seeing this.
They're all just chilling.
Looks like there's some sort of invisible ink. Is it just infrared that's picking it up?
Negative. Jensen tried it with his nods to no effect. It's the camera, not infrared. Maybe that's the anomaly. Or part of it. Or a trick.
Helios, this is Sector 1-1. Requesting to use the camera to investigate the property. Over.
Helios, Scepter 1-1, stand by, over. Scepter 1-1, you may use the camera at your own volition, over.
Understood. 1-1 out. Good find, Kolinsky. Take it and report your findings to the talk. Jansen, give command control of the computer, then go with Kolinsky.
I want to see what's up with those people in the sky.
signs of movement 2-4, over.
That's such a weird way to hold a camera. Am I right? Who holds it like this? I'm sorry. It is though.
They're all over the place. Probably more outside, too.
Yeah, this is all very exciting, Kowinski.
Oh. Okay.
Claire?
Kowinski, what the fuck? I saw someone in here. It must have given us the slip. Sector 2, this is 1-6. Watch your sectors for a humanoid target moving away from the building. Over.
Roger 1-6, over. 2-1 to Helios. Any movement on ISR? Over.
Negative 2-1, over.
If they gave us the slip, Sector 2 would have caught him the second they jumped.
Oh!
I got it! Forward 1-4! Rashard, get up here! I'll swap with you, over!
That was gangster.
Move your arms! I can't see the wall! This is Sector 1-6. We have contact on the second floor of the target building. 1-1 is down hard. Over.
Roger 1-6, move 1-1 to secure location. Captain back is on the way. Sector 1-2, you're in charge. Over.
Understood. Over. He's not safe here. We have to move him. Get the fuck in here, Kowinski! Close it! Close the fucking door!
Got possible movement again from the north side. Anyone got eyes on?
Oh!
Oh, fuck! 2-1 is contact. 2-4 is down. Over. Sector 1, this is 2-1. I'm gonna reposition Sector 2. The inner cordon is compromised. Over.
Understood 2-1, over.
Sector 2 to all Sector 1 units. Do not exit the target building. Over.
Got it. Hold position. Over.
They're mole people. That's a terrible. He's dead.
What happened? I don't know. He was just standing there, and then he was bleeding all over the fucking floor, man. Call it in. Fuck. Sector 1-3 to Helios. 1-1 is KIA. Over.
Roger 1-3, over.
Use the camera. Oh, I'm shooting at that point. Fuck that. Oh! Oh, yeah! It worked!
Is he down? It's It's on the floor and it's not moving.
1-2 to all stations. Target down on 2nd floor. Over.
How are they invisible?
I don't envy you. Big shoes to fill.
I can do my job.
Yeah? So could he.
If there's another option besides that, you let me know.
Looks like the cultists got whatever it was they wanted. This complicates things.
So what the fuck's the move now?
Well, we know the reverse to bullets, so that gives us some options. Chemicals, maybe. Not saying it's for sure gonna work, but it's worth a try.
Okay, I'll request for QRF and some chemical mortars. Nothing lethal, just enough to knock out anything in the vicinity.
Good. Get me the fuck off this property.
We still have a job to do. We need to recce the basement so any QRF knows what they're getting into. There's also been a change in the ROE. If we make contact, we'll attempt a less lethal option first. If they don't respond to that, smoke them.
Better not drop that fucking camera, Kalinsky.
This is Sector 1-2, 5 for effect. Red 5, over.
5 for effect. Red 5 out.
Target Citadel 1, over.
Target Citadel 1, out.
Danger close, at my command, over.
Danger close at my command, out.
Send it.
Nice.
Kalinsky, get up here. Gas.
Oh, I hate that it didn't go off. Ooh. Nice.
1-2 to Helios. Target down on the 1st floor. Over. This is gonna take a bit.
Step aside. Look at me and tell me I am not the most valuable member of this team.
Fix your fucking seal, dude.
Didn't somebody try that earlier, though? Sus.
Jansen, get the door. On it.
Man's probably been dead a couple hours. Took himself out with these.
Check around the place for anything notable. I'm gonna look this guy over.
Turn on the lights. Well, it's nice that they got some kind of technology.
Got a recording here.
Play it back.
It's evil that they've brought here. And they're all mad now because of it. After they found that bas relief, everything changed. We'd found it deep in the dirt, next to some old tools. Someone, from a very long time ago, was trying to hide it away. I don't know what Father Bender thought he was worshipping, but it was never the salvation we were promised.
friends are gonna make any sense out of this.
This is all fucking gibberish to me, man.
Anyone else getting flashbacks to the Providence op? Bass relief, weird cold, same shit, right?
Maybe both groups found the same thing. Nothing's here like what the cult says publicly. It's like they did a complete 180, completely changed ideologies.
Yeah. Fuck it. Try anything once, right? Motherfuckers.
Oh!
Son, you got anything? What do you see?
Hassan! What the fuck is wrong with you? Hey! Put that fucking thing down, man!
What do you see? What's going on? Don't get near it. Nobody touch it.
Put it down!
Oh, fuck! 1-2 to Helios. Sector 1-4 is down. Over.
Kalinsky, get the camera.
Jesus Christ, Hassan. What the fuck?
1-2 to Helios. Target building is compromised. Requesting immediate exfil. Over.
Helios to Sector 1, QRF is 30 seconds out. Retrieve what intel you can and exfil from the property. Over.
Roger that. Over. Let's go!
Making our way outside. Headed north towards the tree line. Over. Roger, 1-2. We'll meet you there. Over.
Sorry we couldn't get here earlier. Containment brought up the specialists. Some of their tech might spot the targets, might not. You still got the camera on you?
Yeah, you want it?
That's affirmative. Pass it off and we can take it from here.
Roger. Kalinsky, bring up the camera.
Oh, shit.
Kalinsky? Kalinsky, what is it?
Wow. Okay, that's kind of a cool ending. I'm very curious on how they were invisible. That was cool though. Shout out to everybody that worked on this. Solid stuff, solid stuff. It got really good there towards the end. I liked it. I liked it. So I think this is all credits. This is all credits. It's already been a long enough video, so I'm going to go ahead and pause it there. Shout out to everybody that directed this. Again, this is the channel Evan Royalty, if you guys want to go check that out. But yeah, for the most part, this was really good. I liked it. I liked it. I will say, because like, obviously they're short films and stuff. I don't know. As an aspiring filmmaker myself, every time I watch a short film, I'm like, oh, they should have done that. They should have done this. They should have done that. It's a lot easier when there's hindsight. But for the most part, I like the props. I like the stuff they're doing. And yeah, I was very intrigued towards the end. I felt like the start was kind of slow. You know, it's just a lot of setup. Like, oh, let's walk through these fields. I feel like they could have cut some of that stuff out. But for the most part, like, once they got in the house, everything was pretty solid. And yeah, I would definitely want to see more, but it feels like that's what happens with these shorts. You know, they just kind of give you that little taste, and they're like, hey, go dive into the SCP universe. One question I do want to have for you, because this is Evan's second, maybe third, I don't know. I've seen 2 of them, but are these his own creations, or are they from the universe? Because he never has numbers. Or they, I don't want to assume. But they never have numbers on this, so I'm very curious on if this is just made up stuff, which I think is pretty intriguing if it is, because, you know, it's pretty solid. And if that's the case, does the SCP wiki or universe take these in and be like, yeah, we'll give them a number. Like, they assign them to him. Like, I'm very curious. But for the most part, thought this was awesome. That is my reaction for this video, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for anybody that hit me up and said, hey, you should react to this. I am actually subscribed to this channel, so I got the notification, but we don't upload on Saturdays or Sundays. So, yeah, that is going to be it. Of course, if you guys want any more content, you can check out my TikTok or come over and hang out on the Twitch stream. And, of course, if you guys enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button. We just crossed 6,000 subscribers. I really appreciate it. You guys are amazing. But, as always, ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember, you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. I'm a daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Juice Reacts video. In today's video, we are checking out another SCP faction called the Chaos Insurgency. Now, before we start, I do want to say if the audio is messed up on the video or my microphone, I apologize in advance. I updated my PC with a whole bunch of stuff yesterday, and in just perfect PC fashion, everything's fucked up. So, yeah, I don't know. I try to put everything back to normal. Things look different, so I'm just like, so yeah, if it's messed up, I apologize in advance. But we are going to go ahead and keep reacting to SCP Universe stuff, and we're going to jump right into it with this video from the Exploring series called the Chaos Insurgency. And of course, if you've been enjoying these videos, please give them a like and hit that subscribe button because 86% of you are not subscribed to the channel. But let's go ahead and jump into it right now.
The Chaos Insurgency.
Oh.
So far in this series, we've discussed inexplicable phenomena
and
the people that contain them,
reminded
destroy them, worship them, and even sell them. But we haven't discussed many instances in which normal humans attempt to weaponize the anomalous.
Got the yawns.
It's probably pretty clear
early
at this point that if groups such as the SCP Foundation, the GOC, or even Marshall, Carter, and Dark wanted to use SCPs instead of containing, destroying, or selling them, the results could be pretty devastating. Well, of course, there is a group that wants to do exactly that, utilizing whatever anomalous items they can to achieve their goals. And they go by the name of the Chaos Insurgency.
Nice.
Like the rest of my summaries of different groups of interest, this video won't be completely comprehensive, but it should provide a good look at the insurgency. The Chaos Insurgency's history starts in 1924, when the O5 Council of the SCP Foundation formed an elite covert special task force comprised of agents known for their unflinching loyalty to the Council. The purpose of this task force, codenamed Insurgency, was to carry out certain missions that required ethically questionable methods and with politically unsavory results in secrecy in order to maintain the reputation of the Foundation. To further this objective, the Insurgency were branded as defectors from the Foundation, with only the Council knowing the truth as the task force carried out their wishes for 24 years.
Interesting.
In 1948, however, the lie became reality, as the supposed defectors became actual defectors. The task force carried out multiple raids on Foundation facilities, stealing certain SCPs with high research and military potential, as well as transporting dozens of other defecting personnel with them. The task force caused severe casualties in the process, and the O5 Council had a new problem on their hands, with no clue as to what caused the loyal agents to betray them. So, why did the Insurgency betray the Foundation? And why do they continue to use SCPs? The lack of canon kicks in here, and so really the answer is unknown, but there are always theories. A basic theory is simple personal gain. Greed and the lust for power drew the group into utilizing powerful anomalies
to hold
kill,
Leon,
steal, and amass control.
It's really early, guys. I apologize.
This theory at least fits in with the chaos portion of their name. If supernatural terrorist doesn't sit right with you, though, there is a theory that they actually wish to help humanity, but don't think the Foundation or the GOC are going about it the right way. To make a nerdy reference, much like Boromir wished to use the One Ring to save Gondor, the Insurgency could wish to use SCPs to save the world rather than destroying them or
I'm up
keeping
before
them
my
contained.
alarms. That's what I know. It's
Other theories claim that the Insurgency doesn't want anything for the world other than chaos.
Chaos!
Whatever the case, the Chaos Insurgency, much like the rest of the groups of interest in the SCP universe, are shrouded in mystery. Let's look at a few SCPs then to learn more about how the Chaos Insurgency operates. SCP-884 is a small handheld mirror that when used while shaving causes the subject to fail to perceive the removal of hair, leading them to continue shaving an area over and over. 884
That's
was in
gross.
Foundation custody until an Insurgency defector working for the Foundation urged them to relocate the object to a safer location, which led to a raid by the Chaos Insurgency, resulting in the theft of 884. After
would
the
you use that
defector
for,
was
though?
executed, the Foundation led a number of raids on Chaos Insurgency storage locations, where they recovered 884 and found that the Insurgency had set up several extensive experiments related to it. Although the Foundation found the tests to be meaningless, the Insurgency attacked again, failing to steal 884, but the Foundation, curious as to why they would be so interested in such a benign SCP, continued experimenting on it. After 2 years of testing,
Oh,
we
that looks
learned
cool.
from an agent embedded in the Insurgency the real story. SCP-884's real effect involves infecting those who have been exposed to it with a symptom they call doubt. The effect takes years to develop, but individuals with the symptom begin doubting themselves and their actions, starting with just rechecking things such as locked doors, but eventually leads to a struggle to make simple choices, and eventually a failure to make decisions of any kind, easily leading to death. The Insurgency's plan then was simply to get the Foundation as interested as possible in 884, causing it to affect far more personnel than it normally would have.
That's smart.
It's believed that thousands of Foundation personnel were infected by the object, far more than the Insurgency lost in the process. Essentially, the Foundation played themselves, and it shows that the Chaos Insurgency aren't a bumbling crew of inept fools. This, of course, wasn't the only time that the Insurgency utilized an anomalous object to trick the Foundation. SCP-1316 is a female house cat with the appearance of a 3-month-old kitten, despite being in Foundation custody since 1948. And so its anomalous property is that it doesn't age.
Is it immortal?
This is what the Foundation believed until a raid by the Chaos Insurgency led to the theft, destruction, or disappearance of a number of SCPs. In the aftermath, the Foundation performed a routine scan for any bugs or hidden surveillance items in the site, discovering that SCP-1316 was regularly broadcasting a signal every day for 5 minutes. The signal consisted of an artificially generated female voice reading a series of numbers, and that transmission was able to be picked up by any standard shortwave radio. The Foundation quickly cracked the number code, deciphering messages transmitted by 1316. The day after the raid, it transmitted that the operation was successful and requested further orders or extraction. From then on, it transmitted that the Foundation was growing suspicious, confining it to a single room, and then moving it to a new site entirely. Finally, it transmitted that the Foundation knows about its true purpose, and it requested immediate extraction. 2 days later, with no response, it transmitted its last message, saying, "There is no extraction, is there?" Since then, 1316 has not transmitted any more broadcasts, and so the Foundation keeps it confined and feeds it twice a day.
What?
Perhaps one of the most successful intrusions into the SCP Foundation by the Chaos Insurgency is SCP-1275, to the point of the Foundation is still not sure the Insurgency is behind it. 1275 is a fluid, amorphous entity capable of changing its volume, shape, color, and opacity. It can flatten and shrink itself to a small enough size to squeeze through even minor flaws in a seal thought to be airtight, and can grow large enough to envelop people or larger objects.
Oh.
If left alone, 1275 will seek out classified documents, SCPs, or Foundation personnel and envelop them. Once enveloped, 1275 will begin to rapidly decrease in size, and the enveloped object will disappear, apparently transporting it to an unknown location. Alternatively, 1275 is capable of disgorging foreign objects originating from an unknown location, including explosives, weaponry, anomalous objects, and hostile agents, in order to assist in breaching its containment. It's unclear if the object possesses its own intelligence and or is being controlled by an outside force, but it is actively hostile to the Foundation and their operations. As of now, the object is contained in the Gobi Desert, in a tungsten cube filled with an electrified wire lattice and molten lead, and is under constant surveillance. 1275 is believed to be responsible for the disappearance of over 20 different SCPs across 10 different facilities over the course of 18 years, along with at least 49 personnel.
That's pretty cool.
As readers, we get the benefit of knowing the Chaos Insurgency is somehow responsible for controlling this entity, but the Foundation is still trying to figure that out. Most SCP reports that mention the Chaos Insurgency, however, only do so in passing. Objects are often recovered from raids on insurgency storage locations or bases of operations, and occasionally the insurgency will launch raids in return to steal SCPs. It's easy to assume that the insurgency commits similar operations on other groups, like the GOC or Marshall Carter and Dark. There are plenty of different tales related to the Chaos Insurgency, some painting them as villains, others as rogue heroes, but the common theme is that they are a fly in the ointment. The Chaos Insurgency are blank enough that you can fill in the gaps in the motives yourself. Some discuss the rumors that the insurgency use their power to take over small third-world towns and use the populations as fodder for experiments, like D-Class. Others say the insurgency is actually guided by an anomalous power beyond our comprehension, and they alone can take steps to preserve humanity. I'm not here to say one is right and others are wrong, but like many aspects of the SCP universe, the stories are fluid. At the very least, though, the Chaos Insurgency are one of the few groups with the knowledge, capabilities, and willpower to use the anomalous to achieve their goals, whatever they may be. So, feel free to make up your own mind, and make sure your cat isn't working for the insurgency.
So, I like the idea that there's an SCP behind the insurgency. I like that idea. Just because, I don't know, is there an SCP out there that, you know, telekinesis, can mind control, can kind of do that kind of stuff? If so, what number is that? Because I think it'd be really interesting to find characters that could do that, or, you know, maybe read your mind and make you think things that you want to think, and it controls you that way. I don't know. I find that really very, very, very interesting. So I think that'd be kind of cool. Although I do like that they're not just like dumb people trying to destroy the world. They do seem pretty intelligent, as in they know things about SCPs maybe even the Foundation doesn't know, which it makes it even more intriguing if it is an SCP behind it, because then there could be an SCP that is able to control other SCPs. So, yeah, I don't know. I really like that concept of the Chaos Insurgency. But I do enjoy that they're probably just an intelligent group of bad guys, depending on how you want to view them. But, yeah, I don't know. I thought that was pretty cool. I apologize again if the audio or anything really sucks. And for my phone going off like 5 times. Like, I don't know what whatever. But that's going to be today's video, ladies and gentlemen. I'm enjoying this. Am I good enough to watch 5,000 now? Because everybody is like, you check out Chaos Insurgency. Is there anything else I should watch? And a lot of people keep saying Dr. Bright. Do I need to watch that before or after? I'm just very curious if I can just go on to 5,000 now. You let me know in the comment sections down below. Guys, if you want any more content, you can check out my TikTok or come over and hang out with us on twitch.tv/juicefromthebox. Links in the description to those things. Of course, you want to buy yourself some merch, which there's a lot of good stuff in that store. Go check out my store. But of course, if you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button because it helps out the channel. But as always, ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning and ask yourself something. I'm a daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another Juice Reacts video. In today's video, we are continuing our exploration through the SCP universe and the Foundation in general. And today we are checking out the Church of the Broken God by the Exploring series. Now, a bunch of people have been telling me to watch this and then Scarism or something. I don't know, something like that, something along those lines. And then I gotta watch a few other things before I should check out SCP 5,000. Apparently that particular SCP has a bunch of these different things interweaved that's really good, so that I should just check it out. So I'm totally down with it, so I'm going to continue my way through this, and then we're going to watch SCP 5,000, and then we'll get back into just jumping around and doing a whole bunch of other ones. But before we jump into today's video, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say thank you for everybody that's been subscribing and getting us down to 88% subscribed. But I will say, if you're not subscribed right now, please do it, because we're getting near 5,000 subs here on this channel, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for all of this. One thing I used to do on my other channel, which was my main channel that has a lot more subscribers, I used to do Q&As at 5,000 subs. Every 5,000 subs, I did a Q&A. If you guys would be interested in me doing a Q&A, let me know. If you don't give a shit, maybe I'll do a live stream. Maybe I should do like some live stream at some point, because I have been thinking about a live stream to where I actually just live stream and then you guys help me pick my wait list or watch list of what I should watch going forward. Because yeah, I'm just constantly just picking them from freaking comments and stuff. But that's an option. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the Church of the Broken God right now.
The Church of the Broken God. The SCP universe is filled with countless anomalous objects, creatures, and phenomena.
Yes.
And it's only logical that there would also exist religions based around these strange and inexplicable concepts.
Yeah, I agree.
While most religions are focused on the idea of one or more deities and their role in the life and afterlife of humanity, the Church of the Broken God believes in a very different perspective.
Oh.
This video will provide a brief summary of the currently known information related to the Church, but due to the lack of canon within the SCP universe, much of this is subject to interpretation or change.
Ooh.
To put it simply, the Church of the Broken God believes that their
cool.
deity, an entity known as Meccan, has been disassembled, shattered, or otherwise broken. Their goal, and the focus of their centuries of effort, is to reassemble Meccan using a number of anomalous technological objects. To explain what happened to Meccan and why they wish to rebuild him, we have to look back to their beliefs on the origin of life. In the beginning, there were two gods: Meccan, the god of metal, machines, and intelligence, and Yaldabaoth, the goddess of flesh and animal instinct. It is said that Yaldabaoth is responsible for creating mankind, giving them their form and their instincts, but Meccan is responsible for giving us our intellect.
Okay.
In time, humanity progressed, creating continually greater technological marvels and becoming more and more civilized. This pleased Meccan, but greatly upset Yaldabaoth, as humanity was discarding their basic animal instincts. Yaldabaoth turned on humanity, wishing to turn them back into the wild animal she had first created, but Meccan stepped in to stop her. Knowing that a continual battle between two gods would have dire consequences, Meccan instead sacrificed himself, shattering his own body in order to use it as a great cage. Meccan's body encased Yaldabaoth, silencing both deities. Pieces of Meccan's body scattered across Earth, and fragments of Yaldabaoth began to trickle out of the cage. the followers of Meccan began spreading their religion and set out to gather what pieces of Meccan that they could find. They had two primary goals. One was to reform Meccan, the broken god, and two was to oppose the followers of Yaldabaoth, known as Sarkics. Sarkics deserve their own video to cover their history.
That's what it
which
is.
is even more muddled than the Church of the Broken God. But notably, they believe in the alteration of their human forms to achieve godhood, and they practice human sacrifice, ritual cannibalism, and the worshipping of disease. The distinctions between the two cults are obvious, with the Mechanites believing they need to cast off their human nature with technology to achieve perfection, and Sarkics believing the opposite, that humanity and the Earth need to embrace their basic human nature, eschewing objective morality. It's believed that Sarkics wish to prepare the planet for the inevitable return of Yaldabaoth, and they primarily hope to achieve this using SCP-610, known as the Red Death, or the Flesh That Hates.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
SCP-610 is a highly contagious disease that rapidly transforms and takes over its host, forcing the host to spread the disease as much as possible.
That looks gross.
610 will infect any living organism nearby, and also will continue to spread fleshy growths in order to create an area hospitable for continued infection. Left unchecked, 610 would easily spread across the planet, but the SCP Foundation, the Church of the Broken God, and other organizations have managed to keep it contained so far. Before the Foundation, however, it was left to just the followers of Meccan to oppose the Sarkics, and this opposition most notably culminated in the War of the Flesh in the Late Bronze Age, and centered around the regions of Greece. The Sarkics fought by transforming themselves into abominable monsters, and with tremendous flesh beasts, as well as spreading disease and infection across the land, primarily the Red Death. The Mechanites fought by augmenting their bodies with metal and technology, and crafted weapons capable of widespread destruction. They also made great walking titans, piloted by 6 individuals.
I feel like, because they said Greece, right? I'm terrible at geography, but Rome is in the vicinity. And I feel like you could have, because like there's all this, I mean, in Greece, Greek mythology and all that jazz, you have all of these like cyclopses and stuff. You could have easily entwined that into the lore of this. You know what I mean? If you've ever played Assassin's Creed Odyssey, there was a lot of that. Like you could have intertwined the Sarkics or whatever being the crazy monsters, and the Church of the Broken God being the warriors that fought them. Although they're just putting them in mechanized suits. But, you know, if you wanted to intertwine some more stuff, I just think that's what you could have done. Sounds
with
possible.
Weapons capable of launching fire, or even warping reality nearby. One of these colossi is currently contained by the Foundation in disrepair, designated SCP-2406.
That looks cool.
Shows signs of damage from some sort of anomalous organism. The war between the two groups raged on for some time, although most details have been lost, but both sides suffered massive losses throughout the war. Finally, the Mechanites managed to storm the final Sarkic stronghold in the Aegean, a massive organism that they used as a temple. Knowing their defeat was imminent, the priests residing there summoned the Red Death, and also performed a rite that would preserve the large organism so that it could be resurrected later. This organism is also contained by the Foundation, designated SCP-2095. With the Mechanites allied with the various Greek city-states, the war continued, but both sides soon became unable to sustain their efforts, and eventually both the Sarkics and Mechanites faded out of public view, and the world moved on.
Mechanites. I said Church of the Broken God.
The continued history of the Sarkics past this point is largely meant for another video, but the followers of Meccan would eventually fade away, with the remnants forming into the organization we now know as the Church of the Broken God.
Oh, there you go.
The current Church of the Broken God is splintered into 3 main factions, which supposedly share a strong animosity for one another. The principal faction, known officially as the Broken Church, is led by an individual known as Robert Bumaro, and largely follow the same tenets of their forefathers. The Cogwork Orthodox Church, adhere to a technological style in line with the Industrial Revolution, transforming their bodies using cogs, gears, and steam-powered machines. They believe in remaking themselves in the image of Meccan, and utilize mechanical mass production as a form of prayer. The Church of Maxwellism is on the other end of the spectrum, focused on
Maxwellism.
modern computers, digital networks, and advanced cybernetics. They believe that humanity must be completely connected via a massive digital network, forming something akin to a hive mind, so that the combined will of mankind can restore their deity. There are currently a number of anomalous objects contained by the SCP Foundation that are believed to be parts of the Broken God, and likely a number that are not yet known to the Foundation. SCP-1139, known as the Broken Tongue or the Broken Voice, is a metallic block that causes people in a radius around it to forget their known languages, and instead comprehend a new shared language.
Oh.
SCP-813,
That sounds interesting.
known as the Broken Eye, is a glass sphere that causes small slivers of glass to enter people's eyes, and it's believed that the sphere uses these shards to see through people's eyes in order to find the other missing sphere.
Ow.
SCP-217,
That just
said to be the Broken
makes
God's
me want to rub my
blood,
eye.
or ichor, is a virus that can affect all animal life, including humans, and converts their bodies into a form of organic metal. This converted material resembles metal, leather,
Is that a dog?
rubber, glass, wood, etc., but is still organic material, carrying the subject's DNA. It is said that Robert Bumaro, head of the Broken Church, willingly infected himself with the virus, and has been fully converted. Other SCPs are related to the Church of the Broken God, whether supposed parts of Meccan or otherwise, but one of the most notable is SCP-882. 882 is a massive assembly of random machine parts, such as gears, pulleys, screws, and so on, that are ordinarily in continual motion through unknown means, and also seem to telepathically urge nearby individuals to bring metal to it so that it can grow larger. 882 is said to be the heart of the Broken God, but one of the proposals for SCP-001 describe an event that shine a new light onto this concept. The event described occurred in Mexico in 1942, in which a number of members of the Church of the Broken God managed to bring together multiple anomalous objects, causing them to form into a massive mechanical entity. This entity ravaged across the country, consuming everything in sight in order to grow larger, and seemed to be actively seeking out other anomalous objects.
That's cool.
Another SCP, number 2399, appeared to destroy the mechanical entity, carving out the Gulf of California in the process. The Foundation cleaned up the mess, leaving the inactive core at the bottom of the ocean. The
California
heart
doesn't
of the Broken
exist?
God, SCP-882, was taken into containment. But later interviews revealed that this heart was in fact manufactured by another organization.
That's
a
crazy.
factory, and was not a part of Meccan. It seems that certain higher-ranking individuals in the church, primarily Robert Bumaro, who was not yet the leader, could not locate the heart of Meccan, and instead had one made so that they could forcefully rebuild their god. This corrupted heart, 882, caused the entity to go mad, and the whereabouts of Meccan's actual heart are unknown, at least according to these documents. Finally, there is SCP-2217, which is a beach on an island in Greece, meant to function as a form of workshop for the Broken God, that will assist his followers in fighting the Sarkics and SCP-610, the Red Death. This is revered as a holy site by the Church of the Broken God.
What if normal people hang out on it?
And it's likely the place where Meccan would finally be properly reassembled to fight the Second War of the Flesh. It's believed that a massive apocalyptic outbreak of SCP-610 will occur on December 31st, 2019, and the Foundation are currently working with the Church, as well as the Horizon Initiative and the Global Occult Coalition in order to prevent or prepare for this event. So that's largely the current story as we know it, although there are documents that contradict certain elements of this video, And as the SCP universe has no canon,
Does that look like a
you're free to think what
Decepticon?
you want about the Church. If you do follow this canon, however, then you can see how the Church of the Broken God, originally presented as a mysterious enemy of the Foundation that wished to recreate a powerful entity for unknown purposes, is now working with the Foundation. Well, it's completely up in the air exactly what will occur in the future in regards to this supposed war for the sake of the Earth. The mythology and conflicts between the Sarkics and the Church of the Broken God have certainly been one of the most interesting facets of the SCP universe.
Interesting. Just gonna throw this out there for long-term booking, as they call it in the wrestling world, or just in writing in general. Apart we are broken, but united we are gods. That's a good quote. Okay, what was I gonna say? Oh, SCP-10,000 should be this war. I don't know if that's gonna create a new SCP. I don't know what to expect in 5,000. I guess we'll find out more. Unless 5,000 is the war, which I guess could make sense, especially if this was done a long time ago. But if they haven't done the war, then 10,000. I think would be a great time to do that, because it's a big round number. And you can kind of look through everything that's happened and kind of make something happen there. But yeah, anyways, this was cool. I love these little factions and religions and stuff that are in universes. I've always had this weird fascination with religion in other types of media, whether it's good or bad. I think it's really interesting. But yeah, I'm really digging this. I really like this idea that this thing makes you forget your language and you're all like linked to one particular language. This hurt my eye. Just thinking about something going in my eye just makes me want to twitch. Cause like, have you ever just seen something go in somebody's eye? Oh, you know, it just doesn't, I'm like Rachel Green from fucking Friends in that one episode. But yeah, I don't know. This is fire. Obviously, I will be looking at the, see, this is what I hate about reacting, like right away. Sarkics, there you go, Sarkics, right? I forget names like that. Like, and I feel like people are like, this guy doesn't learn. No, it's just, if you've never done a reaction before, you're taking in so much information, and then I feel like it goes out of your brain like that. I constantly have to watch videos again or read more material to like solidify everything. But yeah, I don't know. I'm enjoying this, so we'll be watching the Sarkics video next. And then, am I good enough to watch 5,000? Let me know in the comment sections down below about that, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm enjoying this. SCP, always good stuff. But of course, if you guys have not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. We're getting very close to 5,000. Again, let me know what you would prefer. Would you prefer like a Q&A kind of video? Or should I just do a live stream and we just talk about a whole bunch of different things? I feel like people might enjoy a live stream a little bit more. I don't know. We'll kind of decide when we get there. But yeah, of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have not checked out my TikTok, go check that out, because I post a lot of silly content over there. I uploaded a couple videos yesterday. And if you want to come hang out on the Twitch stream, definitely come hang out on the Twitch stream. Hit that follow button and turn on notifications so you don't miss when we go live. But that is going to be it for today's video, ladies and gentlemen. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning, ask yourself something about my daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to a Juice Reacts video. Sorry, today we're checking out another exploring series video. We're continuing this like foundations in SCP, and today we're checking out Sarkicism. I think that's how you say it. We're gonna be checking that out today because again, we're leading up to SCP-5000. A lot of people have been talking about. They're like, check that out, but you need to learn about all these other foundations first, or organizations. And so we're gonna be doing that, and we're checking it out from the Exploring series. And of course, before we jump into this, if you guys have not hit that subscribe button, what are you waiting for? 88% of you guys are not subscribed. Why? Oh, why? Oh, why? Do it. Or don't, but it would be really nice. You know, it's kindness goes a long way. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump into this video right now.
Sarkicism.
Sarkicism.
The
Hey, what's
nature
up with
of
that
belief
angel girl over
and
there?
faith is certainly a powerful
Sup?
one, regardless of the concept of a deity or deities, but even just looking at the power, control, and influence that believers can possess. From the widespread influence of the Vatican to the utter control of a small cult leader,
The Vatican.
faith has been a prominent aspect of our species for thousands of years. We've already looked at one religion in the SCP universe, the Church of the Broken God.
Yep.
But now we'll discuss their counterpart, the Sarkic cults. Sarkicism is another very large topic within the SCP universe, and this would be a very long video if I tried to cover it all. So let's just try and get a good idea of what Sarkicism is, and why it has its followers. Sark means flesh in ancient Greek, which summarizes the overall belief system of the Sarkites, which is diametrically opposed to the Church of the Broken Gods theology based on technology. In fact, most Sarkites don't actually refer to themselves using the term Sarkic, as the term was an insult created by the Church of the Broken Gods' predecessors. That is not to overemphasize the Sarkites' opinion of the Church, as it is believed that while the Church views the Sarkites as a sort of biblical foe, the Sarkites seem to view the Church as simply another obstacle. The Sarkic cults are generally divided into two different factions that operate in vastly different ways, but follow mostly the same set of beliefs. The Proto-Sarkic cults are those found in small, isolated communities across Europe and
The hell
Asia.
is that?
These communities are usually poor, superstitious, technophobic, and generally hostile to any outsiders.
Are those animals or like
The
dead people?
Neo-Sarkic cults, on the other hand, are found in much more urban environments and can be difficult to differentiate from other wealthy city dwellers. They are usually upper class, coming from affluent families, and with no apparent objections to technology and modern life. Both cults, however, believe that one of the main concepts of Sarkicism is that one can achieve apotheosis, that is, becoming a god. It's generally accepted that Grand Karcist Eon, the founder and prophet of the Sarkic cults, did become a god through some sort of interaction with the primordial goddess, Yaldabaoth. Proto-Sarkites believe that in time, Eon will eventually provide them with godhood, and Neo-Sarkites believe that it must be obtained through willpower, and they must one day usurp Eon.
Ooh.
This will-to-power concept is prevalent in Neo-Sarkites, and a common proverb says to do as you will,
reminds me of The Village,
to whom you will, as
the movie.
desire is the measure of all things. Both cults believe in the idea of sacrifice, but here they differ greatly, as Proto-Sarkites believe in the sacrifice of oneself for the benefit of the many, and Neo-Sarkites instead believe in the sacrifice of the many for the benefit of oneself.
Ooh.
Either way, belief in cycles of destruction and regeneration is paramount to the Sarkic faith. Both cults often practice ritual cannibalism, human sacrifice, the worship and spread of contagions, and bodily augmentation. Grand Karcist Eon founded the Sarkic cults nearly 4,000 years ago, somewhere in western Siberia. The Sarkic timeline is muddy, even their recent history, but it's believed that Eon was born to a Davite mother and a slave father, as the Davites referred to him as a half-breed. Eon was a slave for much of his youth in the city-state of Adatum, possibly serving under an alchemist or priestess, until he led a slave revolt against the Davites. During this time, Eon demonstrated great power over organic flesh, both his own and others. Examples of this include transforming his hand into some sort of wolf jaw, capable of ripping through a metal jail cell, forcing others to act against their will, such as causing men to throw themselves on their spears, and could also gift these powers and other physical augmentations onto his followers. During this revolt, Eon was aided by 4 disciples, known as the Clavigar in the Sarkic faith, who would go on to be essentially saints. It's unclear how exactly Eon gained his abilities, but it somehow involves Yaldabaoth, a god or goddess believed by the Sarkites to be responsible for creating the universe, possibly through the process of giving birth to other gods, and then devouring them and exhaling the remains. Neo-Sarkites revere this god, but Proto-Sarkites seem to regard it as the enemy of all living things. Yaldabaoth is also joined by 6 other entities, known as Archons,
Is that
which
what the
are
dots
described as manifestations of primordial chaos.
There's 6 dots.
It's said that Eon endured 6 trials given by the Archons, which allowed him to break free from the bondage of mortal limitations. In one text, Eon claims to have murdered Death herself and read the entrails of the Creator. Regardless of how Eon managed to become godlike,
that looks dope.
His slave revolt conquered the Davites, forcing them to recede, and the Sarkites built a number of cities, largely composed of organic material. The Sarkic civilization experienced its golden age and spread across Eurasia, with their capital being the converted kingdom of Adytum. Their civilization eventually spread into the Mediterranean, establishing a foothold here and colonizing the various islands. It was here where they would encounter the real resistance, however, as the Mechanites, the precursors to the Church of the Broken God,
we learned about that
would rise up against them alongside other civilizations. This massive war involved anomalous technology, huge colossi, monstrous abominations, and 20 to 30 million casualties. The war ended with really no winners,
got
as
arms
the Sarkic
growing out of his
Empire
pee-pee
broke
hole.
apart and went into hiding, leading to a division in culture and theology. The Mechanites dwindled and eventually became the Church of the Broken God, and the devastation led to the collapse of the Bronze Age. Sarkicism would continue to live on in small communities throughout Eurasia, and their belief systems would slowly differ. At this point, it's completely unknown what happened to Grand Karcist Eon, and the Foundation is currently not even sure if he ever existed at all. Eventually, certain Sarkites would become intertwined with some noble courts, acting as advisors or court magicians, teaching the lords and ladies about alchemy, astrology, and the occult, while spreading belief in Sarkicism. These courts would become Sarkic great houses, practitioners of Neo-Sarkicism that follow their own interpretation of the religion. Both Proto-Sarkites and Neo-Sarkites would maintain their numbers through generations of inbreeding, avoiding genetic defects through Sarkic rituals, and Sarkites have shown vastly lower mortality rates compared to normal populations. Both groups also adhere to a strong belief in secrecy, whether through mistrust or necessity, and so Sarkicism is largely unknown to the wide world. So, most Sarkites present a dangerous threat to the current world order, as the Foundation considers their speculated goals to be fairly apocalyptic in nature, although not all Sarkites are dangerous, such as SCP-2815, a village of inbreds that give out human flesh disguised as fruit that for some reason is safe to eat.
Ugh.
They also donate organs and blood grown from a tree to local hospitals.
That's nice.
Sadly, however, these benign examples are few and far between, and we're left mostly with highly anomalous and dangerous entities. I would be doing many of these SCPs a disservice by only quickly summarizing them here instead of giving them their own videos, but I'll provide a few examples.
Resident Evil Lickers.
SCP-2480 is one of the more notable ones, a dimensional anomaly located in a town in Massachusetts. The anomaly is causing Sarkite monstrosities to bleed into our reality, either from another dimension or another timeline. The GOC and the Foundation are currently working together to contain the situation, but this is connected with another SCP located in Romania, SCP-2191. Here, a massive entity spread across hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of tunnels, believed to be a concubine of Grand Karcist Eon. This entity is fed liquefied human remains, provided to it by a species of mutated vampiric humans. It's also appeased by locals who provide human sacrifices to minimize seismic activity. SCP-2133 is a proto-Sarkic commune in Russia, whose inhabitants are reincarnated whenever they die, possessing all of their past memories and appearance. They deposit their turnip harvests and any gangrenous limbs or tumorous growths in the church every evening.
Ew.
And the village is also filled with dark red tentacles that attack any outsiders entering the church. Beneath the church is an expansive series of tunnels and caverns, where there seems to be thousands of entities growing in eggs, as well as a temple devoted to a Karcist. There is possibly a strong connection between SCP-2133 and SCP-610, the
I
flesh
hear a
that
lot.
hates.
Yeah, I hear about this one a lot.
I've already made a video covering 610, which Sarkites refer to as the Red Death, and it's believed that this is the Sarkites' ultimate weapon in reshaping the world. Massive Sarkic organisms containing human DNA are believed to have battled the captured Colossus,
Just realized it's people.
SCP-2406, during the war between the Sarkites and the Mechanites. Another large organism was used as a Sarkic temple in their Golden Age, SCP-2095, but eventually was conquered during the war and died. SCP-2075 is a Karcist that was captured by the Foundation, but easily broke containment when it revealed that they had only captured one small aspect of itself, along with 2 of the security personnel assigned to the SCP. The doctor in charge was stabbed with an anomalous dagger, which seemed to transform him into a large amorphous mass of flesh and bone, which proceeded to kill 56 personnel before dying. Finally, there is SCP-2510, an important anomaly related to both the Church of the Broken God and the Sarkic cults. 2510 is a larger machine, and part of it has been made into a trans-dimensional gateway. The first people reported to have gone through the gateway, in 1940, were said to have found a machine city. The gateway destination can be controlled, and the Foundation sent a team to multiple dimensions, all variations of
I love
Earth.
those old suits.
There's too much here to really go into detail. But
I don't
to
know why, they just
summarize,
look cool.
These dimensions were each one where the war between the Sarkic cults and the rest of humanity came to a climax. In one of them, parts of the Broken God were fashioned into an unimaginable weapon that wiped out every trace of life from the planet.
Damn, that sucks.
In others, the Sarkic forces went out, and Yaldabaoth broke free from its cage, driving the world to a horrific apocalypse. In another reality, however, humanity banded together and achieved a technological singularity, uniting to defeat the Sarkites.
Wait, didn't they use this photo for the Bigfoot
The lesson to be learned
video?
from this anomaly is that if humanity doesn't work together and embrace the Church of the Broken God's ideology, the Sarkic cults will win. Since there's really no canon, however, this is just one perspective. So, this should have provided a good jumping off point to continue learning about Sarkicism as it's continually expanded. In the majority of cases, it's very easy to look at the Sarkic cults as nothing more than threats to humanity, and that seems to be the general consensus for most of the community. While some might boil down the conflict between the Broken God Church and the Sarkites to just good versus evil, good fiction is rarely as simple as that. Regardless, Sarkicism and its anomalies are a very interesting blend of religion, folklore, occultism, and body horror.
Huh. Interesting. So, if it looked like I was just like, huh? During most of that video, the reason why I love SCP so much, and I've said this in multiple videos, is it gets my brain going and thinking about ideas. And so I had just like an idea. Well, when I ask questions, when I start to create, I ask questions is what I should say. And so I was asking, like, the first question that popped in my head was like, is there an SCP that is like the devil, right? And then so I was like, all right, devil. You think about devil, I was like, all right, if there's that, has somebody made an SCP like, you know how there's that old story of like people meet the devil like when they're traveling a lonesome road or something like that? Has there been a story like that? Has there been somebody that's met an SCP in a random spot and it's turned into something? Like, those kind of questions start going through my head, and then I start thinking of like, oh, it would be really cool if somebody hasn't done that, and then it turned into this, that you could actually transform it into this, and the thing can you know, like, it's just like, I don't know, that's how my brain works. I don't know how that, if it works for you guys, like, if you read these things and you're like, oh, it would be cool if somebody did this, or, you know, maybe you try to fix the story you just read, like, oh, it would have been better if this would have happened instead. I feel like that's how a lot of creation works, is just people kind of asking questions and then coming up with their own idea. So I don't know. So if that's how it looked, if it did look like I was confused or just dazed half of the time, it's because I was genuinely thinking about new ideas. So yeah, take that for what it is. But this was pretty cool. Sarcasm does seem just kind of creepy in general. But you know what? I think this is weird. This little town thing was hella weird. Fruit that's made out of flesh that's cool to eat, like, no thank you, but donating organs is nice for people that need it. But still, hella weird. But I like that, you know, people have tried to flesh out this cult, or this organization, whatever you want to call it, with multiple different SCPs. I think that's pretty cool, because I think that is the way you grow things. It's like comic books, you know, somebody writes Batman, and then somebody else writes Nightwing and Batgirl, and it fleshes out the universe, and then of course, you know, they cross over with Superman. It's cool. It's an expanded universe, and I really enjoy that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's gonna be it. What do I need to watch next? Or is it like, hey, you can go to 5,000 now? Do I have the gist of it, or should I still react to a couple more things before I dive into 5,000? You guys let me know. But that is going to be it for today's video, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, if you haven't hit that subscribe button or that thumbs up, please do so. It helps out the channel. If you guys want to buy some merch, you definitely check it out. Link in the description. But there's some stuff right there. I just added a whole bunch of things. And, of course, if you want just more content that is from me, you can check out the Twitch channel. Go hit that follow button, turn on notifications. Or you can check out my TikTok, where I post a bunch of random videos. They're kind of stupid. They're kind of relatable. And they're just fun. But yeah, that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. I'm a daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another Juice Reacts video, and in today's video we are jumping back into the SCP Foundation. This is something that was requested a lot on my other SCP video, and also I believe I said the wrong thing. It stands for Secure, Contain, Protect. I think I said like containment something else last time, but anyways, yeah, so I got a lot of things to react to. 096 was one that said, that one got requested a lot, but everybody said the explained video is to what I should watch. So we're on the infographic show. I don't know if you guys follow the infographic show. They have a lot of good information, but they have a solid video, apparently, is what people were saying in the comments. So we're going to go and react to that today to see if I can get some more info about what SCP actually is. So let's check it out.
In an undisclosed location,
let's
a woman
do it.
is being tortured. The methods of her abuse are too horrific to be described, and
Is
her
that her
torturers
tongue?
are death row prison inmates, the absolute worst of the worst. This woman's torture is constant, and procedures are put into place to make sure she never becomes accustomed to the pain. If ever her torturers express sympathy toward their victim, their superiors will have them removed and replaced. If they try to rescue her or put her out of her misery, they themselves will be shot without hesitation. The woman being tortured is known only as SCP-231-7, and worst of all, she's pregnant. The cause of her eternal torture? The SCP Foundation. And you'll be shocked to learn that when all is said and done, these are the good guys. Because if they ever stop their brutal treatment of SCP-231-7, a treatment codenamed Procedure 110 Montauk, she'll give birth to a creature that will destroy the world as we know it. This is just one of the many examples of the objects and entities under the watchful eyes of the SCP Foundation, a mysterious group that strives to achieve greater good by any means necessary.
Could
And
they
we
not
do
kill her?
mean any. What you're about to hear is above classified, and be warned, what is heard can never be unheard, unless, of course, the Foundation gets its hands on you. So, what is the SCP Foundation? In the most
I need to
basic
know.
sense, the group's mission statement is right there in the SCP acronym. Secure, contain, protect. It's the task of the Foundation to, in their own words, contain anomalous objects, entities, and phenomena. Things that don't make sense, things that don't belong, things
I've been
that
told
simply
that.
don't fit in with our perception of reality, and some things that pose an existential threat to all human life. They refer to these contained anomalies as
clown.
SCPs, each of which is accompanied by a number. This is a broad umbrella, as an SCP can range from benign or even actively helpful to
Oh,
downright
shit.
apocalyptic if ever released. Much like the infamous Men in Black often reported by witnesses in connection with alien sightings, the Foundation works
Are
in
they the
secret
Men in Black?
to maintain a sense of normalcy at all costs, knowing the chaos it would cause if any of the anomalies they're harboring ever become public. Take, for example, SCP-500. To the untrained eye, the object is just an unassuming prescription pill bottle, the kind you'd see in medicine cabinets the world over. But the pills in this humble bottle are unlike any earthly medicine. They can cure
Pills?
quite literally anything, from
Oh.
cancer to a cold within 2 hours. But
What's
at the
that
time
wrong?
of this writing, there are only 47 pills left. The power to cure all disease, a privilege denied to even the richest and most powerful in society. A veritable holy grail. Can you imagine the violence and horror that would break
That's
out in
interesting.
trying to obtain them if their existence ever became public? The SCP Foundation works in secret because
I
the
like
collective
that.
mind
That's
of
cool.
society just couldn't handle the knowledge of what they're dealing with. They work with the approval of all world governments,
That's
effectively
really cool,
placing
actually.
them above international law. Essentially, there is no human authority above the Foundation, because without the Foundation's
He's not
work,
wearing his
there
hat,
would
right?
be no humans left to govern. To understand the basic operations of this above top secret organization, we need to delve a little further into that
Stupid guy can't wear
secure,
his hat.
contain, protect slogan. Secure refers to the Foundation's practice of constant global surveillance and observation in order to detect and intercept anomalous activity before it can interact with civilians or rival groups. Contain involves preventing the effects or influence of the anomaly from spreading by either, in their own words, relocating,
Oh.
concealing, or dismantling such anomalies, or by suppressing
Sorry,
or preventing
guns.
public dissemination of knowledge thereof.
I woke up like
the
that
latter
until-
can involve practices such as using advanced chemical compounds or technologies to delete and then rewrite the memories of infected civilians, or even committing mass murder if necessary
So,
to cover their tracks.
like the Men in
The
Black.
SCP Foundation has in the past wiped out entire towns of innocent civilians to
What?
prevent dangerous information about the SCP spreading beyond their control. They can take lives at
they
their
were
own
innocent.
discretion and consider almost any crime to be permissible when the alternative is Armageddon. And finally, protect pertains to all operations meant to protect mankind
guess.
from the SCPs, up to and including neutralizing and destroying them when possible. Some SCPs, such as the infamous SCP-682, a nigh indestructible genocidal reptilian, have proved to be almost impossible to destroy. Research is ongoing in many cases,
So then
as the
what do they do?
Foundation explores any and all possible methods of reducing the threat of more dangerous SCPs. In order to help them categorize the thousands of strange and horrifying anomalies under their watch, the Foundation has created a system that organizes the SCPs based on the difficulty of containing them. The first of the primary object classes is Safe, pertaining to SCPs that require little, if any, resources to safely and properly contain. Examples include
I
the
feel you,
previously
bro.
mentioned
I feel you.
SCP-500 pill bottle and SCP-999, a benevolent blob of gelatinous
What?
orange matter. SCP-999 has a playful, almost dog-like personality. It causes feelings of happiness and euphoria in whoever or whatever it touches. It's even been used by the
Interesting.
Foundation as a pacification tool to reduce aggression in other SCPs. The second primary object class is Euclid, which refers to any anomaly that requires more resources to contain completely or where containment isn't always reliable. This is the broadest SCP class, and the majority of sentient, sapient, or
That looks
autonomous
like his
anomalies
son.
fall into this category. A Euclid SCP
Oh,
might
that's
be
my son.
something as huge, sprawling, and bizarre as SCP-3008. This SCP appears to be a kind of anomalous pocket dimension hidden inside an IKEA superstore, which is not only significantly larger on the inside by approximately 10 kilometers, but also contains
That's
bizarre,
ti-
faceless
that's Time
entities
Lord
which
technology.
can become hostile under the right conditions. A Euclid SCP can also be something as
That's
seemingly
awesome.
innocuous as SCP-294, which appears to the untrained eye to be a standard coffee vending machine. However, unlike any other coffee machine, the input system on SCP-294 is a QWERTY keyboard. This SCP can manifest any liquid typed in on the keyboard,
I
from
love the
standard drinks like
randomness.
coffee and beer to more esoteric compounds like sulfuric acid and disease-infected human blood. During extensive tests, one subject requested the perfect drink
Love
and
the
was given
stash.
an odorless lavender-colored liquid. After consuming the liquid, the subject went into a state of euphoric shock. The subject later committed suicide, leaving a note which read, "I'm sorry, but at this point everything's just one big letdown." Sadly, subjects dying during tests is not uncommon. The SCP Foundation essentially has limitless resources, including access to countless disposable workers and test subjects. The most common of these are so-called D-class personnel, which are death row inmates conscripted for the purposes of often lethal SCP experimentation or containment. The next primary object class is Keter, described by the Foundation as anomalies that are exceedingly difficult to contain consistently or reliably, with containment procedures often being extensive and complex. This can either be due to being an extremely volatile and dangerous anomaly or just one that seems to defy known laws of physics or reality, and is thus extremely difficult to understand or contain. The SCP Foundation has a vast number of secret facilities across the globe, and while the Keter-class SCPs are not nearly as common as the Euclid class, they consume a great deal more resources to safely contain. One particularly terrifying Keter-class SCP is SCP-354, colloquially known by the Foundation employees as the Blood Pond. This SCP is a large pool of non-biological red liquid discovered in North Canada that appears to be a kind of interdimensional primordial soup. What makes this SCP particularly hard to contain, as well as extremely frightening, is the fact that hostile entities periodically emerge from the pond and must be neutralized before they can escape the containment area. These entities have included a floating black sphere that can fire concentrated beams of deadly radiation, a 15-foot-tall reptilian humanoid that seemed immune to gunfire, and a homicidal metallic humanoid nicknamed the Terminator by Foundation personnel. The most highly classified primary object class of all is Thaumiel, which consists of SCPs used to contain other SCPs. This can range from SCP-7000-J, a book of Latin incantations bound in dinosaur skin that can summon various other entities, all the way to SCP-4006, which is the entire state of Massachusetts. Thaumiel-class SCPs are the most bizarre and esoteric of the anomalies dealt with by the Foundation, but thankfully, they often pose less of an active threat than many of the Euclid or Keter-class SCPs. Finally, as mentioned earlier, sometimes the SCP Foundation deems an anomaly too dangerous to contain and just needs to destroy it entirely. A terrifying example of a neutralized SCP, and a perfect illustration for just how strange and abstract the anomalies dealt with by the Foundation can be, is SCP-4991. This SCP manifested as a series of bizarre posts across a number of websites about an apocalyptic event that seemed to be occurring on a different layer of reality, and seemed to indicate that a kind of deadly parasitic and carnivorous insect was spreading like wildfire across the globe, causing death and destruction in their wake. The SCP Foundation neutralized SCP-4991 by tracking down, containing, and erasing all infected posts across the internet before it could spread too far. Who knows what would have happened if the Foundation hadn't intervened? As is often the case with SCPs, it's probably best just not to think about it. The actual structure of the SCP Foundation is surprisingly transparent, with personnel classification levels ranging from Class A to Class E. Class A personnel are considered vital to the strategic operations of the Foundation, and therefore are not allowed to be in direct contact in any way with any of the SCPs due to potential risks. Class B personnel are vital to local Foundation operations on SCP test sites, and are only permitted to be in contact with SCPs deemed to be relatively safe. Class C personnel are field agents that have far more direct contact with the SCPs and often put themselves at great risk in doing so. Class D personnel, as previously mentioned, are essentially cannon fodder thrown into the jaws of death to discover more about the more dangerous anomalies on the SCP roster. And finally, Class E personnel are personnel that have been already exposed to the potentially dangerous effects of an unknown anomaly. Class E personnel are placed into quarantine until they're deemed fit to return to work or terminated, depending on the results of their observations. In terms of actual roles in the SCP Foundation, the top of the pyramid are the O5 Council members, Class A personnel who have total clearance and oversee all Foundation operations. Below them are Site Directors, who manage the various physical Foundation facilities across the globe, and report back to the O5 Council. On-site researchers and containment specialists work together to better understand and combat the anomalies being housed at their particular facility. They're kept safe by the hard work of veteran security and tactical response officers ready to lay down their lives to prevent more dangerous SCPs from ever escaping and reaching developed areas. In the event that an SCP does breach containment and escape, or a new one is discovered, field operatives are dispatched by the Foundation to get the situation under control.
In the video.
These will consist of field agents who already operate across the globe, and specialized mobile task force operatives. The SCP Foundation has eyes and ears everywhere. Their organization is influential and is embedded in every facet of society, ready to strike and suppress an emerging anomaly before any ripples of its existence can reach the wider world. Even here, we've only really scratched the surface of the SCP Foundation's extensive and frankly mind-boggling global and historical operations. There's plenty of information about the Foundation online, many of which people assume is pure fiction, but wouldn't that be the perfect cover for a real secret organization wanting to cover its tracks? As the quote says, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he doesn't exist. Ultimately, the SCP Foundation is on the side of mankind, but that doesn't mean it'll always act in our best interests. After all, if it means preserving the peace and getting another anomaly under wraps, the Foundation won't hesitate to terminate you and everyone you know without a second thought. Whether you want to face off against the Foundation itself or one of the anomalies they wish to contain is ultimately up to you, but trust us, neither would end well for you. Oh, speaking of which, there's another SCP we forgot to mention that's quite literally unspeakable. SCP-2521 is a creature that's made entirely of strange black tendrils that envelop and smother the creature's prey. No written records of the creature exist outside of pictograms because it immediately attacks and consumes any information produced about it. This includes speech, as the creature will appear and consume anyone who... Oh god. Oh no. It's here. It's here. Help me! Pay no mind to what you just witnessed. I, the infographics show narrator, am perfectly fine. We now recommend you watch Russian Sleep Experiment Explained and How a Meme Slenderman Became Real.
But they seem like they have a bunch of these.
In an undisclosed
shit. That last part was kind of lame, but it seems like they have a bunch of You versus SCP, Russian Sleep Experiment. So it looks like they have a lot of them. So if there's a particular one you guys want me to react to, let me know. Hold on, let's check this out. Somebody told me to watch like SCP-069. Okay, so there's actually a short film on it. It came out 5 months ago. It has 2.7 million views. 23 minutes. Okay, it's a decent thing. So again, this is a pretty big thing. Scariest game I've ever played. Should I play this game? Jacksepticeye played it 3 months ago. Is that something you guys would want me to react to if I play these scary games? Because I could probably play them on my stream and then upload it here to the Juice Reacts channel. Another reason that you should go check out the Twitch stream. Link in the description. Go hit that follow button. Turn on notifications. But no, let me know what else you guys want me to react to. I love horror stuff. I love jumping into this. But I also like the idea that they were talking about that even like this stuff there's like stupid things like, you know, the pill bottle that cures everything. That is very interesting. The coffee machine or whatever that can make any kind of beverage. That is interesting because then it seems like you could also, as much as you're reading these crazy stories of insane kind of creatures, there's also stupid creatures that are made too. I find that very interesting because sometimes you need to have some silly with the super dramatic, you know, just to kind of balance things out. But yeah, again, I am just dipping my toes into this fucking ocean that is SCP, and I find it very interesting. So if you guys want to keep recommending me stuff I should check out, let me know. Of course, share this video with other people that enjoy SCP so they can give their recommendations as well and give me some info. And of course, you guys can let me know all the extra tidbits in the comment sections down below. But that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, if you want more stupid content from me outside of YouTube, go check out my TikTok. And if you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. It helps out the channel. And also hit that subscribe button so you don't miss any content that we upload here Monday through Friday. But that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning and ask yourself something. I'm a daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Juice Reacts video. In today's video, we're going to be reacting to part 2, or our part 2, of the video that is the SCP Explained, a modern introduction to SCP Foundation by the Vulcan. If you haven't seen part 1, definitely go check that out. But before we jump into this, I have some very interesting information that I just found out about. So for those of you that don't know, that don't come to the live streams or haven't even known about my content for a while, I am somebody that has aspirations of being a filmmaker. I want to make short films. I want to make blockbuster films. And I'm also a writer. I'm currently writing my own comic books. I'm actually raising funds to get into the production of my comic book. But with that, I'm currently working on a short film with a friend of mine, and I just found out, because I was telling him, I was like, dude, I just started checking out this fandom called SCP, and you gotta check it out. And when I was telling him about it, he told me he knows the person that created SCP Dollhouse, and that was my first reaction on SCP. So, small freaking world that my friend that I'm working on a short film with actually knows the guy that did SCP Dollhouse. Just wanted to throw that out there because I thought it was hella interesting. It was the first video I reacted to. So yeah, and of course, before we jump into this, if you guys are watching this channel and you haven't hit that subscribe button, what are you doing? 90% of you guys, come on. But anyways, guys, let's check this out right now. Okay, so I think where we left off last time, we were right on the proposals for SCP-1. And I think I guess he's gonna get into them right now?
Humanity for the rapture, or apocalypse. SCP-1 is the angel guarding Eden.
Oh.
Number 2, Dr. Mann's proposal. The first and only natural anomaly was a spiral path in New York. A group of ambitious scientists experimented with reality using this as the thread and created every single other anomaly in the database.
Oh, that's
Number
interesting.
3, S. Andrew Swan's proposal.
I like the angel one, though.
The SCP Foundation is aware of its fictionality. They are currently discussing ways to kill their authors.
I don't like that
Number
one.
4, Rogit's proposal. Keter-class anomalies are an inherent part of the universe and can be contained using each other. By releasing all Keter-class anomalies, the universe can be manually restructured. Number 5, Twisted Gear's Cactus proposal.
Huh? Cactus?
SCP-1 is one manifestation of the mechanical god worshipped by a clockwork cult, which wreaked havoc on the world before the military destroyed it.
I don't know.
And finally, Number 6, Kaladin's proposal. Humanity was originally a slave race whose suffering was harvested to create utopia on another planet. We escaped and then tried to cloak ourselves. The cloak failed, and our masters are trying to bring us home. It's my personal suggestion that you don't start with SCP-1.
I like the first two.
The proposals are usually quite complex and require some knowledge of Foundation lore, which is either played with, expanded on, or subverted. Read conventional SCPs before you take the number 1 deep dive.
Okay. Good to know.
Special classifications, -EX, -J, and -ARC. There are other types of documents that use the basic SCP format and style, but utilized in a different way. This allows different stories with more diverse tones and themes to be told. The SCP-EX classification designates an SCP that is no longer considered anomalous. It is explained. The object or phenomenon in question still exists, but the Foundation has deemed it to be an acceptable part of consensus reality. Or it was a giant fake-out, or it turned out to be just a new scientific discovery. An SCP-J is a joke SCP, a parody SCP in a sense. Joke SCPs are explicitly non-canon, using the SCP format to joke around or make fun of something for the benefit of the reader. They may riff on in-universe tropes like overwrought security, over-the-top containment, cold posting, or bad original characters. Or they may parody things like food poisoning, bad drivers, easily angered people, or that one movie. They may even make fun of the elements in the other popular SCP canons. Ultimately, a joke SCP is just a way to make the reader laugh. If a joke SCP is not well written and very funny, it'll be downvoted. And finally, we
downvoted? So is this like, can you vote on, like, how, I mean, maybe he's going to explain it, but how do you get onto the website? Is everything on the website, or do they also have like a Reddit that you post on the Reddit, and that whatever gets upvoted and gets downvoted gets put on the SCP? I don't really know. I'm just kind of spitballing here. But how does the downvoting work?
have SCP-ARC, archived SCPs. These are usually legacy pages from the very old days of the site, when standards were low and the mass edit had not been conducted yet. While most of these SCPs were deleted, some of them needed to have text archives due to their usage in other tales or still existing SCPs, or because they were historically important. ARCing is no longer in use since the opening of Series 2, 3, and 4. And you will most likely never need to read one of these.
Why?
Tales, canons, and collaborative logs. Tales are how the Foundation universe gets deepened and extended beyond the limits of the simple SCP file. It allows authors to tell stories where groups or people can interact with each other in the SCP universe, to expand on ideas already created in SCPs, or just, to write a prose. Some authors may also turn their tales into a series, usually if they have a cohesive idea in mind, or if it gets really popular. Notable series include There Is No Anti-Memetics Division, The Cool War, The Lombardi Tales, Tales of Mr. Collector, and Pitch Haven. You can find Tales in the top-rated Tales archive as submissions to a themed contest or by trawling around and finding recommendations. You can also, as we'll soon learn, read the tales in a canon. A canon is your own set of assumptions about the tone, setting, and dynamic of the universe. Each of the canons in the Canon Hub is a wildly different set of assumptions based off the baseline SCP Foundation. Think of them as mega tale hubs, or parallel universes, or self-contained cinematic universes for authors to play in. Here are 5 notable canons. Broken Masquerade, a world where the Foundation's existence is known by everyone. Resurrection, a deliberate attempt to resurrect the action-orientated SCP Dr. Crazy Days of Series 1, in which an MTF composed of anomalous humans is formed. Third Law, a pulpy sci-fi paratech world dominated by the machinations of Prometheus Labs and Anderson Robotics. Rat's Nest, the military killed God, and the Foundation is covering it up. Reality is slowly unraveling and falling apart.
That's interesting.
The Gulf, small-scale poignant series set in the southern United States, usually having a restful, mysterious feel, and featuring religious symbolism and unconventional types of media.
Yeah.
A number of pages on the site are tagged as collaborative. Collaborative logs or pages can be edited and added to by anyone, although some quality oversight still exists. This is a good way to get your creative chops and contribute whilst not taking the plunge of writing an SCP. The 3 main collaborative pages exist as lists of mini SCPs, very small-scale items or phenomena that don't need to have a narrative, but still need to be unique, appropriate, and interesting. They are Log of Anomalous Items. The SCP Foundation has discovered a substantial number of items which are simply too useless to merit further attention. This document lists those items which have prompted some curiosity. Log of Extranormal Events. This page is to document anomalous events that have attracted the Foundation's interests, but occurred too briefly for the Foundation to secure or contain them. And finally, Log of Unexplained Locations. This page is to be devoted to the documentation of low-threat anomalous locations which have been discovered by the SCP Foundation over the years. There are a number of other collaborative pages, usually SCP supplements or logs. Keep in mind that guidelines for contributions still apply though, and if your edition is deemed to be below standard, it'll probably be removed.
Interesting.
Groups of interest. The
I want to see how these things
Foundation isn't
are
the only
rated.
fish in the anomalous sea. Other organizations, collective, and groups exist that utilize or create paranormal phenomena for their own purposes. Some are associates of the Foundation, others are rivals to it. Many of them quietly pursue their own interests, while a great many of them fall on the lines of good and or evil. The vast majority simply have a goal in mind that's somewhere in between. Here are 7 notable groups of interest. Are We Cool Yet? a collection of an artists, usually producing surreal and disturbing works of art. Their pieces are designed to have maximum impact and are usually lethal in some way.
Oh yeah, an artist
Chaos
sounds
Insurgency, a rogue cell of the Foundation that uses terrorist means to steal and repurpose powerful anomalies to gain control over nations and conduct unethical experiments using them. The Church of the Broken God, a widespread cult believing in a clockwork god who is broken into pieces all over the world. Dr. Wondertainment.
Oh, it's interesting.
An individual or company that makes anomalous artifacts that are supposed to be children's toys. The Serpent's Hand, a small organization headquartered in an interdimensional library, believing in anomalous rites and the normalization of the paranormal and magical. Marshall, Carter, and Dark, a corporation that buys and sells anomalous items for the benefit of the super rich.
That's cool.
Global Occult Coalition, or the GOC, a massive military organization under control of the UN, using technology and force to destroy the extra-normal wherever they find it. Many groups also have their own form of documentation, similar to an SCP. On the wiki, they are called GOI formats, and they are stories told from a different perspective than the Foundation. For more information, visit the Groups of Interest page,
I want to check that out.
The ongoing Groups of Interest overview and guide on the SCP Declassified subreddit. Beyond the main site, you can find stories and SCPs to read even beyond the classifications and places I've already detailed.
Okay, here we go.
In this final section, I present other outlets of writing associated or tied to the SCP Wiki that you can also look into.
It's gotta be Reddit,
Firstly,
right?
a great place for you to discover lesser known but very well written tales and SCPs are in the contest archive. For example, SCP-1000, 2000, and 3000 contests all have SCPs themed around urban legends, sci-fi, and horror, respectively.
Yeah!
You have the Short Works contest, and the D-Class contest mentioned earlier, and the
I need to
History
check those out.
contest for both tales and SCPs. Then there are the gigantic multi-part Mobile Task Force contest and Groups of Interest contest, and then the Dystopia and Reimagining contests, and so forth. There's so much to find. The Wanderer's Library is set in the mysterious, ancient, magical Library of the Serpent's Hand. It includes prose pieces and poetry set in the SCP universe, but focused on evoking a sense of wonder, of the extraordinary and fantastical. Quote, a sense that there is a larger world beyond the one we know. In the world of the library, these wonders are hidden, but never truly far away. But never forget that this is a wilder world than our own, and it's never entirely safe, either. And finally, we have the international foreign SCP branches. There's French SCPs, Russian SCPs, Japanese SCPs, and a whole bunch more. Each brand has their own set of SCPs, many of which have extremely creative and diverse ideas. If you're looking for more
cool.
SCPs to read, this might be a place to find cool concepts. And if you don't know a foreign language, the main SCP-INT Wiki Hub has translations of some of them.
That's cool.
This was entirely written by Reddit user Modulum83 over on the SCP Declassified subreddit. All links will be in the description.
Knew there had to be one.
If you enjoyed it, give Modulum83 some praise in the comments section for writing something I couldn't write myself. I hope it answered most of your questions about who we are and what we do, and that it convinced you to take a dive and become part of the universe and the community.
Okay, so I think that's it. I don't know if I'm missing anything. It's just a lot of Patreon stuff at the end of this. But yeah, there it is. SCP Foundation. So I need to check out the wiki. Okay, so we're on the wiki page here, and they said, of course, 1 through 6, or they're on 7? Or no, 1 through 6. So this is all the way to 1,000. So, you guys informed me on the last video that I had the assumption that this access denied thing was ones that haven't been filled yet, which is pretty awesome. Now, it's funny because every time I've been telling people about SCPs, for some reason, the number of 5,433 has been popping into my head a lot. So I kind of want to just see what that is. 33 is access denied. Is that telling me I should write a story and put it in here? Although I'm not, as I would need to be way more versed in the lore before I even attempted writing anything, but that'd be kind of cool. I'm very interested. I didn't even look at all this other stuff, like the tales and the canon. It's just, it seems like a big undertaking, much like 40K is, but I find it hella interesting. I love the idea that you can just kind of write your own thing, and maybe if it's good enough, it gets put into here, and then it kind of just lives in the world. So, the thing I'm interested in is, like, how does one get accepted into SCP? Is it in a Reddit? Does your story need to, you know, pop off a lot of buzz? Like, are we saying that all of these are just badass stories? Or it's just they were interesting enough to get into the SCP? Like, I'm very interested on that aspect, because I haven't, from what I've been learning, I haven't learned any of that. For the most part, I am loving this. It's just it seems so creative. I love the idea of a community getting together and building a world, because, you know, I feel like, for me, I am a big comics fan, but for me to, like, get into DC to possibly write a story for DC, I need to make my own comics, and I need to get popular enough to actually get noticed, to get it, you know, it's a whole, like, stepping ladder, just like trying to get to Hollywood to make movies. But in this, it just seems like if your story is good enough and the community loves it, boom, you're in, which I find fascinating and amazing. So, yeah, I don't know, this is hella intriguing. I'm having a blast. So now that I've watched this video, where do I go next? Because 40K always tells me you should check this out, you should check this out. Where should I go from here? Should I watch another thing like Dollhouse? Should I continue learning? Where do you guys think is the next thing that I should watch? Also, I like that there's a jokes section. I want to find some of the funny stuff in SCP as well, but I don't know if I should check out more lore stuff. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for me. Of course, if you haven't come over to the Twitch channel, you should definitely come hang out. We will be streaming later today, so definitely come hang out if you want to do that. Just go hit that follow button, turn on notifications for any time we go live. Of course, if you want some stupid content, you can check out the TikTok. And as always, if you haven't subscribed to this channel, I don't know why, 90% of you haven't. If you haven't subscribed, do hit that subscribe button, give the video a thumbs up because it helps out the channel. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning and ask yourself something. Got my daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. Welcome back to the Juice Reacts video. In today's video, we're diving back into the universe that is SCP. And I got so many great suggestions from you guys on the last video that I was kind of overwhelmed with where to start. Everybody's like, just dive in here, dive in here, dive in 096, and dive into freaking just like everything. And a lot of people said, don't read stuff on the website if you're going to react to a lot of stuff. And other people said the opposite. And so I'm just kind of like, all right, where do I start? What are good SCPs? And a lot of you guys suggested multiple things. And some people said you should check out a tier list from the Vulcan. And so I decided, why not do that? It lets me know more about, maybe I'll find more interesting SCPs on this tier list, see which ones are really cool. And this is something that was a big YouTube trend back in the day. So we're going to go ahead and do that, because I was going to just dive into SCP-096, but there's like animated stuff, there's live action. I didn't know if I should watch like the Vulcan or the Exploring series videos on that before I watched the animated series or the live action, you know what I mean? I just don't know how big it is to the lore, so I didn't know where I wanted to start, and I was like, maybe that's just too good to jump into right away. So we're gonna do this today, check it out. Maybe I'll be able to react to some more of this stuff that I just want to check out and get a better feel for the SCP, because I'm super excited about it, but I don't want to, like, you know, if there's something better I should be reacting to, I definitely want to watch those. But before we jump into this video, I just want to say thank you guys for helping me cross 4,000 subscribers. You guys are amazing. There's so many great communities on this channel. I love it. You guys are awesome. I love that people aren't always dickheads and they're cool with new people coming into a fandom. I think that's really awesome. So thank you so much for the subscriptions. But of course, 93% of you are still not subscribed. I love you guys, but just hit the button. It's right there. Anyways, let's do this.
I'm going to be doing my own personal SCP tier list, okay? Now, these are 18 of the most popular SCPs out there. A lot of them are in Containment Breach, but not all of them. Not all of them. 3008 isn't in containment breach.
I love that there's a
let's
joint
start.
right there.
939.
Okay.
939 was mostly made popular through containment breach. The document is quite well written. It's fun to read. So I would say B tier.
Okay.
It's not amazing.
So the higher
I could end
it
up
is,
changing my mind
the
towards
like,
the end of this video.
It's like the best.
So
lower it is.
Until
probably
the
not worth
video
it.
has ended, that's my opinion. I'm quite changeable when it comes to my opinions. But I think B, because it could be better. That's how I'm trying to formulate my opinions on this.
All right.
Next up, we have the original. We have SCP-173. Now,
the original?
If you look at this document in terms of its writing, it's not really that spectacular, really, compared to what we have now. Okay. So if I was to judge it purely on its writing, I would say F tier initially, but you also have to take other things into consideration. For example, what bumps it up a few tiers to at least D is the cultural impact that this SCP had.
Yeah.
It's the SCP that started it all. It's been featured in multiple video games.
Ooh.
And for a lot of people, it's the mascot of the SCP Foundation. So,
damn.
By the way, this is the SCP Unity version of 173. I had a video planned quite recently, but
maybe I should
whenever
check that
SCP
out.
Illustrated dropped his video, I was like, yeah, I'll just wait a while.
If that's the one that started it all.
That I'm going to upload this weekend. Anyway, so taking into consideration all of the cultural impact that it's had, I would say B for 173 as well. Because good of a concept as it
would have
is,
been fine.
It's not A tier. It's definitely not S tier. S tier is reserved for something special. Okay, so next we have.
I mean, cultural impact's huge.
Pretty much an input-output machine.
But if the story's
initially,
bad, the story's
my
bad.
thoughts would be D. No, not D. C. It's a very interesting read initially because there's so many test logs. But I think what puts it down a tier is the sheer volume of the test logs. Now, that's not to say that just because an SCP is long that it's bad. Quite the opposite, I would say sometimes. More length would mean more room to expand on a story. But the length of 914 is mostly contributed to by everyone. If you can post anything you want under the testing logs of 914. There are some gems in there, but there's just so much of it. There's so much of it. I think it degrades it.
What is
there's
it?
It gets purged every few months, according to a lot of authors. That's what they've told me. So I would say D, just based on that. Okay. Next up, we have SCP-96.
That's what everybody
The Shy
recommends
Guy.
this one.
Now, the Shy Guy is a very popular SCP, and for good reason. Very well written article. Also very popular in terms of SCP containment breach. I think my initial reaction for 096 would be A.
Wow, it's not an S tier?
I would say 096 is A class.
I hear that one all
and
the
that's
time.
based off, again, the cultural impact, but also the documents quite well written as well. I think I enjoy it. It's a series one that I really enjoy. Looking back on it, so that was fairly simple. The next one is 049.
I
Now,
see that one a lot too.
I'm gonna try to be very unbiased here.
Ooh.
So if I was gonna judge it on its original article before it got rewritten, I would have said E tier.
Damn. Does the Vulcan love this one or what?
But since it got rewritten, I think it was upgraded to C tier.
Okay.
I think if we're judging it, because most of these ratings, I'm judging on how well it's written.
and I think the rewrite of SCP-049, if you haven't read it, definitely go and read it. And that's not a very popular opinion, but I'll say this. From
I need to write some of these down.
049's inception to last year before it got rewritten, it accumulated 1,000 upvotes. In a year, it got 1,000 upvotes. So if that doesn't tell you something, I don't know what will. So I would say a C tier,
I'm writing some of these
possibly a
interesting
B
ones down.
tier.
Not like he's saying much about
I
them,
don't
but
know. Maybe a B
What?
tier.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Because
Keep
it
it in
has
C.
significant cultural impact, but not on the same level as 173.
Come on.
I don't think.
It's funny that I'm like, no way,
So
and I know
we'll leave it at
nothing
C
about
tier.
them.
We'll leave it at C tier. Okay.
But
okay,
he seems
so
a bit indecisive.
106. Another containment breach classic. I'm gonna immediately go for B.
Ooh.
Because I think it has more of a cultural impact than 049 does, and has been better for longer. So I think it deserves a B tier. Also a great concept for an SCP as well. Definitely. Okay, next up, 093. I think this is a no-brainer. I think a lot of people will agree. This is going straight in the S tier.
Oh.
This is S tier if there ever was an S tier of an SCP.
Wait, which one's that?
The reason it's an S tier is not only is it well written, and it's one of my favorite SCPs, but also it's quite long, right? But after all of that length, I still want to know more about the universe and the world that this SCP actually taps into. I can't get enough of this SCP. I read it all the time. Definitely an S tier, undoubtedly. There's some of these SCPs that I'm like, well, maybe.
I wish you would have had them labeled.
This will not change. This will not change at all. Okay, next.
I didn't even hear him. Like,
we have SCP.
Did it say 093?
I want to know more about the universe and the world. Was an S tier of an. Okay, next up, 093.
Okay,
I think
he
this
said
is
093.
a no-brainer. I think a lot of people know the world really well. But the difference between 093 and 610 is I want to know more about 093. The only joke SCP on this list. Visually, great. Cultural impact, great. Well written, all that kind of stuff. Okay, next. The only joke SCP on this list. 420J.
Okay, I saw this.
It's not really amazingly written.
I saw this.
It's a meme of an SCP, but I think just because it's funny, it doesn't get complete F tier. It gets E tier. It doesn't go any higher because we can't put memes above C grade in terms of tier lists.
Nice.
No, this is for how good the SCP is, not how funny it is. Anyway, now speaking of memes, next we have SCP-682.
Wait, is SCP-69 a joke tier as well? Somebody answer that.
This is a fan favorite by a massive stretch.
Is this 3000?
I am bored of it now.
Ooh.
I am fed up seeing stuff about it, to be completely honest. But I am thrust into constantly thinking about making stuff on it. Is it well written? Initially, I thought it was well written. It's fine, it's a good concept, but it's ultimately really boring. And I think we've just seen everything there is to see about 682. But I'm currently modeling it, so I don't know. Initially, I want to go F tier.
Damn.
For 682.
Harsh.
Just because I'm so fed up with it. Yeah. But that's not really fair. I have to be fair with this kind of stuff. So, let's see. Cultural impact is quite high. So that puts it at least a D. It doesn't really feature heavily in many games, though. So...
Wait, did I skip the toaster?
There has been a lot of media created around it.
Okay,
next,
so I skipped some, my bad.
We have
what the heck?
SCP-426.
I was like, how did the toaster get on
I
there?
am a toaster. Now, I think because it's so fun to talk about myself in that way, I think I'm gonna put myself in... I was initially gonna put myself in C tier.
Myself?
Because the article isn't that long. But I think B tier. B tier sits 426, in my opinion anyway.
426.
Okay. That might change. It's between B or C. I think I'm going B.
Huh.
I'm going B. Okay. Next, SCP-610.
Wait, is it just
This
about
is
a toaster?
another really good one. Very well written. Very good universe. Okay. I'm going to go for A tier, and here's why. Okay. So, 093 and 610 have a similar kind of setup. They introduce a world really well. But the difference between 093 and 610 is I want to know more about
610.
093. I think 610 concluded quite well, and I'm not really that worried about learning more about 610. So it's an A. It's a solid A. Visually, great. Cultural impact, great. Well written, all that kind of stuff. Okay, next. The only joke in our lists by a massive making stuff on it. But the D created around it. P682 C tier. Because, well, it's not very interesting, but one of the first batch of SCPs written as well. So
okay, now we're back on track. Sorry.
3008.
I don't know how I fucked that up so bad.
Extremely solid. Really interesting to read. Very culturally significant. It actually spawned its own game. This wasn't made popular by Containment Breach. So I think this goes into S tier.
So there's a game on this
3008 S tier. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I think that's all I have to say about it. Really interesting to read. So
okay,
next,
so now we're back on track finally.
3008.
3008.
Extremely solid. Really interesting to read. Very culturally significant. It actually spawned its own game. This wasn't made popular by Containment Breach.
I'm interested in games.
This goes into S tier.
I stream them on my Twitch
3008
channel.
S
Check
tier.
it out.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I think that's all I have to say about 3008. There's just nothing else to say. That I can't really find any fault with it at all, so it goes S tier.
Huh, S tier.
Okay,
and
next,
it has a game.
2521. One of the most creative SCP articles I think that exists on the site.
2521.
The whole image only thing, fantastic. It's a little bit hard to understand the first time you see it, but whenever you sit down and pay attention to it, it almost feels like you figured something out whenever you actually try. So that's pretty important. I would say A tier.
Oh. Interesting.
A tier. And because I think the only thing that separates A tier and S tier is, do I want to know more? And both of these things, I would want to know more about that universe and the dimension of 093.
I'm writing down their grades
definitely.
to maybe check them out.
I think that's fair.
Or his
These are
grades
all
for them.
Top tier. But I think they've done what they set out to do.
I'm just intrigued in the toaster one right now.
Of the SCP Foundation very well, in my opinion. Okay, next. 999. Well.
That's the happy blob thing, right?
This is okay. This is okay. I would say it's on the same level as 682. It's kind of not that interesting, but it is culturally significant. So it runs
use that
right
SCP
right in the middle
to calm other SCPs,
it's
right?
It's gonna go C as well, right next to its buddy. I think that's only fitting for 999.
I love the design of this next one.
Next, we have Mallow. Not a very big fan of this SCP. There is way too much. What's the most PG-13 way to say this? Shameful material produced around this SCP.
Shameful?
I don't particularly enjoy reading it. I just wasn't a fan of it.
What do they mean by?
I'm gonna give it an E tier.
What does he mean by shameful?
The only thing that I think that made it stand out was the fan art of it. Not the fan art, the cosplay. But it's also the cosplay that made all the shameful material be produced about it. So
is
this
it
stays.
Like inappropriate?
In fact, you know what?
Sexy?
I'm just gonna put it at F tier.
What? I'm curious
This is
about
F
that
tier.
now.
We're done.
Why is
done.
it
This
shameful?
F tier.
Somebody let me know.
Just because. Okay, what have we got next? Okay, so SCP-035.
I think I saw this
035,
mask.
Mildly good. It's not
035.
terrible, but it's not amazing. Good concept, but culturally significant. So, let's see.
I think I saw a YouTube video on this. I didn't watch it, but
D
like
tier.
it was a thumbnail.
Right? D. Yeah. I don't think it's worth a C tier. Because it's not that significant, really. Yeah, it's D tier. Okay, next up. 1762. One of my favorites. I think it's really well written. Also very culturally significant. Not in the same way that, 173 is, 096, 682 would be. But I think for that reason, it's not as culturally significant as those others.
A lot of bees.
I think
Wow.
maybe... I don't know.
I mean, how is it
I'm
A?
going to give it an A.
Is it a good story?
Okay. The reason I'm giving this an A rank is it's one of those few SCPs that everyone kind of has an emotional connection with, and I think that's worth something.
Yeah, that is worth something.
When an SCP article makes you feel an emotion, that's worth something at least.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
going to put it at A for now. And the last SCP
The hell is this?
is 079.
079.
Now, this is a weird one because it's very culturally significant as well. This picture alone is
Two-Face. That's what it
iconic.
looks like.
It's just an iconic picture. I don't really like the document. I don't think it's that interesting. But in terms of video games, it's quite a good baddie to fight against.
It's a video game.
So using that logic, I think it's between C or D. Between C or D. It's definitely not higher than a C.
Are these video games? Do I buy them on
C.
Steam? Do I download them somewhere?
No, it's a D.
How do I search them?
It's a D.
Are they under
Yeah,
SCP
I
game?
think that's fair. I mean, the article to me isn't really that entertaining. Not that entertaining to me. It's not an E.
Okay, I
or
got
an
some
F tier,
notes.
because at least it has some use in video games. It's a pretty good kind of villain in the video game. Do you know what? I'm quite happy with this. Whenever I look at that, that looks right to me. That looks right. I've tried to be as fair as possible. I'm not just shooting from the hip here.
I thought you said shooting.
Yeah, I think this is it. I'm gonna call this correct.
Shooting
If
from
you
the
really
hip.
want,
Okay.
okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna
Shitty.
post the PNG
I'm
of what I've
childish.
just done in the video description, and maybe you can tweet your own personal tier ranking at me on Twitter, and my Twitter handle is @ZenithStrife, all one word. That link will also be in the description.
This is
So
interesting.
now that the video is over, if you've made it this far, I imagine most people have watched this for 1 minute, done a very long, and
I
just
got you, Vulcan.
did a little peace out.
I reacted to the
But
whole thing.
if you have watched it all, let me know what you think. Let me know what you think. I'm not sure whether I'm going to do this again. I'm just trying new things.
It's all good. You keep trying new things, Vulcan. Okay, so apologies for that random cuts in the video. I skipped 2 freaking SCPs without even knowing it. I was just like, why is the toaster there? Sorry, I was just trying to get the title. He only said, I think it was 093 once, and I was like, I didn't catch it. And I know people are like, that's why you shouldn't talk in your videos. I'm sorry, okay? It's what I do. I don't like silence a lot. But anyways, so yeah, do you guys think this is a good list to start watching videos on? And how do you recommend? Do you think I should avoid the wiki of these and just watch the videos so I get them, so I'm surprised? Like, if I wanted to watch 096, do I just go straight into the live action 096? Or should I watch the animated? Or should I watch an exploring series on it first? Let me know. Because I am somebody that I think for y'all's guys' entertainment, reacting to the live action before I know anything, I think is a little bit more intriguing because I might be like, what the fuck is that? Or something different, you know what I mean? And then I can go back and learn about it. I'm actually one of those people that don't mind watching the movie first and then reading the book because the book always has more information and I'm still excited by it. So, yeah, I'm one of those weird people. But I enjoyed this. I know it might not have been the most exciting video, but it gave me, as somebody who is a noob to SCP, some direction and some insight to what some of the most popular SCPs are. And maybe these aren't the most popular. Let me know what other popular ones are out there. But I've seen some of these logos and designs before, and I'm very intrigued. But I want to know, why is this shameful? Was there, like, sexy cosplay behind it? Did they do some disrespecting things in it? Why is it shameful? I need to know the story here because I love backstories like that, and I just want to know. But that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you so much for subscribing to this channel, making us hit 4,000 subscribers. I really appreciate it. And as I said, let me know about the video games, because I pimp out my Twitch all the time. I don't know if you guys have Twitch channels, but I would love to stream some freaking SCP games over on my Twitch channel. I'm currently just playing Fall Guys. We play GTA, but I'm down with playing other games. I'm a variety streamer. So let me know how that goes. And of course, if you want stupid random content that is different from me just reacting, go check out the TikTok. I just post dumb shit over there, and it's cool, it's fun, it's interesting. And that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss any of the content that we upload here Monday through Friday. But as always, ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning and ask yourself something. I'm a daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another SCP video. This is your host, me, Juice. How's it going? That was a weird intro, but okay, so today I was going to react to more 096 stuff. I was going to react to the Exploring Series one, which I believe is like 40-something minutes, but I was like, whoa. I was like, I'll get to that at some other time because that's going to have to most likely be a two-parter just to keep the videos around 20 minutes. But I heard somebody in my comments of the last video say that the SCP-173 is a lot like the Weeping Angels from Doctor Who. And I was like, oh! So I had to react to it. Now, a lot of people did suggest the Rubber to react to some videos for the Rubber. So we're checking out this animated video from the Rubber. And then, since it's only about 6 minutes, I'm also going to check out the Vulcan to kind of get the information about 173. So we're gonna go ahead and check that out right now. It's gonna be 2 videos in one, and it's still probably shorter than a lot of the other videos we watch. So we're gonna go ahead and check this out right now. Of course, before we jump into this, if you've been enjoying these videos, hit that subscribe button because 93% of you are not subscribed. All right, I have a lot of energy today. It's Friday. I'm having a good day. I hope you are too. Let's go ahead and react to this.
Then John heard the worst sound any human being had ever heard.
He farted.
A sneeze, coming from 6 inches behind his head. For a second, John remembered an episode of Mythbusters he had seen before being arrested, before coming here, where they tested to see if someone could sneeze with his eyes open. And yep, he never saw the end. There was a sick, wet thud, a horrible ripping sound, and a scream that ended too quickly. John didn't even have a chance to turn around and look over. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you a SCP Foundation Euclid class object, SCP-173.
Cool.
SCP-173 is animate and extremely hostile. It moved to the SCP Foundation in 1993, but its origins are unknown to this day. SCP-173 is constructed from concrete and rebar with traces of Krylon brand spray paint. SCP-173 is completely still while in an organism's field of vision. only moving when it isn't being watched, even if the observer simply blinks or barely looks off the object. Just when the observer blinks, SCP-173 will make a grindstone sound and move forward a short distance quickly. Despite the fact that it is a statue, SCP-173 can move fast enough to travel several feet in the time it takes for the human eye to reopen after blinking. It can literally move faster than the blink of an eye. It will advance towards its target until it is in range, then snaps its victim's neck. Object is reported to attack by snapping the neck at the base of the skull, or by strangulation. SCP-173 is apparently strong enough to snap the neck of a fully grown man almost instantly, although exactly how it does this is unknown. However, the creature is rendered completely immobile for as long as it's in an organism's sight. Therefore, personnel assigned to enter container are instructed to alert one another before blinking. Personnel report sounds of scraping stone originating from within the container when no one is present inside. However, this is considered normal. The reddish-brown substance on the floor is a combination of feces and blood, but so far, the source of these materials is still unknown. And due to the increasing amount of reddish-brown material, its enclosure must be cleaned on a bi-weekly basis. Being constructed of concrete and rebar, SCP-173 is incredibly durable, able to hold itself in a fight against SCP-682. SCP-682 is a massive reptilian beast with almost unlimited regenerative powers that is widely considered the most adaptive and durable SCP the Foundation contains. If you want to know more about SCP-682, you can click on this video in the upper right corner. Back to 173. So the Foundation personnel
in the SCP universe, do they test these things out? Like, do they're like, hey, let's see how strong it is. Let's have it fight another SCP. Now, I don't know the number of it, but I know there's that little gelatinous blob that apparently makes everybody really happy. I know I saw that they said they use that to kind of calm down other SCPs, which I think is very interesting. But do they ever throw them in a death match and just see who wins like this?
Arranged a battle with 682 in order to test the durability of 173.
Oh,
and from that day on, it inspires great fear in 682.
Ooh.
Because SCP-173 is an extremely dangerous object, hence is to be kept in a locked container at all times. When personnel must enter SCP-173's container, no fewer than 3 may enter at any time, and the door is to be relocked behind them. At all times, 2 persons must maintain direct eye contact with SCP-173 until all personnel have vacated and relocked the container. And now, probably the scariest thing is that 173 seems to have started its reproduction. Here's one of the recordings of personnel's in 173's containment. "What are you looking at?" John Avery, presently known as D5933, shouted at the other D-Class personnel in the cell. "SCP-173, what are you looking at?" came the reply. This worried John, as he was staring intently at SCP-173, and the other D-Class personnel was standing behind John, facing the other direction. Then, John heard the worst sound any human being had ever heard, a sneeze, coming from 6 inches behind his head. For a second, John remembered an episode of Mythbusters he had seen before being arrested, before coming here, where they tested to see if someone could sneeze with his eyes open. And yep, he never saw the end. There was a sick, wet thud, a horrible ripping sound, and a scream that ended too quickly. John didn't even have a chance to turn around and look over. From SCP-173's Addendum 1, it was written that SCP-173 appeared to multiply, producing 2 identical copies. 2 D-Class personnel were killed. It is unknown how this process occurred. Each instance of SCP-173, now labeled SCP-173-1 and SCP-173-2, is to be moved to individual cells, each following original containment procedures. In Addendum 2, it was noted down that a second multiplication event occurred. SCP-173-1 through 4 are to be each contained as per original containment procedures. Objects reclassed as Keter. And in the Addendum 3, at least 61 copies of SCP-173 are as of now unaccounted for. It is unknown how they replicated so fast, or how they replicate at all. Video evidence of the containment breach shows multiple instances of SCP-173 working in unison across multiple cells to achieve the breach. Most of the instances still in captivity appear to have formed a rear guard, blocking Foundation agents from pursuing other instances. It is theorized that SCP-173 has a hive intelligence, where intelligence scales with number of nearby copies. SCP-173 has caused a breach of secrecy for the SCP Foundation. Estimates at this time are roughly 500,000 civilian deaths across North America in the last 48 hours due to SCP-173, and hundreds of thousands of sightings and pieces of video evidence. Major television news programs have obtained video of SCP-173 and are providing instructions for avoiding instant death. And following saturation nuclear bombing on number of SCP-173 instances has been reduced. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Have you ever heard or encountered any paranormal event? Let us know in the comment below. We will draw your...
Yes, I saw a chupacabra. I'm not kidding. Anyways, freaking, question though. 173. Can you film it the whole time? Like, you would assume, right? So, like, if you have the 3 doctors going into the lab, and 2 of them have to keep their eyes on it at all times, could you not have a guard, like, on the outside in a security room with a security camera there watching it? Would that not... Now, see, here's the thing. When it comes to Doctor Who, the Weeping Angels, they... from the lore of the Weeping Angels, anything that has the picture of a weeping angel becomes a weeping angel. So if you have like video, the video turns into a weeping angel. So meaning that weeping angel in that video can get you as well or come out of the actual video. It's in an episode, which is pretty crazy because then video, you can't, it's not a way to get around the, you know, the power of a weeping angel. So it is the same thing happen with 173. Very curious if anybody's ever talked about that. The multiplying thing is insane. But I know weeping angels can heal with, they can heal with some type of energy. I forget what it's called at the moment, but I love the weeping angels. I think they're fantastic. So 173 sounds awesome, except for the pooping everywhere and snapping them necks. That's kind of gangster. But I like this. So we're going to check out the Vulcan, where a lot of people have told me the Vulcan's reading straight from the wiki. So we're going to go ahead and check that out to learn some more stuff right now. Oh, Vulcan time! The sculpture. I love his intro. It's pretty dope.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Miller, and the SCP we're going to be looking at today is SCP-173. Object Class, Euclid.
Euclid.
Special Containment Procedures. Item SCP-173 is to be kept in a locked container at all times. When personnel must enter SCP-173's container, no fewer than 3 may enter at any time, and the door is to be relocked behind them. At all times, 2 persons must maintain direct eye contact with SCP-173 until all personnel have vacated and relocked the container. Description. Moved to Site 19 in 1993, origin is as of yet unknown. It is constructed from concrete and rebar with traces of Krylon brand spray paint. SCP-173 is animate and extremely hostile. The object cannot move while within a direct line of sight. Line of sight must not be broken at any time with SCP-173.
So is this going to be the same video? The other one's just animated? Like, are they legitimately like that? I just want to make sure that I'm not boring you guys with content. Because I know Vulcan does it straight. I know nothing about the rubber. I thought they just animated stuff. But we'll keep watching. You guys can let me know how I should do things in the future. SCP is still getting pretty used to it. But we'll keep going just to see if there's anything new that I haven't seen.
Personnel assigned to enter container are instructed to alert one another before blinking.
Yeah, we saw that.
Object is reported to attack by snapping the neck at the base of the skull.
Don't look at me.
Or by strangulation. In the event of an attack, personnel are to observe Class 4 hazardous object containment procedures.
So I don't know
personnel
what that is.
report sounds of scraping stone originating from within the container when no one is present inside. This is considered normal, and any change in this behavior should be reported to the acting HMCL supervisor on duty.
So is this like literally word for word? So if I go to the wiki right now, is it going to be everything he has right here on the side of this video? Because I've went and checked out some of the wikis, but I'm trying not to spoil a lot for myself. But because I want to get a feel for the writing, because I would love to. I think it would be really cool after I learn and absorb enough SCP to try to write one. As somebody who is a writer themselves, I would love to try to find out the format, think of something creative, and try to write one. Especially, I think it would be a cool thing, especially on this channel, to be like, yeah, guys, this is what I'm writing, and then maybe get input on it, and then maybe see what happens in the future with it. I think that'd be really cool, but I don't know. Just let me know.
The reddish-brown substance on the floor is a combination of feces and blood.
Yeah, we saw that.
Origin of these materials is unknown. The enclosure must be cleaned on a bi-weekly basis. Addendum 173-U. During a site-wide incursion on May 16, 2018, SCP-173 breached containment. A pair of D-Class personnel were able to lure the object into SCP-914's containment chamber. It is believed that the personnel were attempting to destroy SCP-173 by utilizing SCP-914's rough setting. During this attempt, one of the individuals became trapped within SCP-914's input chamber alongside SCP-173. The other D-Class changed the object's setting to 1-to-1 and activated the machine before escaping. SCP-173 survived the process and was apparently unharmed. However, its physical appearance is now altered. The trapped D-Class was not recovered. And this is audio log 173-U1. During the breach, it appears that a pair of D-Class lured 173 into 914's containment cell. I've looked over the surveillance logs, and it appears the original plan was to simply enclose it in the chamber and lock the door. There was a complication when the younger of the two became trapped in the input booth alongside 173.
Interesting.
Seemingly in a panic, the older D-Class attempted to try and free the younger D-Class. But being inexperienced in operating 914, he started pressing or twisting any button or dial he could. The older D-Class accidentally activated 914 on the 1-to-1 setting. Judging by the security footage, this wasn't his intention, as the older D-Class was observed to be extremely distressed and immediately fled the containment chamber. The problem is that there is a lot about this version of SCP-173 we don't understand. It appears to behave in a similar manner as before,
it's got a creepy looking face.
The other D-Class learned the hard way, but the full extent of the physical changes are still under review. Testing indicates it does not have any new abilities beyond the facial patterns altering over time, which seems to be purely cosmetic as far as we've observed. They don't seem to reflect SCP-173's mood or intent. The physical appearance has drastically changed as well. We'll keep testing until we're sure that these cosmetic changes aren't indicative of anything else. Turns out the rebar actually is underneath there. You know what? I always could never figure it out. How they knew rebar was under there. I guess we'll never know. Anyway, thank you for listening, if indeed you still are, and you are all dismissed. Goodbye. You know what? I kind of miss the Little Peanut.
Why does he get the nickname the Little Peanut? This article was written by Moto42, 26 July 2008. Oh, damn it. Visuals provided by SPC Containment Breach. So, this is a game, right?
A special thank you to Bob, the reclusive extrovert.
Bob. Gonna give some stuff to Bob. Okay, so, if I'm not mistaken, there is a game about this, right? This is something I probably want to try to play on my Twitch stream. I think a lot of people said this stuff is free. 173 game. okay, so yeah, I guess there is a game. How do I download it? 173 is loose. SCP Containment Breach gameplay. And apparently you're able to download these from the actual website, right? So let's see, in-game. Where do I download it? I'll look into that more. But anyways, I kind of want to try that on my Twitch stream and see what happens. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. So there was more. I did learn more, or there was extra information from the rubber to the Vulcan. So I think the format can be kind of good. Let me know if you guys like that, because usually animated shorts or animated things are kind of shorter in length because they take so long to make. And then I could tie it up with the Vulcan if the Vulcan's videos aren't too crazy long as well. I just thought the link went pretty well, timing-wise. This, again, it reminds me a lot of the Weeping Angels. They're pretty much in the same category, and I like it. Although I'm very curious on how it keeps multiplying, and I'm curious about the video thing. Like, can you watch it from a video? And if that's the case, can it still move and stuff? You know what I mean? That's one of my biggest questions. But, yeah, this is awesome. So I think next time I will be trying to maybe go back to 096, or somebody told me to check out a video on the GOC by the Exploring series. I haven't checked out the Exploring series. That is one of the biggest websites a lot of people talk to check out. So, or I should say YouTube channels. So I might be checking that out next, which is the GOC. And yeah, I don't know. I'm interested. Like I said, I love diving into this. I love learning about other things. But I heard Weeping Angels. I had to come check out 173. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the first SCP, correct? Let me know that in the comment sections down below. But that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, if you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. Hit that subscribe button because it helps out the channel. If you want to eventually see me play the SCP game, come check out my Twitch channel, hit that follow button, turn on notifications. And of course, if you want stupid content, go check out my TikTok because I love uploading random shit over there. But as always, ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning and ask yourself something about my daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Juice Reacts video. In today's video, we're going to be diving back into that world of CSP because a lot of you guys were like, freaking infographic show sucks, and I shouldn't be watching to any of the CSP content from them. So note taken, I'm going to be doing that. So everybody told me to come check out the Vulcan, and also the Exploring series is another one. So I'm here now. If this is the wrong one, well, then I need you guys to start upvoting or downvoting comments on which ones are the good ones or the bad ones, because now I'm just getting confused. Before we start, I want to tell you guys, if you have not hit that subscribe button and you're here watching my content all the time, you guys got to do it. Apparently 90% of y'all are watching the content, just not subscribing. Come on, hit that subscribe button. And of course, if you didn't notice, over the weekend I did upload 2 extra videos. I don't upload on the weekends anymore, but Batman dropped a trailer, and they dropped the trailer for the video games. I was live streaming the whole thing over on my Twitch channel. So, yeah, if you want to check out those reactions, please go check out those videos. But anyways, enough explaining to that. This is actually a 35-minute video, so kind of like what I do with the Warhammer 40k videos, just to make these digestible. I will split this into 2 types of videos, or 2 separate videos, I should say. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and jump into CSP Explained, SCP, sorry, Explained, a modern introduction to the SCP Foundation. All right.
So, you stumbled upon or heard about a thing called SCP.
Yes.
And you're wondering what it's all about.
Yes.
This guide has all the information you need to know about what the SCP Foundation is and what it has to offer you. Think of it as the ultimate primer to the universe, and the wiki as it is and should be seen today.
Okay.
This guide is split up into 3 sections, and they are as follows. Number 1, the basics. An introduction to the SCP Foundation and wiki, covering...
Okay, everybody tells me to look at the wiki. Are you just talking about Wikipedia? And I understand that, and I know there's like DC Wiki and stuff like that. Are you telling me just to go to that website, the wiki, or is this something else? Is there like a channel or something that covers all this? I'm just curious.
The SCP format, object classes, in-universe lore about the Foundation, and important vocabulary, and why it all matters.
Okay.
Number 2, in-universe elements. This covers some background information and a lot of commonly used terms that might leave a new reader lost or confused.
That's me!
Number 3.
Always confused.
Things to read and do. A tour of the entire SCP universe, covering all modes of writing and different kinds of pieces that you can read.
Okay.
From -J's to EXs, 001 proposals to groups of interest, tales, and canons. There's a lot more than just the SCP series.
Interesting.
Okay, let's get started. The basics.
I love the way this is designed already in this video.
Clandestine and worldwide, the Foundation operates beyond jurisdiction, empowered and entrusted by every major national government with the task of containing anomalous objects, entities, and phenomena. These anomalies pose a significant threat to global security by threatening either physical or psychological harm. Introduction. The SCP Foundation is a collaborative writing platform centering around a fictional foundation, a scientific and military organization that seeks to protect humanity and the status quo by locating and containing anomalies, objects, life forms, events, locations, concepts, creations, and phenomena that, in one way or another, violate natural law.
I've gotten that.
On the SCP Wiki, authors tell stories and explore ideas within this urban fantasy science fiction universe, creating rich pieces of writing that take place in a world where the anomalous exists and how people and organizations interact with them. These articles may showcase the different types of phenomena that might exist in this universe, the SCPs themselves, or tell compelling narratives about life and interactions within the SCP world, tales, canons, and groups of interest formats. The central focus of the SCP Wiki is the SCP file, commonly referred to as just an SCP. It is a set of in-universe technical documentation supposedly compiled by the Foundation in an effort to understand, analyze, experiment with, and most importantly, contain the anomaly. The SCP file is, in effect, a form of constrained writing, an immersive way to tell a story about the nature and history of an anomalous object or entity, whether directly or by hinting at some greater idea. Each SCP is given a unique serial number or designation. And on the wiki,
Series
you
1.
can browse SCPs with designations
so
ranging from 1 to
1,000
3,999. They are organized into 4 numerical series. Series 1.
So, obviously, this guy's probably going to explain it, but are there... So, has somebody literally created 01, 02, 03, 04, 05? Like, could I literally go read 3,999 different stories? Or they're just kind of making it very broad, and you can kind of find one that maybe hasn't been done, and I could technically write my own story? Just curious.
SCP-1 through to 999. Series 1 was written from 2007 to 2011. Series 2, SCP-1000 through to SCP-1999. Series 2 was written from 2011 to 2013. Series 3, SCP-2000 through to SCP-2999. Series 3
That's a lot if they've done it that long.
2013 to 2017. And Series 4, SCP-3000 through to SCP-3999. This series is still being written, but it started in 2017.
Okay.
The SCP format.
Is it multiple writers?
An SCP file has
Is it like
very
a fandom of
specific
writers?
format that, in general, must be strictly adhered to. SCPs are the backbone of the entire franchise. These documents are the set pieces of the universe, showcasing its tone, stories, and possibilities. The basic format of an SCP is as follows. Item number, SCP hyphen, then the number. Object class, then a category name. Special containment procedures, then a detailed summary of all specific means needed to make sure the anomaly is safely contained.
I like the detail they've put into this.
Then a technically written documentation of all things that the anomaly is, does, and can do.
Supplements?
And finally, supplements. Optional additional files added onto the base document. Each SCP is given an object class based on the degree of containment difficulty. Here are the primary object classes. Safe. The anomaly can be contained by simply leaving it alone. No special procedures, methods, or events are necessary to keep it from damaging the world. This does not necessarily mean it's not dangerous. A safe class object can be world-threatening if not contained, but it's just really easy to contain them.
Okay, safe.
Some notable examples of safe class SCPs are SCP-1981, SCP-2579, SCP-993, SCP-1425, and SCP-3039. All examples will be in the video description. Next, Euclid. The anomaly is inherently unpredictable or requires some amount of special effort to be contained. You're not quite sure what will happen if you leave it alone, and it might be a little bit more complex than a safe class entity, object, or phenomenon. Some notable examples of Euclid class SCPs are SCP-3008,
IKEA,
SCP-426, SCP-1171, SCP-3001,
what?
and SCP-1609.
Yo, that chair's creepy.
And finally, Keter. These SCPs are really difficult to contain, requiring a huge expenditure of resources or extensively complex containment procedures. The most dangerous of phenomena are classed as Keter, often, but not always, posing an existential threat to humanity, the world, or universal structure itself.
Where do they come up with these names?
Some notable examples of Keter class SCPs are SCP-1739,
a Dell laptop? Yeah, that's dangerous.
SCP-231, SCP-2935.
I had so many Dell computers crash on me.
SCP-2293.
I was looking up things I shouldn't be looking up, but still, they crashed on me.
In addition,
I was young.
There are a number of
I didn't know about viruses.
and secondary classes that are used much less than the big three that I just mentioned, but still serve important purposes. Thaumiel. This is a very rare object class only known to the highest levels of the Foundation. In essence, Thaumiel class objects are anti-Keter. They are used dangerous? In the containment or counteracting of other SCPs. They act as powerful tools to be used by the Foundation, which normally rarely uses anomalies. Some notable examples of Thaumiel class SCPs are SCP-2000, SCP-2003, SCP-3000, SCP-179, and SCP-3031.
I feel like I gotta look up a lot of these.
Neutralized. It used to be anomalous, now it's not. Maybe it just stopped working on its own. Maybe someone accidentally or purposefully destroyed it. Either way, it no longer has functional anomalous properties. Some notable examples of neutralized class SCPs are SCP-1470,
a puppy,
SCP-2682, SCP-3519, SCP-1762, and SCP-2420.
A paper crane?
If you want to stop watching this guide now and start diving into the wiki, this is a good time to do so. But be sure to finish this guide if you're unsure of anything. Maybe you can pick one from the links from the description
still going for a little bit.
Then follow the cross links and navigation in the article. Maybe you can go to a series page. I highly recommend series 2 and 3, and just click on one with an intriguing title. Or you could roll the dice and press random SCP. One of the best ways to learn about the Foundation is to discover for yourself all the genres, emotions, and ideas it can evoke, to keep that sense of mystery and gritty realism. There's still a lot to learn about the culture and vocabulary and universe of the site. You can find out and learn by yourself just by reading as much as you can. Playing it by ear is pretty fun that way. Or if you'd like to get a better handle on everything that's going on,
this guy's got a solid voice for this stuff.
You into the community, stay tuned. I still have a lot to show you.
For this particular style of video.
Next up, in-universe elements. Foundation structure and protocol. Security clearance represents how much information about an object you're allowed to know. If you've read through an SCP or two, you're bound to have seen these. Data expunged, redacted, or the text completely blacked out. These keywords are common hallmarks and tools of narrative of the SCP Wiki, signifying that the information has been classified to a higher clearance or has been cleansed completely. It adds an element of horror through absence that is classic to the SCP fandom. For a great example of how security clearance levels can be used, Read SCP-2317. There are also many types of workers in the Foundation. Among them, we have containment specialists, researchers, and security tactical response officers. There are field agents, who are out in the world undercover, looking for signs of anomalous activity, and mobile task forces, special units that are assigned to carry out certain dangerous jobs. The task forces document contains a list of mobile task forces along with their associated SCPs. The Foundation is usually thought of as a far-reaching organization, and so their bases are found across the globe, and sometimes outside of it. These bases can be sites or areas. For more information, read Secure Facilities Locations. The leaders of individual areas or sites are high-ranking Level 4 researchers known as Site Directors. There are few in the Foundation that rank higher
Level 4
than Site Director, and they are the O5 Council, the ultimate leaders of the entire Foundation. The Overseer Council, abbreviated to O5, is a group of 13 people who manage all Foundation operations worldwide.
Damn, only 13?
And have complete access to all information, redacted or not. Their identities are classified for safety, and they are only referred to by their ID, 051 through 13. In addition, some versions of canon also include the existence of an administrator, the creator of the Foundation.
Ooh.
Finally, one of the most interesting parts of the Foundation are D-Class personnel.
I saw these.
Or Class Ds.
In the Explorer video.
Around D-Class personnel helps showcase the colder and more morally gray side of the Foundation. In order to experiment with and contain SCPs, the Foundation needs lab rats to test things with.
Shut up, phone!
The D-Class. Oftentimes, they are recruited from death row or the prison population, serving as expendable personnel that are used to handle hazardous anomalies. In the early days of the site, a common headcanon was that all D-Class were executed at the end of the month. However, this idea has gone out of fashion as the site has evolved. For more interesting stories about Class D personnel, try reading entries from the D-Class contest.
I like that this is like a fandom-based thing.
The SCP Wiki has created a wide set of terminology and new innovations, inventing concepts that are unique to the premise of the site and found nearly nowhere else in literature. You may want to know these terms before you dive in.
Okay.
Anomalous classifications.
Memetic.
Memetic.
Oh, memetic. Memetic.
A meme is any unit of information that can spread and transfer itself throughout society. Memetic effects deal with how the brain understands and reacts to media. It is a piece of data in the subject's mind that has an anomalous effect on that subject's physical or mental state that is spread when someone else becomes aware of the same information. In particular, anomalous memetic agents are bits of hazardous information that are like a mental virus, triggering anomalous reactions in people who are exposed to them.
That's what memes do.
Anti-memetic or anti-meme. An anti-meme is the opposite of a meme. It has self-censoring properties. Anomalous anti-memes are perfectly mentally camouflaged, whether by making you unable to hold your perception of one in your short-term memory or making you unable to comprehend the concept of its existence.
It's like the silence in Doctor Who.
Cognitohazard. A cognitohazard is something that is dangerous when we perceive it with one of the 5 senses. For example, a sound that causes you to bleed from every pore, or a smell that causes you to go insane. All memetic effects are a subset.
I've had a couple of those in the bathroom, if you know what I'm saying.
As in order to process the information, you have to sense it. Infohazard. Infohazards are anomalous effects that trigger when the SCP is described, referred to, or acknowledged. You don't even have to sense the thing to be affected by an infohazard. You just have to know that it exists. It affects data written about the anomaly and people that are made aware of the existence of the effect.
I like that one. That sounds cool.
Kinetic or reality bender.
Reality bender?
An autokinetic being can manipulate the laws of reality, magic, through anomalous means. Groups of interest contain and study reality benders, often in unethical ways, creating some moral crises for the Foundation. Anart or an artist. Anart is short for anomalous art. Many people and groups aware of the existence of reality-breaking phenomena choose to explore it by creating often surrealist art with extra-normal properties.
That's cool.
These people being called anartists. Narrativic or pataphysical. A narrativic anomaly manifests itself within works of fiction, often affecting the content of the work involved by creating characters, changing the setting, or blurring the line between fiction and the reality. The pataphorical or pataphysical SCP explores narrativic anomalies using the wiki itself as the narrative. It explores the idea of characters we write on the website attempting to communicate and manipulate us, and being aware of things on the website like author pages, deletions, and discussion forums.
That's kind of cool.
And engineering. Scranton Reality Anchor. Scranton Reality Anchors are technological devices used by the Foundation to essentially regulate consensus reality. They cancel out or prevent the effects of reality-bending entities and anchor down areas where the level of unreality is higher or lower than normal, counterbending it so that it matches the reality that we know and inhabit. Many contemporary authors have criticized the widespread use of SRAs as a catch-all for containing any type of structural or ontokinetic effect. Telekill. The SRA back in the old days. Except the problem was worse. In its original form, it was a metal that blocked all mind-affecting or compulsive effects. People went crazy over it and started using it in all their containment procedures. They mistakenly thought it also blocked mimetic effects. Scranton's rewrite of the article added some nuances and drawbacks to it. And its usage had fallen by the wayside anyway, as people have become more innovative.
The technology engineering thing's kind of confusing me.
Humes. A unit of measurement that measures the intensity of reality present in an area. Crucial to understanding how SRAs and other technologies work. They are useful in quantifying how powerful reality-bending effects are relative to each other.
Was that in the first video I reacted to?
K-class scenario. A term used to classify possible apocalypse scenarios, which the Foundation deals with on a daily basis when discussing the possible outcomes of dangerous effects or entities. The most common type is XK class, which describes a conventional destruction of the planet scenario. There are multiple minor ones whose exact definitions in canon are being argued over, including CK class, the restructuring of a reality, AK class, humanity goes crazy, SK class, the dominant species on Earth is no longer humans, and ZK class, reality universal failure. Amnestic. Mind wipe drugs.
Ooh.
A narrative tool used by authors to explain A, how the Foundation is able to keep the masquerade of secrecy, and B, to create stories dealing with memory and knowledge. In universe, these are simply chemicals that erase a normal human's memory of some amount of time. When the Foundation has to recover an anomaly in the real world, or seriously messes up, these are used. Things to read and do. There's more to the wiki than the SCP series. In this section, I open the door to the other areas of the site that are part of the Foundation universe, as well as answer some common questions
so the wiki's
about
really
key
important,
but confusing parts of the site. What is SCP-1? In the early days of the site, when the wiki was just getting started, there was some debate over what should be this sacred number. 1. Everyone agreed that it had to be incredibly written. Everyone agreed that it had to be big. Something deserving of the very first spot. But nobody could agree who should do the honor of writing it. The answer?
Battery low.
Write their own vision of SCP-1.
Sorry for
Thus,
my microphone.
the system of proposals. An author's individual idea of number 1. They vary wildly and contradict each other. On the number 1 hub page, it says that the, quote, real number 1 is so secret that a number of false ones have been created. This explanation allows there to be multiple self-contradictory number 1s. One of them could be the true one to you. Or maybe You want a couple to be canonical at the same time. Maybe all of them are fake. Maybe all of them are true. It all depends on your canon and how much you like a given proposal. In effect, SCP-1 proposals are canon builders. Each one sets the tone for a particular author's vision of the Foundation itself.
That's pretty cool.
Creating an SCP-1 proposal is as easy as writing it and then submitting it just like any other SCP. Although, unless you're incredibly experienced, it will most likely get rejected by the community. And as of November 2017, 19 SCP-1 proposals have been successfully posted. Each one is the product of a lot of work and a high concept. Here are 6 of the 19. Number 1.
Okay, we're gonna actually stop it right there because I don't know where a good stopping point for this video is gonna be, but we're already 21 minutes into it. This is very intriguing. Not a very exciting video, and not like it's not gonna do anything like that. But I will say, information-wise, it's really, really solid. I was very curious about the writing aspects because if this is it's also got to be a bitch to try to get something submitted to, because as much as I think people love the fandom, I have met people that get so into fandoms, they get very egotistical about things. So if they're in a voting standpoint, and like say you wanted to submit a good story for number 1, right? And maybe you did have a good story, but somebody else that has power to vote might be like, oh, no, I don't like it. You know what I mean? I think fandoms can be really amazing, but also really petty at the same time, from what I've realized. And, yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting, but I would love to read some of these number 1s. I do love that concept of number 1 is so secret that there's a bunch of false number 1s, kind of letting a lot of other people kind of make the number 1 story. That is kind of cool. But from what it seems like, this fandom, like, I guess you're given your number, or would I, like, say I want to write a story, right, for an SCP, and I use the number 2,432. If that already exists, I mean, obviously I can check it up, but let's just say it doesn't exist. Do I automatically get that number? Or is it your story has to be fucking, adapted by the community to get that number? You know what I mean? That's very curious. And so, like, yeah, so they also show that there's all this stuff right here for the wiki. So I guess I can go down to the wiki right now. Like, let's just click on this, what is it, Cater class? Keter. And, yeah, so this is where I should be coming, right? Let me know in the comments. Is this the place I should be coming to? scpwiki.com. This is it. So there's a bunch of series already, because this video we're watching is 2 years old. So it looks like they're on 6 already. They're on series 6, which has through 5,000. Man of Steel, I'm trying to be Superman over here. Is this everybody that's just submitted stuff? Holy crap, access denied. What? This page does not exist. So is all this access denied just for fun? Like they just have random pages that you can just not access because you're not high enough rank, but there's probably not something there, and what the site could do is if I made a really good story, they could put it in 5157 and then grant access. Is that kind of like the gimmick? Which is a kind of a really cool idea, in my opinion. But yeah, this is insane. This is a lot of stuff here. But I like this idea of access denied. It's playing along with the idea that not everybody has access to read all these files, which I think is really cool and a cool thing to do. But yeah, also, I'm very curious how much, like, every city, right? I live in a city that has a lot of myths and ghost stories. I want to know if stuff is like the Bloody Mary SCP material. Like, have you ever heard of that tale, or the tale of the donkey lady? Stuff like that. You ever heard those kind of tales? I wonder if they're SCPs. Because if they haven't, if those kind of stories haven't been adapted to be SCPs, I think you can make some really cool stuff out of those kind of things. Especially if you take the lore from the city and then you adapt it to the story and just add the elements of SCP to it. I think that'll be really, really cool. But I don't know. Let me know what you guys think, because I think that's pretty awesome. But yeah, so this is part 1 of 2. We will finish that other one hopefully later in this week. Just depends on what comes out during the week. But that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Again, if you haven't hit that subscribe button, what are you waiting for? 90% of you are not subscribed to this channel. Also, give this video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, because it helps out the channel. And of course, if you haven't come by our Twitch channel, we've been playing a whole lot of Fall Guys. It's been fun. Some people came and chilled with us on Saturday for DC Fandom. It was a good time. And yeah, of course, if you want stupid content on the daily, go check out my TikTok, because I post there almost every single day. And that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning, ask yourself something about my daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another Juice Reacts video. In today's video, we're diving back into the SCP universe, and we're going to be checking out a video from the Exploring series about the SCP Foundation, the Serpent Hand. When I did the last GOC video, everybody was like, oh, you got to check out the Serpent Hand, you got to check out this, blah, blah, blah. So we're going to go ahead and check out the Serpent Hand today. But before we do that, of course, if you guys have not hit that subscribe button already, you're just watching the content, what are you doing? 91% of you are not subscribed. Come on, y'all. Hit that subscribe button. But also, don't forget, if you guys want to check out some of my merch, it's something I'll just throw out there, some designs I've made. If you want to check it out, you can be a simp for this channel. You can be a simp for SCP. You can be whatever. Or you can just buy some of my original designs as well. Well, the simp logo is also original design. Either way, I got merch. Link in the description if you want to get yourself some. But we're going to go ahead and dive into this video right now.
The Serpent's Hand.
Ah!
From human rights activists to civil rights activists to animal rights activists, our world is filled with people fighting and advocating for the rights of all sorts of things. It stands to reason, then, that in a world such as the SCP universe, filled with anomalies, there are going to be individuals fighting for the rights of the anomalous. These people are known as the Serpent's Hand.
Interesting.
Ultimately, the Serpent's Hand would like to see all of the anomalies that they deem to be non-dangerous out free, with the public fully aware of their existence. And so this puts them at odds against groups like the Foundation and the GOC. Like many things in the SCP universe, the operations of the Serpent's Hand are fairly mysterious. But let's look at some of their beliefs and the work they've done. One of the few things we can say for certain about the Serpent's Hand, aside from their goal, is that they possess access to an extra-dimensional space known as the Wanderer's Library.
What?
The Wanderer's Library is basically a massive repository of books, including practically every book that was ever written, books that haven't been written yet, and books that will never be written, if you can wrap your head around that. The Serpent's Hand do not own or run the library, they merely utilize it, and in fact it's said that they only rediscovered the library in 1967, after being removed from it for some time. The library is staffed by individuals that apparently broke the rules of the library, such as not damaging books, not stealing books, and not harming anyone within the library. The archivists are connected to the desks in the main hall, and they instinctively know how to find every book within the library. They also handle the distribution of library cards, checking books out, and keeping track of who has borrowed which book. They possess no eyes and no legs, as they are directly connected to their chairs. Pages are the entities responsible for reshelving books in the library, possessing 6 to 10 arms, bowed legs, and squat bodies, making them excellent climbers. They spend most of their time climbing across the vast arrays of shelves located within the library. The docents act as library guides, taking visitors to find books, as well as acting as library security against both hostile intruders and rule violators. They have no mouths, and their left hand is replaced with a chain connected to an ever-burning lantern.
That sounds cool.
The library is apparently entered through the use of multi-dimensional portals called ways.
How did those
although
books
their
even
nature
stay in
and
place?
Number is pretty much unknown. Many entities utilize the library for various purposes, and the Serpent's Hand
they have
uses it
shelves.
as a base of operations and general meeting place. Unlike many other groups within the SCP universe, the Serpent's Hand don't have a strict hierarchy or organization process. They function as more of a loose political movement than a proper organization, and so the group seems to be divided into a number of different smaller factions with differing ideologies and methods. All it takes to be a part of the Serpent's Hand is to simply consider yourself one of the Serpent's Hand. There's likely no central leader to the entire group, merely leaders of different cells and factions. An individual known as M is one of them, as well as another that goes by the initials LS. LS's identity is up for debate, but a leading theory is that she is actually the Black Queen, a title for the daughter of Dr. Gears, a noted Foundation researcher. The Black Queen is known to have access to the Wanderer's library and to hold a grudge against her father in the SCP Foundation. Additionally, it's believed that there are thousands of Black Queens across thousands of universes, and a number of them use the library as a meeting place, referring to each other as Little Sisters, or LS.
Bioshock?
An SCP connected to LS is SCP-268, a newsboy cap that causes a wearer to become unnoticeable by anyone around them.
Oh.
The wearer is generally completely ignored, and observers will be unable to recall any specific details about the wearer. If the wearer speaks or interacts physically with an observer, they will be noticed, but soon forgotten again. The effects seem to build upon a wearer, and if they wear it long enough, the effects strengthen and even linger after removing the hat. 268 was used in field operations by some Foundation agents, but after a while, everyone at the Foundation forgot the agent existed. That being said, it's certainly a useful anomaly for someone trying to go into places they don't belong. Unfortunately, the Foundation no longer possesses the SCP, as one day they discovered it missing, a note in its place reading, "Thanks, I needed my hat back. LS."
Oh.
There was also a label on the hat reading, "The garden is the Serpent's place," connecting it to the Serpent's Hand. The Serpent's Hand don't exactly get along with most of the other paranormal groups acting in the SCP universe. They clash the most with the Global Occult Coalition, which they refer to as the Book Burners, due to the GOC's general policy of destroying the anomalous. The GOC have apparently launched at least one raid on the Wanderer's library, destroying part of it, and the GOC considers every Serpent's Hand member to be a high-level threat. The Serpent's Hand get along a little better with the SCP Foundation, which they refer to as the Jailers, although that's not saying much. The Serpent's Hand are fundamentally against the Foundation's policy of secrecy, and definitely object to their treatment and containment of harmless anomalies, but they do acknowledge that not every anomaly should be free. They get along fairly well with Marshall, Carter, and Dark, the Merchants, due to their willingness to obtain anomalies from both the Foundation and the GOC for the right price.
Oh, I want to learn about that.
They are still wary of them, as MC and D rarely make fair bargains. The Serpent's Hand are more fascinated by the Church of the Broken God than anything else.
Oh, I heard about that too.
They are against the Chaos Insurgency, who they call the Madmen, due to the damage they've done to the library and their general hostility.
I like chaos.
The Serpent's Hand generally believes that humanity is better off with full knowledge of the anomalous, so that they can better protect themselves from danger. It's not their stance that every anomaly should be left free and out in the open, so their beliefs are a bit more nuanced than, say, the GOC. In fact, there are cases where the Serpent's Hand have actually destroyed dangerous anomalies. SCP-407 was a song in an unidentified language sung by what seemed to be humans. Listeners of the song described it as soothing and beautiful, but while playing, 407 caused rapid cell generation in any life forms nearby. During the first minute, this only causes the subject to become much healthier, curing scarring, wounds, chronic diseases, brain and spinal cord injuries,
That's
and
interesting.
more. During the second and third minutes, subjects begin experiencing unnecessary unrestrained cell growth as tumors and fat deposits begin covering their body.
Well.
During the fourth minute, increased bacterial and fungal growth occurs, creating respiratory and digestive problems. Past 5 minutes, trace elements of plants or fungus, as well as any animal life present, begin to grow and replicate
That looks cool.
uncontrollably, often shaping into new organisms. Essentially, listening to the song causes life forms to erupt into plants and fungi, as well as new insect and animal life forms. Eventually, everything breaks down into a type of mold. The individual known as LS broke into Site-19 one day while wearing SCP-268, simply by walking in. LS seemingly broke in to utilize SCP-914 for an unknown purpose, but also managed to delete SCP-407 completely from the Foundation system. LS also left a note near SCP-914, and so I'll read it in its entirety to give some insight to the Serpent's Hand.
So they destroy stuff.
Dear Sirs of the Foundation, behind guns and protocol you hide, desperately chaining the ineffable, yourselves stuck within your own self-wrought pitiful cages of fear and ignorance. You think yourselves the shepherd guarding the flocks of the unwise over the night, but you are so shaken by doubt and fear that in your bewildered arrogance you would vainly seek to chain the sun itself unto the heavens to hold back the daily night. The delivering angels themselves you contain with 3 digits and 4 walls. Do you not see the blindness with which you walk and swing your blade? On the final day would you have us contain Black Surtur himself with measures and science, and condemn ourselves to rotten stagnancy as you hold back his pure cleansing fires? I do not ask you not to act, but act with enlightenment and heart. Neither should one be seduced by the dark, nor blinded by the light, but walk firmly in the twilight and gaze unto all realms. Walk the world of fire with bare feet, and you will find yourself without the scars you never knew you had. I leave you with one final truth. The garden is the serpent's place. The divinities of fear and order who come to walk in the cool evening air are only visitors. Do not fail to see the evil hiding in the light, nor the aromatic beauty of the palest flower of darkness. Signed sincerely, L.S. P.S. You'll thank me for deleting what you call 407. Due to the fragmented nature of the serpent...
I feel like LS is more intriguing than the Serpent Hand at this point, because it seems like LS is one of the bigger parts of the Serpent Hand. Granted, it's probably her organization, or their organization, and I don't know, but it seems like LS does a lot, not necessarily a lot of the Serpent Hand stuff, but I'm more intrigued by that character than the Serpent Hand.
It can be difficult to definitively state the group's purpose and methods. Some factions of the Serpent's Hand are willing to work with the Foundation sometimes, while other groups are radical enough to cause end-of-the-world scenarios.
Oh?
Some of them are willing to destroy dangerous anomalies, while many others in the group are anomalies themselves.
Oh.
In general, though, the spread of knowledge of the paranormal is either their most important goal, or at least secrecy is of no concern of theirs, fully willing to expose the paranormal to the public. Some care more about the unfortunate treatment of harmless, sapient anomalies and risk their lives in attempts to free them. Perhaps the world at large would indeed be better off knowing about the anomalous. Or perhaps the world would plunge into chaos. Either way, the members of the Serpent's Hand are determined to spread the word.
Nice, nice. I think this is one of the quotes, right? The garden is the serpent's place. I like that. I love when people come up with these interesting quotes, right? Like Warhammer 40k. I love the Cadia that what was it? Cadia broke before the guard did. Like, that's such a good fucking quote. The garden is where the serpent's place. Like, I wonder if the people that write those things, they don't think they're gonna be anything great, but then everybody's like, oh my god, that's the greatest thing of all time. Because it just sounds cool, you know what I mean? In the stuff that you put out there, I feel like everybody tries to go for a quote like that. But yeah, that's pretty cool. So like I said, LS sounds way more intriguing to me than the Serpent's Hand, but it seems like LS is a big part of the Serpent's Hand, so they're kind of entwined. The library thing, I really like, because there's stuff, you know, that's very... It seems very comic booky to me that there is this other realm that is just this large, massive library. There's also Doctor Who. Doctor Who has a whole planet that is a library that has like every book ever written and all that jazz, which I think is really cool, and I love that kind of shit. So the library is very intriguing. I feel like the Serpent's Hand can be used so much more. You know what I mean? It's an activist group. I mean, especially in today's society, if you're living in America, we have a lot of stuff going on with BLM and all this kind of stuff. So you could easily say there's stuff like that. That is the Serpent's Hand. And then, of course, the government would be SCP Foundation, you know, GOC, all that jazz. It's just, I mean, that's a loose leaf comparison. But I find it interesting because that's relatable. It's something you could, you know, put into today's society. And I think that's really intriguing. So the Serpent Hand is pretty awesome. They mentioned the other two. I'm already forgetting the one about Chaos. But there's also the... oh, fuck. Now I'm forgetting about the God one. The one with the hammer. I'm forgetting the name right now. But it looked pretty crazy. And people said to react to that one too. But I love this hat idea. That's the one thing I like, that there's random shit in the SCP universe. But like that's an interesting concept, but then after a while people just begin to forget you no matter what. That's kind of scary, especially if you're like maybe in a relationship or something and you don't want them to forget you, and then they just start forgetting you. So, you know, it seems like every good thing has you know, its bad qualities in SCP. But I thought that was pretty intriguing too. That's pretty creative. But yeah, for the most part, that is the Serpent's Hand. I love learning about the organizations in SCP because I think it's pretty cool. I think I'll probably learn about an actual SCP in the next video that we check out. But for the most part, as always, feel free to throw down your favorite stuff in the comment section down below so I can react to that next. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, if you like this video, please give it a thumbs up, hit that subscribe button. It helps out the channel. If you want to come hang out on the Twitch stream, which is going to be tonight, some of you guys have been coming to hang out. Definitely go do that. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you don't miss when we go live. And of course, if you guys want to buy some merch, definitely go check out some merch, or go follow my TikTok for some silly content if you want that as well. But as always, ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning, ask yourself something about my daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another Juice Reacts video. In today's video, we're going back to the universe that is SCP. But first, I learned you guys and gals do not give a fuck about anything else on this channel besides 40k and SCP. Basically, lore-based universes. Because I upload anything else, dead in the water. I noticed that with yesterday's video. I was like, holy shit. But, so, I kind of want to ask, are you into other things besides SCP and 40k? Because, like, some people have suggested, well, maybe you should do, H.P. Lovecraft stuff. Should I do Lovecraft videos? Because Lovecraft's really hot right now because of the TV show and all that jazz, but at the same time, I haven't really dived into Lovecraft before, so I would definitely be down to learn more about that. And there's like a bunch, obviously the Exploring series does a bunch of other stuff too, but I'm just, want to get your input on what you would watch besides just 40k and SCP. So that is the question of the day. because, you know, I would love for you guys to be able to enjoy all the content I post. And yeah, so I just want to see what other things you guys and gals are into. But right now, we're going to jump into this video. I still want to go back and react to, like, the illustrated and other animations of the 096, but some of them are like 40 minutes and a lot longer, so I didn't want to do that today. But I saw a thumbnail from the rubber that I just had to watch this video, because it's SCP-3166 Garfield. Garfield! It looks like a fucking guy in a Garfield suit. I have to watch this. So we're gonna go ahead and react to this today. From the rubber, let's check it out right now. And of course, if you haven't hit that subscribe button already, ladies and gentlemen, please hit that subscribe button. 93% of you are not subscribed. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Anyways, guys, let's jump into this. Bum.
I stumble back, begin to run away as my fear catches in my throat, emerging as a strangled cry. I alternate between turning around and glancing back over my shoulder, desperate to escape, but unwilling to let the thing out of my sight. Hello, everybody. I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you
Rubber.
SCP Foundation Euclid Class Object SCP-3166.
It's Euclid?
SCP-3166 is a 2.1 meter tall humanoid entity, presumed pataphysical in nature, known to manifest during periods when the Garfield media franchise is performing poorly in terms of public reception.
What?
The exterior layer of SCP-3166's body resembles a crudely made costume of the character Garfield, which field inspection has shown to be composed of legitimate cat fur. However, analysis of SCP-3166's composition in the field has shown that its interior mass is composed entirely out of pasta, specifically lasagna. SCP-3166 will appear in the vicinity of a suitable individual, hereafter referred to as the target, and move towards their location. Known targets of SCP-3166 have included individuals prominently involved in rival media to the Garfield franchise, individuals formerly involved in the production of the Garfield comic strip, individuals involved in parodies of the Garfield franchise, vocal critics of the Garfield franchise, and last but not least, Garfield creator Jim Davis.
What?
This has only occurred on occasions where the negative reception Garfield was receiving could be traced back to Mr. Davis's poor management of the franchise. Upon reaching its target, 3166 will attempt to inflict bodily harm upon them through a mixture of blunt force using nearby objects and force feeding of lasagna. The lasagna was obtained through self-disembowelment. During this process, SCP-3166 will vocalize by meowing, purring, and screeching in the manner of an extremely agitated cat. Lasagna outside SCP-3166's mass has proven to be an effective form of bait for 3166. Upon seeing the lasagna, SCP-3166 will abandon its original goal and instead attempt to incorporate the pasta into itself. SCP-3166 first manifested on the 23rd of October 1989 within the Chicago offices of United Media, who were the publishers of the Garfield comic strip at the time. Upon manifestation, 3166 wandered around the offices in a confused and distressed manner, before indiscriminately assaulting any individuals present after security attempted to apprehend it. It disappeared 20 minutes later. Foundation agents responding to the situation distributed amnestics as appropriate. Over the course of the following week, similar manifestations took place at several United Media offices around the country, ending on the 29th of October 1989. Following that date, 3166 altered its behavior to its current form. The week of Garfield comic strips below, beginning on the 23rd of October 1989, was believed to be its pataphysical awakening. Day 1, the 23rd of October 1989. Garfield woke up from a sleep and felt an eerie sensation. As he was walking out of his room, he did not feel right, as if the place was not his own home. Day 2, the 24th of October 1989. He felt lonely because the house was empty. John was not home, and so was Odie. Day 3, the 25th of October 1989. Garfield thought to himself, John must be at the grocery. There was a for sale sign outside of his house, and the house looks like it had been abandoned for a long time. Day 4, the 26th of October 1989. Garfield had the shock of his life. If the house had been abandoned for a long time, it means that he has not lived there for many years. Day 5, the 27th of October 1989. Garfield welcomed John and Odie, and they brought home his food. However, this was entirely Garfield's imagination. Garfield grappled with his greatest fear, loneliness. Day 6, the 28th of October 1989. This strip started with a drawing of a horrified eye, and it wrote, "After years of taking life for granted, Garfield is shaken by a horrifying vision of the inevitable process called time." Garfield cried out, "I don't want to be alone." At the corner end of the comic strip wrote, "An imagination is a powerful tool. It can tint memories of the past, shape perceptions of the present, or paint a future so vivid that it can entice or terrify, all depending upon how we conduct ourselves today."
Okay.
Initially, individuals involved with production of Garfield comic strips claimed to have no memory on working on that week's strips. All researchers working on 3166 containment are to familiarize themselves on this material. Using tissue samples taken by Agent Mueller during SCP-316's most recent manifestation, genetic analysis of the meat present within the lasagna has shown it to be genetically identical to Garfield creator Jim Davis. The implications of this are currently unclear. However, during surveillance of Mr. Davis by containment teams, he has complained of severe mosquito bites in the night, on a number of occasions immediately preceding 3166 manifestation. In order to contain 3166, the Garfield media franchise is to remain active and successful for as long as feasibly possible. Funding is to be provided to any Garfield media ventures via Foundation front companies present in the comic and film industries. Agents embedded within Paws Incorporated, which is the sole owner of the rights to Garfield, and Andrews McMeel Syndication, primary distributors of the Garfield comic strip, are to place targeted mimetic agents in outgoing comic strip, encouraging the retention of a sizable Garfield fan base, and discouraging Jim Davis from discontinuing Garfield. Agents are to monitor individuals at significant risk of attack from 3166. In the event of a 3166 manifestation, agents are to use supplied frozen lasagna to lure 3166 away from its target and dispatch it once out of public view. Any witnesses are then to be administered amnestics as appropriate for their level of exposure. The below article is an associated tale written by
This is
the
wild.
Oga on the 30th of August of 2018. I walk down the street on my way home after a long night. It's not yet fully raining, but there's still a slight drizzle about. I put on my waterproof jacket, but while it keeps me dry, it does nothing against the chill of the quiet night air. The office wasn't a pleasant place today. Apparently, the strip isn't doing so well, and the numbers are going down. Being a new hire is rough. I cannot say that the fading popularity surprises me. It's been the same stale strip for years now. But apparently, some investors were really upset. Some suits were prowling around today, asking questions and taking names. I stopped for a minute, pulling out my phone to confirm a sneaking suspicion. Yep, I went the wrong way. I shouldn't be anywhere near the park. It is easy to get lost in the rain. I sigh and turn around, resigning myself to another miserable 10 minutes of slogging through the rain. There is a figure in front, standing quietly under the street
He's got a
lamp.
bat!
I stop again, mildly unsettled by this. I call out to him, asking if he is okay, but no response comes.
Oh, you
Instead,
did.
the figure begins to plod forward, taking a step into the light. The baggy suit slumps and sags with each step. The matted orange fur too dirty to be slicked down by the rain. The lazy-eyed face is at an angle, crudely propped up upon the
God.
head, swaying as it advances. The tail drags in the puddles, only adding on to the stains already coating it and the rest of the body. It raises the old baseball bat it carries, picking up speed. I stumble
That's
back, begin to run
terrifying.
away as my fear catches in my throat, emerging as a strangled cry. I alternate between turning around and glancing back over my shoulder, desperate to escape, but unwilling to let the thing out of my sight. It thumps the bat against the fence as it runs, sickening thwack sounding with each blow.
Terrifying.
Too focused on the beast, I did not avoid the puddle, and my foot slides out from under me, sending me crashing to the ground. As the world whirls around me, seeing nothing but darkness and rain, a low, agonized meow sounds from above me, immediately followed by a crushing blow to the hip.
Oh, well,
I
that's to
scream
the
out
dick.
in pain, but as I gasp for breath, a horrible, wet, tearing noise fills the air, accompanied by another guttural screech. Then, a dripping, slimy mass is slammed into my face, and my monstrous assailant begins forcing fistfuls more down my throat. Man, I hate Mondays. Before we end this video, we are proud to present these incredibly sweet pieces of fan art. A big thank you to all of you. You can now send us your fan art, and we will be...
That's insane. Okay, so this is the stuff I love, is when things from reality are put into this universe. Because Garfield, everybody knows what fucking Garfield is, you know what I mean? And I just saw that thumbnail, and I was like, I have to watch what the fuck Garfield is. Which, that is... I don't even know what to say. That is hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. Just going off of this idea. Now, I'm assuming this was this wasn't a real comic script, was it? Because, like, that's how well the writing is on these things. Is sometimes I'm like, wait, was there really a comic strip that had Garfield thinking, like, he was crazy? Because that would be very interesting. I love that they're using the real, like, you know, the characters and all that jazz of the creators. And it's just, it's a nice little touch that the SCP Foundation is feeding money to the Garfield franchise to keep just this SCP happy. I find that very interesting information and just unique. Like, it's, I don't know. I think I love that this universe can be amazing, but at the same time, utterly ridiculous. And I thought this was going to be a joke, but there's no J in it. So, yeah, let me know other SCPs that are this weird that might have something to do with real life stuff. Somebody said, I think 1000 is Bigfoot or some shit. So I don't know. I find this hilarious. This stuff is great. Of course, the Rubber, awesome channel. This was awesome. This was cool. And I got to see more stuff like this. But yeah, that's going to be it for this video, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, remember, let me know what other stuff you're into. Should I react to some, like, Lovecraft stuff and other genres out there? Let me know. I just want to see what y'all are into. Of course, if you guys want to come hang out on the Twitch stream later tonight, probably close to midnight Central Standard Time. So if you're up, if you're not doing anything, we'll more than likely be streaming. Come check out the Twitch channel. Hit that follow button so you know when we go live. Turn on notifications. Of course, if you want some stupid, silly content, go check out my TikTok. But as always, ladies and gentlemen, if you like this video, please give it a thumbs up. And as always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning, ask yourself something about my daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Juice Reacts video. In today's video, we're going to be reacting to what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Juice Reacts video. In today's video, we're going to be reacting to SCP. Now, this apparently stands for Special Containment Procedures. Okay, I recently did a Warhammer video on Friday. If you guys are here for that, that will be posted probably Wednesday. I got an Apex video tomorrow coming out. But yeah, a lot of the comments were like, yo, if you love Warhammer, you should check out SCP. I don't know if you can handle two crazy fandoms at once. And everybody forgets that I'm a DC fan, so I got a lot of fandoms going on here. But, yeah, we're going to go ahead and check this out. I have no idea what this is, but everybody said check out the Dollhouse shorts if you want to see something. I think they said live action. But we're going to dive into SCP and see what it's all about. Okay, so we have one of those weird animations here. Also, I got told to bump the audio a little bit, if I can. I'm bumping it slightly. Hopefully it's not too overpowered, because it might be. I apologize if it is. I don't know what this has to do with. Retro digital media. Dollhouse. Looks good so far. So it's live action. Solid costume so far.
If anything pops off, we're gonna have a hard time telling people it was a gas leak.
Depends on what happens. Powers, what's the pool at now?
Save it, Coleman, you had your chance.
I wasn't talking to you, O'Neill. Powers, when's the betting close?
Salty.
You can get out of the car. You gonna call it?
Depends on the pool.
Fletcher?
250. Given the intel, Cognito hazard. That's my final answer. Done.
Hell yeah! Always wanted to take your fucking money. Ready up!
Let's get it, boys.
Okay.
Payload 01 to talk. We've passed Vector, moving to the target building.
Audio sounds kind of weird. But I guess because they're trying to give off the actual, like, walkie-talkie comms type audio that you hear in a headset. So, I'll give them that. Can you imagine living in this neighborhood, seeing this about to happen, and you're like, what's going on here? Is it a drug bust? So I still have no idea at this point what's going on. I just know that this is called a special containment or whatever. A lockpick? You need to be really... Don't these things usually barricade into shit? Kinda slow so far. Somebody gonna die. Alright. Personally, as a filmmaker, I would not waste all that time right there, but whatever, maybe we're building some suspense. I will say the props look pretty dope. Okay, here we go. Still have no idea what's going on. I hope you guys can see it. It looks hella dark. It looks like super dark. I'm sorry. Nothing I can do about that. Uh-oh. Turn on your infrared. There we go.
Talk, this is Payload 01. Building secure. Moving to SSE. Over. 02 and 3, on me.
Huh.
We'll handle the first floor.
Time to go look for nothing.
Come on, Coleman. Foundation's gotta know what kind of porn Middle America's got stashed in their closet.
When are people gonna die? There's where you find the secret files. Find the X-Men. Searching his browser history right now. Trying to find all the no-nos. Ooh.
Computer's a mess. Nothing's working right. I think it's got the clap.
Bathroom.
Any intel? The densest part of this hard drive is the directory for a program called Java. It's software that's been running since before we got here. Looks just as fucked as the rest of this machine. Keeps crashing, hitching, and rebooting.
What's the program do?
I don't know, it just spits out code. All gibberish.
Sub-project. Oh, Project X. See, I told you. Is it Wolverine? What's up, girl? What's up, girl?
You guys personally know any shrinks?
Are you asking because it's related to the mission, or are you just curious?
The female occupant. Any idea why this is here? She's living with this shrink, possibly in a relationship. Why is he bringing his work home with him?
I don't know, I'm not a shrink.
Didn't your friends in Langley do her background?
Yeah, none of this came up.
How the fuck does somebody get institutionalized and not have that go on record? You see that? She was in for a year. What do people think? She just went for a long walk? If Langley missed that, how much else don't we know?
Yeah, it's very spooky, but it's not the kind of anomaly we're after. Keep looking.
Hey, TL, can you come here for a sec?
For this to get a short film like this, I'm very...
What is it?
Over 2 million
Anybody
views.
else been in the living room since we
Surprised
came
I've
up
never
here?
heard of this.
No.
Okay, so who moved out all the furniture?
Hey!
Oh,
Stop
there we
right
go.
there! This is 01. We spotted suspect 2 moving to apprehend. Over.
Oh, that would have been crazy if the person that tapped him on the back was the girl.
This is 01. Lost contact with suspect 2. Searching the area. Over.
Check the bed!
There are hidden doors, some bullshit?
I like a challenge. West, get up here, right now.
Oh, the cocky one's gonna die, right? Check the fridge.
Couldn't have gone too far.
You find anything down there?
Nothing concrete. What happened up here?
Suspect 2 walked into this room from the other door. We went after her, but didn't find anything.
TL, you're gonna need to see this.
Ooh. She went through a wall.
Got something?
Come here, check this out, all of you.
I wish we had an infrared shot. What is it?
You seeing this? I finally fucking lost it.
Fuck me.
Doc, this is Payload 01. We've passed trigger. Area appears to have non-Euclidean geometry that extends the house to an unknown degree. Moving in to reconnoiter the new area. Over.
Roger 01. Status on suspect 2. Over.
Suspect's location is unknown at this time. Over.
Another house.
Proceed with the recon mission. If you feel as if the AO is too large for you to fully explore, get you and your men out of there. Over.
Understood. 01 out.
Any luck?
Nope. Just a lot of shit I don't understand.
Oh, is the script adding rooms? Camel skin. Why was that on the door?
O'Neill, you know anything about the word cardoon?
Ooh. What's about to happen here? Oh shit, it's Exorcist, Poltergeist, other scary things from the 80s.
Affiliations are still unknown at this time. It's likely to assume they are not the attackers from 2 days ago. If it is indeed a raid, then the methods employed don't line up when compared to the MO of the previous attackers. It is, however, possible that they may be connected through an anonymous tip between the 2 groups. One mutual benefit that would imply can only be speculated.
2 days ago.
Wait, something's not right.
Stay frosty.
Is that a person? Why is this guy trying to take a selfie? 23, 12, 15. What is going on here?
Fuck, my nuts just turned off.
My nuts?
Mine too. I can't see shit.
Well, we couldn't see anything either because we never got that perspective. There's got to be a jump scare. Oh, okay. There's something.
See
right
something?
Shit! Okay, I thought that was gonna be faster. So kind of creepy. Oh!
Coleman, you good?
Yeah. What the fuck was that?
Is she a glitch?
Sir, we need to go right now.
She's the code.
Talk, this is Payload 01. We have a threat in the building. Current weapons possibly insufficient. Permission to clear out, over. Roger that. 01 out.
Fuck this house.
Wes, let's go.
12, 15. You gotta be kidding me.
23, 12, 15. Oh, it overrode him!
23,
Talk, this is 01. 06 is down. I repeat, 06 is down. Possibly KIA, over.
What should we do?
Nothing we can do. We need to move.
What? I'm so confused. I'm assuming he got overridden by the program.
It's rather late to call. How are you doing? Gas leak. Is everything okay? Everything is fine. Nobody's come to the house? No, there is nobody here. Everything is fine. If you insist, I'm just checking in on you. Completely understandable. Alright, well, sorry to wake you. Have a good night. You too. Goodbye.
Target is no longer present.
I'm so confused.
Tried to raise you guys earlier. What happened to West?
He's gone. What? How? Dude got fucking vaporized or something.
Did you see anything else while you were in there? Anything that might point to what we're dealing with?
I don't even know how to describe it.
It was almost like a broken video game. Everything was glitching out, even the suspects.
I agree with that.
Any clues on your end?
Just speculation. I think, this is just a guess, I think what you've seen here is connected to
Battery low.
these glitches appearing may coincide with a lot of what I've seen on this machine. I think it's affecting everything in the area. Don't really know how or why, but like I said, it's my best guess right now.
So, theoretically, if you're right, then if we take that shit with us, it could possibly begin to affect things outside of the house?
That's assuming it isn't already doing that. Could have spread across this whole block for all we know.
So do we leave the laptop here?
That's a very good question.
Why don't we just hit the power switch?
No, we don't know what will happen once it's off.
Yeah, I don't want to be part of that experiment.
Here's what we can do. I can stay here while you guys return to the vehicle. I'll copy the important files over to a secure drive and then shut everything down.
You sure about that, Fletcher?
I'm sure.
I'll stay too. If you go down, I can finish the job.
Try to make it quick. Let's move out.
Oh, is he in on it though? Interesting. The van didn't get over it?
So much for that bet.
Come on, O'Neill. Nobody's ever won that.
Yeah. Always wanted to see a ghost, though. Fuck, my nods are no good. You almost done?
Yeah, we're good. Let's go.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Why is it always creepy girls? Oh. Ah, come on. That was cool for what it is. I have no idea what's going on, but people said this is a massive, like, fandom, whatever this is, so I guess it's just a bunch of stories like this, which, that's cool. I'd be down to see way more. And I've seen a lot of videos on this. I wonder make sure there's not like a after credit scene or something. DGI, Creative Suite, I've used that. Retro. Our movie are fictitious, and the similarities 80% living or dead is merely coincidental. Dun dun dun! Alright, so I'm thinking that's it. Alright. That was cool. I'm not gonna lie. So, like, again, I don't know what is happening here. It was shot very well. Was very dark at some times, but, you know, that is what it is. And yeah, that wasn't, like, the production quality was pretty solid on that. I just don't know much about this. So I'm hoping freaking SCP fandom, any viewers out there that suggested this, feel free to be like the 40K fandom and let me know what's going on here. Feel free to just blah all the information all over my face. Because, yeah, I'm so confused here, but I am somebody that loves interesting shit. I find 40K very interesting. This, if it's dealing with more paranormal stuff, I'm totally down because I'm currently writing a short film with kind of similarities to that. So, yeah, I'm very interested in this. I enjoyed this, but I can tell you right now, I am fucking confused. So feel free to enlighten me. But that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, if you guys have not come over to the Twitch channel, please go hit that follow button. Come chill with us when we stream. Just turn on notifications so you know when we go live. And of course, if you haven't checked out the TikTok, I've been posting some random stupid content over there if you want some random little tidbits of my content. But that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please give it a thumbs up. As always, I am your host. Oh, also hit that subscribe button. But I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning, ask yourself something about my daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to another Juice Reacts video. In today's video, we're blind reacting to SCP-096. Now, this is apparently one of the most popular SCPs, and some people would have been like, it would be interesting if you didn't know anything about it and reacted to it. So you're gonna get my genuine, curious reactions right now from the short film, the 4K short film of this. It's about 23 minutes. We're gonna go ahead and jump into this. I know nothing about this SCP, opposed to it looks kind of creepy in the photos I've seen. Other than that, nothing about it. We're gonna check it out right now. Before we check it out, I just want to say if you guys are enjoying this channel, please hit that subscribe button because 93% of you are still not subscribed, but I still love you. All right, now let's jump into it. Okay. The following contains explicit materials. Viewers' discretion advised. Down.
Big brother, this is Echo Romeo Alpha.
Damn.
Target is secure. RTB.
Ooh. Loving the intros already. Nathaniel Peters. Damn, it's actually some really good cinematography. That's Stranger Things vibes. Okay. I'm a sucker for good intros. I like that. That phone looks super fake. Sorry. It did though. Oh, it's a remote.
Session 5 of the investigation for incident 096-1-Alpha. I am here with Dr. Daniels. Hello, Doctor.
Have you caught it yet?
Yes. You'll be pleased to hear containment has been attained.
Oh, thank God.
We do have some questions, obviously. It's been very difficult to get a clear picture of the case. We hope you can help us.
Yes, of course.
Good. Now, Doctor, for the record, where were you when containment was broken?
I was on an excavation in the mountains, comparing lab samples with local geology.
And in your absence, who was in charge of the lab?
Dr. Alexei.
And how was 096 being held?
As per protocol. 096 is being kept in a class
Shut up, phone!
containment cube. No windows, no cameras, no one it is possible to see its face. Any instrumentation or life support system is in strict compliance.
Thank you. When exactly was containment broken?
I haven't been informed of the exact time yet.
Yes, of course. Apologies, Doctor. We're a bit disorganized ourselves.
He's a bit jittery.
Doctor?
Are they watching us?
You must be more specific, Doctor.
The O5, are they watching us?
Yes.
Oh, the 05?
Maybe now they'll listen to me when I say we need to kill it. This could have been a catastrophe.
Unfortunately, it's a bit too late for couldn't things, Doctor.
What do you mean?
Let's start from the beginning, shall we?
His glasses were off. Sorry. I'm a big film snub.
All personnel inside Stage 2 containment saw its face.
Oh.
Unfortunately, that was just the start.
Recording.
Okay, this is researcher Michael Allen and researcher Daryl Landry. Reporting an event with 096. At approximately 1557, audio blips were picked up by sensors Alpha 1 and Alpha 2.
Love this, like, POV stuff.
The readings are showing 096 on the north wall, stationary. We should get Alexei down here.
Oh?
It should hold, right? Just get a hold of Alexei.
Oh.
It rapidly became clear that 096's target, which we've labeled 096-1, was nowhere close by.
Wait. In the event of a Stage 1 breach, the automated protocols ensure that a sleeping agent...
The automated protocols failed to start.
Huh.
In the event of an automation failure, it would be up to the operations chief, in this case, Dr. Alexei.
Well, where the hell was he?
He was found hiding in a janitorial closet in Division 3. Dead.
Dead?
Ooh.
Indeed.
Alexei, you idiot.
I'm sorry for your loss, Doctor, but we do have a lot more to cover. After breaching the base, 096 moved in a straight vector towards the mountains.
Big Brother, this is Hog
1 approaching estimated target location, over.
Copy, Hog 1. Maintain vector.
Damn.
I think I've got something.
Oh, that looks nice.
Target visual.
God, that thing can haul ass.
Strafing round, over.
You're clear.
Damn, how's it so fast? This is really cool visuals, like Hats off.
Ineffective on target. Copy.
What?
On 2 Mavericks. 3.
Get in Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise will take him out.
Fire.
Direct hit.
He's still going. Gotta be. Boom! Damn!
Effect. I repeat. No effect on target. Copy, Hawk 1. Return to base. Retrieval team, maintain vector.
096 proved difficult to keep track of. It doesn't show up on satellite thermal imaging oftentimes. We were only able to track it by the path of destruction it left. About 2 hours into pursuit, it crossed a state highway. We were lucky it was lightly traveled at the time, but 12 people still saw its face.
We needed more preparation. For when, not if, but when there was a breach.
You did have a considerable budget, Doctor, but it seems that most of your focus was on the scramble goggles?
Yes, I've said time and again that the scramble program was the only achievable technology to give us a fighting chance. Especially when you assholes wouldn't let me do proper research. As I said, it has always been a when.
Doctor, please, we have a lot more to cover. Finally, 096 reached victim 096-1, a young man who lived on a small farm at the foot of the mountains.
God.
With his wife and newborn child.
Okay, she lived?
Ian?
Oh, shit.
Ian!
Oh, maybe she didn't live. Oh, she did.
Are you bothered by something, Dr. Daniels?
Why didn't you let me kill it?
For the record, Doctor, you don't know how to kill it. Much of the research you requested equates to torturing 096, which is inhumane.
Inhumane? There's nothing human about that thing.
Got a point.
Yes, Doctor, people have died. Isn't that a tragedy?
You people are a bunch of goddamn psychopaths.
Our only concern is to secure, contain, and protect. Which brings us to our next point.
But protect, it makes sense.
Your scramble goggles. Tell me, how do they work? Just for the record, Doctor.
They're mixed reality goggles. Each eye is fed a video feed, and an AI detects and scrubs out 096's face from the image.
Brilliant solution to a very complicated problem. Expensive, too. It's a shame they didn't work.
What?
Let's continue.
Tell 1, be advised.
I'm intrigued by this thing's powers.
Bravo, clearing structure line. 1 Alpha nearing target. Target confirmed.
Don't tell me that's
Marker placed.
that's the
Proceed
first
with bagging.
096 crying. Oh!
Moving to you, Alpha. Initiate bagging. What was that? Shit.
Oh, that's a cool visual of how to have people die. That's interesting. Creativity there. I give you that.
Was terminated. 8 of the best mobile task force we have.
They should have worked. All my tests. They were supposed to work.
All of this brings us to the source of this tragedy. Open it.
This chick reminds me of this dentist I used to have. Sorry. I was just like, why do I know that this girl looks familiar?
What am I looking at?
I believe the important part is still in the envelope, Doctor.
It went to go find him in the mountains.
Is this?
Yes. What was an original photograph of 096 in the wild.
Someone photographed it?
We dated the photograph to the 1980s.
Oh.
It seems the original photographer and all of its subsequent viewers were completely unaware of 096's presence. Until a young man at the farmhouse, that is.
This has been scratched out by hand. By who? How?
Your scramble goggles proved to be somewhat useful, after all.
Oof. Not a baby.
Echo Romeo Alpha 1. What's wrong? Nothing.
Does it eat their face? Or does it punch a hole in their face?
I am place. Copy Echo Romeo Alpha. Move to extraction.
Found something.
Big brother, target is triggered.
Oh. Oh.
Apparently, 096's face was so small in the image it took up less than 4 pixels.
4 pixels caused all of this. 4 fucking pixels?
What?
I'm sorry.
What are you sorry for, Doctor?
Everything. They were supposed to work. All my plans. The goggles. They were supposed to save lives. What was the final casualty count?
15 civilians, 48 Foundation members.
Damn.
3 deaths in total.
So, that's what all this is about. So much death. And you want someone to pin it on, eh? Someone to punish.
Doctor, in here, you will find the clearances necessary to begin termination trials on SCP-096. The O5 Council has come to your side.
Do you mean I'm allowed to kill it?
You're allowed to try. All we ask is that in your termination attempts, you solidify the research and create a more effective solution to our containment needs. Dr. Daniels, is there anything else you'd like to say on record?
No. No, I think that's everything.
Very well then. This concludes session 5 of the SCP-096-1-Alpha investigation. Doctor, again, my condolences to you for the loss of your colleagues.
Did he plan it? So he could test on trying to kill it.
Alexei, we did it.
Ah! I knew it. He planned it all.
Good work.
They're gonna show him the face.
Yeah.
Are the O5 still in line?
We're still here, and Inspector Everett is right. Well done, Arlia.
Thank you, madam. It was short of a confession, but I believe we have enough.
It's a shame. Daniels really is brilliant. If he were more motivated, perhaps he could have unlocked the secrets to 096's uncanny sensory abilities.
Easy to. He's proven his point.
The only thing he's proven is that he's as much of a monster as he considers us.
That's enough. Inspector Arlia, after everything you just saw, has your hunch been confirmed?
I believe so. The way he handled the photograph, he's definitely familiar with it. I suspect he's been holding on to it for a stunt like this.
But still, how could he have warned Alexei? His absence in the control room was our first lead.
Outside help? Has Lexi given us anything new?
No. He's staying loyal. Although his initial discrepancies are damning enough.
Oh, they lied about him.
Out of him. Then he's to be terminated. Quickly and quietly. Remember, he's officially already dead.
There you go.
When do we inform Daniels that we know he orchestrated the breach?
Only after he kills it.
Okay. That was actually pretty solid. Okay. Dr. Daniels. .069. Solid. Sorry. Heady on. Heady on. Screenplay adapted by Dr. Dan. Alright, so it's all credits after that. All credits. A dark math production. Bet's Keys. Final resting spot. Murder weapon. I love cool things like that. Alright, this was solid. So I have to say, the production value of this, like, I know these are like shorts. I don't know if they're like hardcore produced, but this stuff with the planes and stuff like that was fire. This kind of stuff, it's not that hard to set up all that kind of stuff, but like, I don't know if this was stock footage of these planes or if they recreated it all in CGI or what they did, but that stuff is really good. The confession room kind of stuff, that's pretty easy to make. It's not that hard. But I was very impressed by the military part of it, the creating of, 069, I was thinking about 69, 096, But yeah, I thought that was all pretty solid. Now, I am very, very curious about 096 now, because I want to know their powers, what they can do. Obviously, it seems like you can't see the face or you die, which is very interesting, because I was just watching an episode of Doctor Who that is very similar to this, to where you couldn't see the writing. Like, if you saw the writing on this wall, this creature comes to kill you. Which I think is very interesting. But for the most part, this was pretty awesome. Now, what do you guys think? If I want to learn more about 096, should I go watch the Vulcan Exploring series? What is the best follow-up video? Since I've reacted to this, I don't know much about it. I can get my assumptions. It seems like you can't see the face. I don't know who Dr. Dan is. I don't know if this is a character that was just created for this particular short. But I want to learn more about 096 now, because that seems pretty interesting. And it does, I can see why it's so popular, because it's a cool concept. Or there's this weird thing about having to use your imagination to create the monster yourself. I mean, granted, that's a bunch of this stuff, but, you know, with the internet, you're able to have visual aids. But if you're saying this is a monster that you cannot see their face, then it's very intriguing, because then I have to be like, well, what does this face look like? You know what I mean? I don't know if there are images of this, you know, character's face out there. You guys can definitely let me know. But this was a solid short film. I thought their production value was pretty solid. I know I did, like, geek out, or, like, I was like, when he had his glasses in his hands and then they were on automatically. It's just the little things like that I constantly catch. It was weird. I mean, maybe I was wrong. Hold on, maybe I was wrong. Okay, so there, no glasses. See, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. Hold on. No glasses, no glasses. He grabs them, and you can assume, but it's too quick of a cut for them to be perfectly there. You know what I mean? You can assume. I get it. I might be a little picky. It just happened a little too fast for my liking. Anyways, that's just me being a film snob. Sorry. I will say, though, watching these short films of SCP have inspired me a lot, because I am currently working on my own short film with a friend of mine who actually knows the person that made Dollhouse, which is Small World. But, yeah, I don't know. I think this is really interesting. I love watching this. These are so, like... These are getting into solid film territory, you know what I mean? I'm not talking about, like, you see people make fan films all the time, but these seem like super professional, and I really, really enjoy watching them because the quality is so good. And, ladies and gentlemen, of course, if you haven't hit that thumbs up or the subscribe button on this channel, please do so. It helps out the channel. If you want to find some gaming content, come check out my Twitch channel. Go hit that follow button over there and turn on notifications so you know when we go live. And, of course, if you want some silly content, go check out my TikTok, because I'm always posting stuff over there. But as always, ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning and ask yourself something about my daily dose of juice. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another Juice Reacts video. And no, I am not wearing the same clothes that I wore in yesterday's video. How dare you point that out? But today we're going to be reacting to the Exploring the CPS? Wow, that's a... no. SCP, I'm sorry. I know some people come in the comments, they're like, SCP Foundation, the Global Occult Coalition. Now, I have no idea what this is. This was recommended to watch this video, so I'm going to go ahead and check it out. But of course, before we dive into this, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't hit that subscribe button, please do so. It helps out the channel. 93% of you are not subscribed. Anyways, we're going to jump into this video right now to learn more about what's going on in the universe that is SCP. Let's do it.
The Global Occult Coalition.
Oh.
One of the most common questions people ask when discussing dangerous SCPs is, why doesn't the Foundation just destroy it?
Mm-hmm.
In some cases, it certainly seems like a good question, as it's strange that the Foundation would go to such lengths to contain something so dangerous when they could just kill or destroy it.
I agree.
The answer varies, depending on the SCP. such as the Foundation has tried and failed to destroy it, or more broadly, it's just not the Foundation's way to destroy SCPs, as they are focused on securing things. But what if there was a similar organization that didn't quite follow the same rules, and did want to destroy these dangerous anomalies?
I'm interested.
This organization would be called the Global Occult Coalition. The GOC is its own part of the SCP universe, and someone could quite easily enjoy the SCP universe without ever reading much about them.
Oh.
However, there are a number of SCPs contained or known to the Foundation that have a link with the GOC, as well as a large number of tales related to them, far more than I could cover in this video. The purpose of this video is to just give you a solid understanding of who the GOC are and how they operate, so that you can continue learning more about them on your own. The first main event linked to the founding of the GOC occurred in 1882.
Damn!
When a group of German occultists managed to capture and destroy an energy entity that was being worshipped as a god by several Semitic tribes thousands of years prior. The destruction of this entity resulted in a psychic backlash in the area, causing feelings of nihilism in certain sensitive individuals, notably philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, who wrote about God being dead, referring to the entity.
Ooh.
This leftover energy was apparently going to be utilized by members of Nazi Germany during World War II to complete an occult ritual known as the Rite of Solomon. Details during this time are sparse, but the event sparked the
If I ever look stupid going, oh, I'm interested in things. I love when just stories of whether it be fantasy, whether it be, fiction, nonfiction, whatever. Well, obviously nonfiction, but fiction incorporate real world elements. I think it's why I love comic books so much, because they try to bring in stuff from the real world and bring it into their universe. I don't know. It's just very intriguing to me. Makes it feel a little bit more real, you know what I mean?
Seventh Occult War, although practically nothing is known about the prior 6, and afterwards led to the founding of the Global Occult Coalition in order to prevent future similar events. Of course, the SCP Foundation already exists during this time, but they mostly act independently of any governmental body and have very little oversight. The Global Occult Coalition, on the other hand, grew out of a desire from the United Nations to have their own organization devoted to protecting the world from the paranormal. Since no single nation could be trusted with the secretive handling of anomalous objects and creatures, the GOC was formed from the cooperation of 108 different paranormal organizations, including the Bavarian Illuminati, the Knights Templar, and the United Church of Satan.
What?
These organizations work with the GOC to cover a broad field of the anomalous and paranormal, and the United Nations fund the organization, as long as there is a degree of oversight from them. The GOC's mission statement, then, covers 5 different goals. Primarily, their first and most important mission is to protect the human race from any threats outside of the norm. Secondly is to conceal the knowledge of these threats from humanity to avoid panic and anarchy. Third, individual humans will be protected during the course of GOC operations, unless this mission interferes with the first 2. Fourth is the destruction of paranormal threats, as their existence goes against the first 3 missions.
Looks
and
awesome.
no unnecessary risk.
Wait a minute. Is there a story? Because this looks massive, right? You would be like, how did something like that happen? Is there a story that there's a huge monster like this, and like World War I or World War II were actually just, diversions or misdirections to fight stuff like this? They're like, oh, nobody's going to believe that. But if we have a bunch of ships fighting each other, against this monster, people will believe we're at war. Oh, let me know if that's a thing, because I could easily see that. If the whole world is working together to destroy these kind of big monsters or capture them or whatever, you would need a good alibi, and war is a perfect alibi to find out, why are all these people dying in the ocean? Why are there so much military? Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Intriguing to me. Just thoughts.
Will be taken to ensure their survival. Finally, the fifth mission
there's
is
a nuclear
education,
bomb going off.
as GOC make every effort to learn more about the paranormal,
That
unless
looks
it goes
awesome, though.
against any of the earlier missions. It's pretty clear from these mission statements how much the GOC differ from the Foundation, but their logic and intent is sound. The GOC operates through 3 separate divisions: physics,
I feel like this would be a great game.
and Ptolemy. The physics division handle the actual investigation and capture or elimination of paranormal threats. The psych division focuses on diplomacy and observation, and Ptolemy is the support division, handling logistics, management, and research into the paranormal.
Speaking of games, sorry, I just have a lot of questions. We're not even halfway through this video. When it comes to games, right? Like, a lot of people have made fan-made games, and people, thank you to anybody that came by the live stream recently, by the way, wanting to see me play some of those SCP games. But if this is all fan-made, and, like, everybody's kind of doing things, if you adapt a game, like, if somebody, let's just say Activision, or, you know, anybody, Respawn, wanted to make an SCP game, who do they go to? Like, who owns SCP if it's all fan-made? Like, what happens? Very confused. Because, again, this would be an awesome game concept of where you are the global occult coalition and you're trying to capture these kind of things or destroy them. I think that'd be pretty fun.
GOC operatives mostly utilize technology and weaponry that is readily available to militaries and other organizations, so that it wouldn't cause any concern if lost in the field. But they do occasionally use tech that comes from paranormal research to better aid in eliminating anomalous threats.
Zombies.
These advanced pieces of technology also include combat and infiltration suits that incorporate bullet-resistant nanofibers, augmented reality systems, cloaking devices, or even full-body exoskeletons.
Nice.
Field agents are fully prepared to tackle the various threats they might encounter, and are capable of taking down highly dangerous anomalies, such as those capable of regeneration, shape-shifting, or even bending reality.
Ooh.
Despite this preparation, however, capturing and eliminating anomalous entities is no easy feat, and GOC operatives are fully aware how likely their deaths are.
Oof.
So far, everything seems fairly logical. A well-funded, well-trained organization that have spent decades investigating and eliminating paranormal threats. So why doesn't the SCP Foundation adopt a similar methodology?
Yeah.
To answer that, we'll have to look at a few specific examples, when the GOC especially messed things up. Likely the most relevant example is SCP-1609, a pile of wood splinters, nails, and scraps of fabric, currently contained in the SCP Foundation. Originally, 1609 was a large chair carved in the form of a reclining woman that would detect when anyone in an unknown radius around it needed to sit down and didn't have a comfortable seat nearby.
What?
The chair would then teleport to them and remain there until someone else needed a seat. This was the extent of its anomalous properties, but the GOC managed to capture it and send it through a wood chipper, as a teleporting chair could easily risk breaking the mission of secrecy held by the GOC.
Yeah, that's true.
The destroyed chair killed a number of GOC personnel before suddenly appearing in an unused containment cell owned by the Foundation. SCP-1609 is now much more dangerous, and when reacting to specific stimuli, will become violent, teleporting portions of itself into the lungs of those who have angered it. This quickly leads to death, at which point it will teleport back to its containment cell. Things that anger SCP-1609 include wearing clothing similar to the GOC uniform, usage of words or phrases utilized by GOC personnel, such as threat entity, the sound of a running motor, or anything overtly hostile to 1609 itself.
Interesting.
To counter this, the Foundation believes that 1609 prefers situations where it can be useful to humans, as it once did as a chair, and so they use the 1609 mass as mulch for a flower bed. Part of the containment procedures mention that anyone who visits the flower bed must remark on the beauty of the flowers and the quality of the mulch. The report for 1609 ends with a document from a Foundation doctor who explains that 1609 is a cautionary tale of the flaws inherent in the GOC's operating procedures.
Yeah?
He summarizes how it's a perfect example of why the Foundation contains rather than destroys, and says that when you...
Why has nobody made a short of this? Like, I see a lot of people doing, like, Dollhouse and stuff like that, and I don't know if those are official SCPs. You guys can let me know in the comments. But I can only imagine how great this would be in a short. Like, a chair that teleports. Like, oh, if you had that exact chair that they used in this video, because that chair was creepy as fuck. Oh my god, you can make a creepy ass. Just go watch Jenna Barble's video where she turns herself into a chair. Chairs can be creepy. That would be amazing.
When you destroy something, you can't go back on your mistake. He concludes by saying that this is why the Foundation is right.
Oh
and the
man,
GOC are wrong.
That's in my brain now. I think it would be amazing.
It'd be odd for a Foundation employee to
Nobody
say
does it.
differently.
I'm gonna do it.
SCP-2002 was a large spacefaring vessel consisting of a spherical hull and roughly 3,000 small pods attached to it. Analysis of the vessel seemed to show that it belonged to the Foundation, although the current SCP Foundation only had designs under development that were similar to the ship. The vessel had come from an unknown location and apparently went through some sort of temporal anomaly, but was traveling at a constant 12.5 kilometers per second towards Earth. This information and other basic details were relayed to the GOC through a covert operative working for the SCP Foundation. The GOC were not sure why the Foundation had no containment procedures in place for this SCP, but they decided that if the vessel came within a certain distance of Earth, they were planning to terminate it themselves, to avoid an apocalyptic scenario should it collide with the planet. As the vessel passed by our moon, a weaponized satellite belonging to the GOC destroyed the vessel, leaving only partial fragments to hit the Earth. These fragments were recovered by the Foundation, who also found a large number of human remains among them. The remainder of the SCP documentation reveals information that the GOC did not possess, as the vessel came from the future, where an SCP caused the global population to become sterile. The SCP Foundation decided to send a number of uninfected embryos, along with some Foundation personnel, into outer space, where they would remain in stasis for 135 years before coming back to Earth to repopulate it once the plague was gone. Unfortunately, the ship passed through a temporal anomaly, causing it to travel back into the past and approach our current Earth. Ultimately, this anomaly caused their mission to fail, but this demonstrated that the GOC still operated with lethal decisions, without possessing all of the facts. SCP-1522 is perhaps another case of the GOC being unnecessarily cruel in their operations. 1522 were two sentient fishing trawlers, capable of autonomous movement and faster than normal speeds. They spent most of their time sending out modified sonar pings to play with whales, and the Foundation continually kept civilians away from them, mostly letting the ships do their own thing. The GOC, however, came in and launched harpoon missiles at one of the ships, quickly sinking it. The other ship tried to save it, but could not, and seemed to destroy itself afterwards. The Foundation eventually recovered the two sunken ships, finding two small, partially formed rowing boats in one of them. While it might seem cruel, it likely took a good deal of effort to keep information about these two anomalous ships concealed from the public, and destroying them does fit in with the GOC's mission statement. I don't want to be misleading with this summary, however, and so I want to make it clear that these SCP articles are all written by Foundation personnel, who are likely to share a certain bias against the GOC. Looking at different perspectives, particularly in various tales, you find that the GOC are a bit more nuanced than just the common kill-all anomalies concept. These reports show the GOC are more than willing to negotiate with anomalous entities, or at the very least not destroy them immediately, and also aren't shy about showing the mistakes the Foundation makes. Since the concept of canon is so fluid in the SCP universe, it's understandable that you can't simply pigeonhole an organization like the GOC into a single perspective. Perhaps the GOC caused plenty of problems in their pursuit of protecting humanity by destroying the paranormal, such as in the alternate reality of SCP-1730. And perhaps the Foundation caused plenty of problems in their pursuit of containing and researching the paranormal.
That's true.
In closing, I hope that this has provided a good enough basis of understanding for the GOC to continue your own research. While the SCP Foundation will often paint the GOC as one of the bad guys, they have also been shown to work alongside them if need be, and there is mostly peace between the two organizations. In the end, if nothing else, it seems clear that the GOC exist for humanity's protection, whether we agree with their methods or not.
Bada bing, bada boom. I have to say, this is pretty cool. Like I said, I think this would be an amazing game. You know what I mean? Like, I think you could fit a lot of story into this game, and you could base it around one character if you wanted to. Or, you could do kind of like the COD kind of thing, where sometimes you change a bunch of characters because characters actually die in these war situations. So it might be pretty intriguing. Although I think it's easier to make a connection with one solid character. Either way, I think this would be a fun, cool game. If it existed, maybe it does exist. You can let me know. But I like this idea of this GOC because in reality, as much as there are people out there that want to protect things, there are people out there that want to destroy them. So it makes sense that there is a, yin to the yang of the freaking SCP. So I think this is pretty cool, and I like it. You know what? I'm still learning more about this universe, so I don't know which side I would rather be on. Because I am somebody that loves the idea of science, but at the same time, I don't want to die. So I can see the benefit of both of these things. So I don't know. I think it's very interesting, but I love the fleshing out of this world. And yeah, these guys seem like dicks, but at the same time, depending on what they've destroyed. I mean, some of the things they destroyed seem like weren't that bad. Like the chair is teleporting so people could sit down on it. But they want to keep that kind of stuff sealed, so I can understand that. I don't know. Intriguing stuff. I love the creativity that goes into this universe, and I think that's why I love diving deeper into this, because, again, I'm just somebody that loves the idea of creating things. I'm a writer myself, and I just enjoy this. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for today's video. Of course, if you have any more suggestions for me diving into the world of SCP, go ahead and leave those in the comment sections down below. And of course, if you haven't hit that subscribe button or given it a thumbs up, please do that. This video will love you for it. And of course, 93% of you are not subscribed. Also, I gotta say, shout out again to the people that came by the Twitch stream. Of course, I know you guys were waiting for me to play the SCP games. I will announce on one of the SCP videos when I will actually play the game, so you guys know the time and date. So I still gotta download a lot of them, and when I want to play them, I will announce them on this video, so you guys can actually come out and hang in the Twitch stream and watch me play those games, see a live reaction, and maybe I'll post it on this channel as well. And of course, lastly, if you want to see just some stupid content, which I've actually just been posting random stuff in the last few days, go check out my TikTok. It's fun, it's just cool, and if you want to talk, I'll talk to you in the comments on there too. And of course, I'll talk to you in the comments here as well. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember to wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. I'm a daily dose of juice. See you guys next time.